those reports. You had a dip down into 213, 214, 215. You know, good opportunities to buy. It's $10 in your pocket right now. Trying to break above this 226 area could be an interesting move there for Apple if we can do that as well. So, I mean, lots of stocks to look at. The notes are out. We're ready to rock and roll. It's just another day ending in Y over here.
Yeah, I mean, gold, you mentioned there, Sean, great point. It's had quite the week, never mind, you know, just the past 24 hours, all-time highs as well. Worth noting, Raheem coming up here in a few minutes. We'll get his take on just a wild couple of weeks over in the India equity markets as well. A couple of IPOs, just absolutely insane. He's obviously closely watching mining in general, so I'll ask him about gold as well, maybe. But so much to consider. I mean, Fed Chair Powell did his best, in my opinion, to sound as hawkish as he possibly could. At the end of the day, the market just not buying that. He came out and said, you know, basically, don't get used to 50 basis points as being the new pace, if you will, for how they're going to unwind this. You know, as I said, like he did his best to not talk the market up, but here we are just exploding this morning.
It's interesting, if I remember correctly, the first question he was asked was to the effect of, are we going to continue to see these 50 basis point cuts? So that certainly was something weighing pretty heavily on a lot of people's minds, understandably so, because this cut, while within the range of what was expected, definitely in the higher range of what was expected. So we'll have to see what happens next year, because we have basically what I'm seeing pricing in of more rate cuts than the Fed is actually seeing that they're going to do. So we're going to have to wait and see what unfolds here for sure.
Yeah, and he actually went out of his way multiple times to make the point that they don't feel, they as in the Fed, they don't feel that they're behind the curve, as everyone has been suggesting. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, I was just reading this morning, Bank of Canada expected to go another 50 basis points here coming up in October. I was just watching Ethereum just popping up in front of me on a scanner, but it's not really doing much so far this morning. That's ETH, Bitcoin, as the guys were mentioning, right back to 63,000. Still kind of in this bull flag, guys, though, as far as the range goes.
I mean, ETH has been lagging a little bit more recently, and obviously Bitcoin is probably what most people are following in crypto land, I think. At least that's a general sense I would get. But look, it's breaking out after that kind of up and down failure. You weren't really failing 60,000 big because that nice 58 level just kept holding over and over again. But the stair step to the upside is there. The good news for this, you don't have to worry about, necessarily any all-time highs, but you do have to get to 65,000 next. So it's been a hot minute. And again, it really hasn't been that long since we were at that 65. But I think that's that first spot where you could run into a little bit of trouble on BTC. And as I was saying, lining up things that are a little bit different from one another. Let's imagine a world in which we're not breaking 65,000 today. I don't think that's any kind of a stretch. So I look at Mara. Mara's up 6 points today. There's no doubting how strong it is, right? Like relatively speaking, that's a good percentage point, but it broke lows yesterday. So you're nowhere, okay, I shouldn't say you're nowhere near, but you're not at that triple top, which has been holding just underneath $17, like 16.8, then 16.6, and then again in the afternoon, 16.6. So if we break 65,000, this has a breakout. If you never do, you still have a resistance level in play on Mara, that if it cannot take out the top, and this is last Friday's top at 16.7, if it cannot take out that high, then you've got a solid resistance point. There's many stocks that have broken out and shown you that they're clear of the recent resistance and top heavy going into the Fed. And if the stock hasn't done so and we see weakness today, those are the types of names I like for the shorts, because you've got some sellers out on top of you. And they also set up for great breakouts. 65,000 goes. I mean, 16.8 is a pretty easy break. But the first look for me is if we're under 65,000, Mara doesn't break that Friday high from last week, I want to look to fade it. It's a few points away from it, obviously. But I want to have that in the back of my mind in case it gets there.
You know what name has been beat up? I mean, obviously we talk about Mara a lot because of the price of the stock. But for us, I mean, Coinbase, this name, like considering that where Bitcoin actually is right now, down at 63, that's like 63 is not far from 72, the all-time high. This name is not even close. Like you're down here at 170. You have 100, 100 points back to the upside to get to sort of where we were in July. Like, I feel that this is a very, very dramatic move, and more work needs to be done on why Coinbase is down here. We knew it got the bumping added to various indices and indexes. I like the stock down here. I think it might be worth a nibble if you do think that there's maybe another crypto run coming, and there probably already is one. You might have missed that opportunity, obviously, from that 150 marker. But again, like, wow. There's that push in August 5th, and it did find some support down there at 160. So I'm just wondering if you go long right now, 170, waiting for 160. 160 breaks, you fly. But if not, I mean, that's $10 or so. Let's just say $12 worth of risk for like 30, 40 to here. I like Coinbase for sure moving forward. One thing that we've done a couple times here, we'll do it now. It's only 8:40. We'll wait for Raheem to get in here right now. But this is, we talk about how much money people make here at Real Trading and things like that. This is yesterday's top 10 traders at Real Trading. So we had a New York and a NASDAQ trader, $16,000. So congratulations to that trader. And then next, it was a big day yesterday, right? I'm surprised these numbers aren't a little bit higher, to be honest with you. Amex, TSX, so this trader obviously all over the map here with various markets here in the US and Canada. So North American markets, including NYMEX. Good job there. Look at these Vienna traders, man. Someone's figured something out there. So congratulations to those in Vienna. And this is what we talk about, like, there's traders that sit around and do the same thing every day. And then there's other traders that actually look to do things differently. I bet you that's what that Vienna market's all about. There's someone in Canada and Vienna as well. CME, Chicago, NYMEX, all of that. More TSX love. So good days. Congratulations for those of you that were around here and making some money there. This is what the advantage is of Real Trading, of course. And that's a platform I've been on now for 22 years, able to trade many different markets, many different ways. So make sure you definitely check all that out. Realtrading.com, join the best prop firm in the world. So you'll be able to do that and then join up on all of these markets there. And we just got a little special guest pumping in here on the stage. Mr. Raheem Milani is now in the building, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to ask him a little bit. I'm going to prep him a little bit here. Maybe he can comment on gold. I don't know, gold breaking out.
Especially after the cut.
Yeah, he's saying no. He knows nothing about gold. So we'll get to all that kind of talk very soon. But hey, right on cue, right? We just talked about some of the markets that are popping off here. Canada. More Canadian names here on the top lists for Real Trading. And of course, the Indian market is always popping to new highs.
We can't short
about that as well. I don't think we have the Indian market here.
No, we don't yet.
But yeah, it's a good market. Thanks to Raheem for reminding me of that one. But all right, so let's go. I don't know if we're ready yet. Brendan's they're getting
just setting
here,
but there is a move happening on DJT. So, like I said, the one stock that was actually, you know what? It's not on it should be on my quote board, but it's not. I'm just going to add it. I don't know why I haven't. But the one stock or equity that is down today. Well, I'm sure there's plenty that are down, but the one that most people might be looking at, DJT with the lockup expiration today, down 5 points. It was only down a 1% or so, but it just recently sort of broke through $15. So the trend to the downside continues. I don't wonder if it's trying to make a capitulation bottom here early, but lockup expiring. It doesn't mean that Trump is going to sell. It just means that he can sell. And owning over 60%, I guess some people are getting out of the way of this. I paid for locates just in case. My plan of action was to short the pop if it had held this range, because 16 seems so incredibly obvious on this stock. And now we're going to have to adjust that plan. Need to see where it settles down at the open. It seemed pretty obvious that you could just short it in front of 16 with an obvious, kind of double top in there yesterday and then pre-market highs. But it's already broken $15 and falling even lower. So DJT to the downside on expiration day. You got a bowl of something.
It always has something. That's why you got to be right in there in case there's extras. You can grab them. Again, all right. Are we ready to go, Fabian?
Yep.
All right, over to the desk.
Yeah. Hi. Raheem is here, managing director from OCI Groups here in Toronto, to talk about a few things. I wanted to get your take first off. it's been kind of a quiet move. Everyone's so focused on equities. Everyone's so focused on the Fed this week. But I mean, metals across the board have been super strong. Gold all-time highs again.
Yeah, after the long-awaited announcement, we got 50, so which was good, and obviously gold correlates, like we've talked about, countless times, that gold correlates with some of these things like interest rates. So we saw that move, and we saw it being a big move because the 50 was a little bit higher than, obviously was higher than what most people were thinking might happen. And it's predicated on the fact that there's going to be at least one, possibly two more in the next 12 months. And so gold's going to run, and then some of these metals do just follow suit. And it is a correlative effect to the market. So if you know that their money's going to be slightly cheaper, you're going to now know that you can go out, like we talked about a few sessions ago. Companies now know that debt's a little bit more attractive, or a little bit more feasible for them to go out and get. If that's more feasible, you're going to go and build things. If you're going to build things, you're then going to need the coppers and the zincs of the world. So all those things kind of fall in line, like gold and silver go together. But then the other base metals that you're going to need to build all the things are going to come next. So it's kind of an intertwined economic theory.
Yeah, more to come from the metal. Metal industry. We'll have to get back to some of those opportunities.
Yeah, like Sean said, know a little bit about gold, so happy to talk about it, but not today.
We wanted to talk about India here, and you sent me a long list of opportunities, but I mean, this is just one of them. We'll get to that in a sec. But from a whole.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go back, I think it was probably 2-3 months ago, we were talking, at this time on this show about the opportunities for IPOs specifically in the India equity market space, and they've just been exploding here, including a couple this week.
Yeah, the Indian equities market is a phenomenal one. There's just so much money that's coming from the segment of population that didn't get access to Indian equities are now gaining access to Indian equities, whether through online banking, online brokerages, being able to do these trades on their phone. So there is this new population of people that is coming into the market. And like I talked about a few segments ago, TELUS added 100,000 subscribers, and India does 100,000 subscribers, just done. 100,000 just added, right?
That's a Tuesday.
So you have just this new population of people that are coming into the Indian equities markets, and the IPO is sort of that. It's complete FOMO, right? Like you don't want to miss out. And the way the subscription basis works in India is you have to oversubscribe for the amount of shares that you actually want to get an allocation. So you see these IPOs, and if you missed it on the allocation, you're there on day one, day two, and some of these names just gangbusters.
If anyone's not maybe familiar with how that market's set up, is there an area of the market or an industry that's the major one that everyone focuses on?
Again, like most parts of the world, you're going to look at like the ones that in this past week, as an example, that have been popping have been tech and real estate. So we're in Canada. We're more skewed to mining and energy. Yeah. We don't have as much of that in India. You've got more tech. You've got real estate. You've got those sorts of things. So just again, correlative to what you would think India to be.
Okay. Let's talk through a few of these. I mean, you sent a number of them. Baja Holdings was the one that was 160% up post-IPO.
Yeah, so Bajaj is the Indian way to say Baja. Bajaj, they're part of a larger family business. They've got businesses all across, and their housing unit is the one that just did the IPO. So their IPO was going to be listed at 70 rupees. And just for context, in terms of I'm talking rupees, one US dollar gets you about 83 rupees. And if I say a crore, that's 10 million rupees. So just for context of math, to our Indian audience, I wanted to keep it neutral. And it's just easier for me as well. So Bajaj, they went out. 70 was their IPO. They went out. Day one listing was at 150. It hit 188 rupees. Circuit breakers at 10% constantly. I can see you just shaking your head. Like,
look at this chart.
Yeah, it's quite insane. The IPO to the thing that we first talked about, 63 times oversubscribed.
Unreal.
So any investment banker here in Toronto would be running for that opportunity. But yeah, 63 times oversubscribed. Again, because it is a big family, the Bajaj family, they're across industries. better consistency on what they're doing. It's going to be one of the top mortgage companies, one of the top housing lenders in India on this particular unit. A lot of repeat business. And again, they're going slightly higher quality in terms of their loan portfolio.
And then Blue Dart was the one that we showed there off the top. Talk about that one.
Yeah, Blue Dart, they're in the delivery business. And again, same thing with most places. Delivery businesses are doing fairly well. Blue Dart has continued to do well. If you look at their 1 year, they're up 25% 1 year, 53% in the last 6 months. They just announced their quarter on Monday. So you saw that trade pop on Monday or Tuesday, depending on what chart we're looking at. You saw that trade move up. They announced net income was up 12% year over year. Revenue was up 9% year over year on that quarter. So you saw that nice move. And some of these names that we're going to talk about, guys, today is you'll see them having moved significantly within intraday the last day or two, and then some of those trades pop back off. So if you're a trader that's looking at these, some of these names are incredibly active.
And was there an event or was?
Yeah, so it was they announced their Q on Q4 on Monday. So net income was up 12% year over year on that. But again, on 8180 to 8600 base is what it traded intraday.
If anyone's sitting there saying, "Okay, great, but how do I take advantage of this?" Is there a way that people maybe in Canada, in North America in general, can get access?
That's a very interesting question, and the good folks at the India Chamber of Commerce. I should just plug ourselves. That is one of the things that we are working on trying to figure out different ways to do that. Right now, if you're a Canadian, to be honest, it's if you have a family member you can trade through that has access to accounts in India or in that part of the world where you can access the Indian market. And then there are certain funds that you can invest. There are a few Canadian-based funds, US-based funds, and Indian-based funds where you can invest into a basket.
Right.
But if you're looking for single name equities, it is a little bit more difficult to get to.
Torrent Power, I was looking at that before you came up here. Another one that's triple-digit percentage.
Yeah, intraday was between 1820 and 1932 rupees again, but just that delta again. If you're looking for that trade, you look at that kind of a trade on a 1 year basis, up 167%. So not bad if you're looking at getting into that. And some of these names, like to your point earlier about what is interesting, what is getting the market going. The Indian government. They have their 2030 goals. They are spending $32 trillion on the green power space. And so Torrent just signed a deal for 1,500 megawatts of hydro. They'll be investing between 25 and 35 crores on that project. So that announcement came that they just got that project, and the stock moved significantly on the back of that.
It's a utility?
It's a green power company.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just to kind of get through some other areas of the market, what's NDR Auto Components here?
Auto components company. And again, we looked at that one just as being interesting because as more cars come into an ecosystem, you're going to need things like parts.
Sure.
And if you look at that chart, not bad, going between 518 and 1,943 rupees on the year, up 222% on a 1 year basis.
Unreal.
I love the look. You guys should see Brendan, the look on Brendan's face. Just the eyes, popping is great.
Like everything I've shown here is a daily chart, so it just gives you some context.
And so what it is again when I'm talking about that, like 1735 to 1943 rupees intraday is what it traded this morning. Today.
Yeah.
In the Indian market, that was just today's trade.
Unreal.
And so if you're in that market and you're trading, you look at some of these names that are just moving with that kind of friction.
Wild.
And then on top of that, if you're a long-term investor, hopefully there are a lot of people here you're up 221% on the year.
Great information. I mean, it's great education every time Raheem comes by. But I mean, one of the things we like to do on the show is talk a little bit about opportunities outside of the traditional U.S. marketplace. And as Sean was just showing with other markets, even throughout Europe, there's a lot more than just the U.S. equity market, and this is monstrous opportunity.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree.
Great stuff. We'll touch on some metals, I think, maybe the next time Raheem comes through, because it's been a great opportunity this year as well.
It's a good time for the mining world.
Good to see you.
All right, guys.
Thank you very much to Raheem. Yeah, 63 times oversubscribed for an IPO. That's pretty juicy. It's hard to lose if you get an allocation. It's kind of hard to lose in one of those. So that'd be nice to be able to capture. So hopefully you're able to get that influence over there, Raheem, and get everybody the opportunity to invest when they're outside of India. There's opportunities all around the world. I mean, I look forward to the day when at Real Trading we'll be able to have access to that market. It's one of those things that's great about Real Trading is they never there's no resting on the laurels. Like the reason why pretty much every single market out there we are able to trade at this point, including we were talking about Mexico yesterday, Brazil, Vienna on a daily basis, Toronto obviously we're able to do here, futures, some crypto in there, is because you're constantly trying to add things to the platform. So whether you're tried and true and just want to stick to the NASDAQ in New York, you want to expand your horizons, real trading is always going to be there for you. I'm just looking at, like, there's so many names that are working to the upside right now. I was just going over a few of them in here as we were listening to Raheem. And, Google, again, the bucket of names that really broke it out and really gapped above previous resistance, like, you didn't even come anywhere close to overnight sniffing retracements into prior resistance on something like this at 161. It's looking super strong. Like 2% isn't the same 2% when Google's up 2. It's cleared out the highs from yesterday, and we're back into prices we saw at the beginning of the month here. 162.50. I'm looking for a bit of a dip buy, as opposed to 2% on Intel, where it's 2.5% underneath yesterday's top. So, you want to look at these things as different. So that's why I like about the ones that are breaking out the gap, and that if you don't retest lower and can hold those bottoms, I think you can dip and rip on a few of these names. I believe we are ready to get some upgrades and downgrades, Adara.
Nice look for DoorDash kicking things off here, up about 3.5% with this BTIG research downgrade to $155 price target. Equifax getting an upgrade here from Exane BNP Paribas. Coursera up more than 7% off this BofA Securities upgrade, and Raymond James upgrading Safehold. The downgrade side, we're starting off with not one, but 3 downgrades from JP Morgan Chase. All of these also had price target increases. So 5 below, Casey's and Murphy USA getting JP Morgan downgrades and a price target bump. Last but not least, your Next Era Energy with this downgrade from Jefferies Financial. Bit of an interesting list today, guys.
Yes, sir. And DoorDash is kind of the interesting one in there. And look, the funny thing about today is you can pick upgrade. Like, does it really matter if you got an upgrade or a downgrade today? We just got a 50 basis point cut, right? Like, it's a post-Fed day. Upgrades and downgrades are not that big of a deal. That said, you'd probably, if you're into DoorDash, you're certainly happy with the move that it's making. I want to zoom out so you can see, like, this one's coming into the 52-week high up here at the 141. Well, 141 is the resistance level. There's some wicks above there, but on a closing basis, it's $141 for DoorDash. So it's starting to get there. I think when you get to those highs on a day like today, like kind of a market assessing it type of day, you're probably going to run into some resistance on DoorDash. It's been an unbelievable bounce off $100. How clean was that? It double bottomed at $100 almost exactly, and now a retest of those tops. I do think you probably run into some selling there and some consolidation, and then you can catch a break. But when it clears it out, that's the kind of one for continuation. You're going to I don't really use DoorDash. Can't lie, I've settled on Uber Eats 90-something% of the time. We used to use it a bunch in COVID, but hey, it doesn't matter what I use. The stock is trending to the upside, about to test its 52-week highs. Not there yet, but it'll get there.
We have this bad, what's up, Nicole Harris there in the chat. I just want to fix this. Okay, all right, so thank you, Nicole, for sending this through. All right, let's read it together. I need a lesson. I was studying Nvidia 5 days straight, large scale orders, billion USD, I guess, large orders. Yeah, okay. Lots of money flowing through. This stock does, I don't know what it did yesterday, but do hundreds of millions of shares, of course. Green inflow larger than red outflow. Why did the price go down? Lit market, dark pool. Why did the price go down on Nvidia the last couple of days? Hold on, let me just see what it looks like on a daily chart here. Yeah, the scales are to the downside. So I would just say, when you're studying some of these order flows that are coming through, there are websites that have net inflows and outflows on a stock in one particular day. The bulk orders, there might have been some big, there could have been some big institutional orders that might have flipped that one way or the other. If you get a big, huge buy that comes in, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to hold the bid. If the algos and everything start hitting on stocks and get flipped over and turn on, then they wipe out levels. We sat here one day and saw 1.5 million shares get taken away off the ask as if it didn't even exist. and the market just kept on going higher. So I don't really have like a great answer to the question. Like I don't really study, the net buyers or sellers on stock. I just kind of look at the way the stock moves and movement. I'd be surprised if you're saying that there's net buyers. I don't know why then it would have gone down for 5 straight days. I mean, the sellers outweigh the buyers if the market's going down. So there might have been en masse more buyers, but maybe the levels just held and the sellers overtook to the point where the algos started taking, a piece of it. I don't really have these wicks are too big. Like it's too hard to see something when you have a stock that's doing this. You have big moves up there, nice move back in, a huge tank at the end of the day. Like the sellers sold off. The problem with Intel, Nvidia, and a lot of these stocks is SOXL, SMH, SOXX, right? All of the ETFs can really impact order flow. And I just wonder if that's what's been happening with Nvidia. I mean, I don't think it's been a huge sell-off, but I like to see some more context to that. If you have Twitter or anything like that, and you could send me some of the numbers on the inflows versus outflows, then that would make a little more sense to me. But for right now, not a great answer there. We'll see if Neil's talking with Raheem here, but maybe there's something more onto that. But for me, if you're seeing more buyers than sellers, the stock should be up. So I don't really have a good one on that other than we just trade price action. And I think Nvidia can get back up to the upside. There's just been so much negativity in the semis, like Micron's down, Intel's down, AMD's finally trying to break through 154. So I would say that they hit the sector, and Nvidia I think is going to be the winner. So I do like buying any dips in that name. But did you see that super chat?
Look, I like Nvidia the best. It's just weird the amount, how it seems to be held down when everyone likes it. And it doesn't have to make a ton of sense. Things don't have to make sense at the end of the day. But this is the one that surprises me the most that it's not breaking above that high yesterday. Like with everything gapping up, I'm surprised Nvidia is not making that break higher. Now, some of it has to do with how far it sold off in yesterday's trade, and some of that gets exacerbated by that end of the day no buyback stuff. But ultimately, when you talk about trading when you talk about like block trading and some of those orders that go through, I try to, as much as I can, ignore them unless I have a valid reason to drive a thesis off of it. And I've never really found one, so I try to stay away from that and just work with the price action. Like if we break out, that's a bad. The high here is 170, 1730. That's not the actual high yesterday. If we break that Fed high today, Nvidia should fly. I want to try to keep it as simple as that for Nvidia. And as far as these other, like you mentioned there, Sean, like Micron.
I'm not logged in. Yeah.
Micron is still, this thing is still, it's not as bad as Intel's chart, but it's still consolidating off that same bottom that we had before. So, you can say that, some chips are better than others and you can see the winners and losers. I think it's very, very clear. Like when you look at something like a Micron, yeah, granted, if it breaks 91.5, I can see all the world that whether that's next week, I'd probably be taking that long. But which is the one that's in an upward trend for a while, and which is the one that's in a downward trend for a while? Although I do like AMD seems to be breaking its trend. But between Micron and Intel, like those two have been trash. Like which would you rather be dip buying? Trying to hope for a bottom or trying to just buy a dip in something that's been constantly going up? I know the latter's generally the way to go.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here as we head towards the open on a busy Thursday. Lots going to be benefiting from what happened not only at the end of the day yesterday, but here this morning. So if you haven't done so, go down to the description of this video. There's a link waiting for you there for the watch list. Super easy. Click the link, enter your email address, and then you get everything you need to know delivered to you daily, right to your inbox for free. Top of the list, we can talk about a lot of things that specifically tech related are going to benefit from these rates starting to come down. But why not talk about some of the semiconductors we Sean touched on briefly there, Nvidia. But semis to the upside in a pretty big way here. 3.1% for Nvidia. I mean, this is just one story that came up this morning, but there's a lot of individual catalysts here.
There's a lot also just on watch in this space in general in terms of continuing stories. Intel, don't want to touch on that too much. We'll talk about that later. But INTC, of course, some ongoing developments. SMCI's been on watch over the last few weeks as well. Yesterday, getting a $600 price target and a positive analyst note there from Needham. So lots of excitement, I think, in this space, not just with Nvidia and with the overall move. We'll have to see how some of these names react in different ways.
Yeah, and it could be, as you said, more of a group kind of an affair today, but that's fine. I mean, just pick your poison and hopefully on the right side of things. But nice start anyways, guys. 3+ here for Nvidia.
Yeah, I mean, thank you again, Brendan, for all of that and all that super chat from Nicole as well. We just sort of talked a little bit about Nvidia. I don't know. I'm not like, for some reason, like I'm not as excited about Nvidia as I am the other names. And normally, like Nvidia's been a really top stock to trade for me. And it's just, I don't know. I feel like it's too back and forth in here. Like it's not, I mean, we could sit here and say this 121, 120 level. I mean, when Nvidia goes, and I call it meme crazy. You've seen me trade it before when it does that. I think we'll definitely look at it if it can do that again. And what that means is just, you're sitting here and it's just lifting all of the asks, and it's just like boom. Because I remember back in the day when AMC and GameStop and all the names just 90, 91, 90, like it's just, there's nothing, it just goes. It goes as if there's news, like every time. So when that happens for Nvidia, I am definitely liking when that's in play, right? And so for me, I could see it maybe, I mean, this is a 20-minute chart. I could maybe see us getting excited if we can get into this 119, but then like look how choppy this is. That's 120, this is 118.50. Like there's just a lot of back and forth right here. So then you say, okay, well, what if we break the top? So then where's the top? Like 118? It's not as significant as I would have liked. For me, Nvidia should be a little cleaner than it is. So that's why I just go over and I try to make trading as simple as possible. AMD has a level that actually looks like something, and it's right here. Like we've bounced up against it now. Now it looks like it's, I mean, remember what we just looked at with Nvidia? Very, very choppy, couldn't really find any breaking levels. Well, this 155 is a level, right? And so I think that if you could take that, when you take that, that's probably a push long, and then you can hold it back to 154. So that would be something there for me. And we've traded Micron really well over the last little while. We actually traded, Intel yesterday was chef's kiss. I mean, we had the top of the day on Intel yesterday at 2180. Like, and again, it was on the sticky note. Micron down here, if you get a dip, there's other names I like for dip buys today. I think the market will be up. I think the market will be strong, but we could sell off early. Those of us that took sort of the longs into the close yesterday might want to cash out a little bit. I think if Micron can dip into 87 as well, there's definitely some support levels into here. You might get 87, 50, 87. I like this for long if we start dipping around. So there's 3 ideas there, and how we traded Intel yesterday was perfect, but I'm going to look at these names today.
Yeah, like, I mean, to me, like, it's pretty simple when you see something that, like Intel, that cannot break out, after you basically get all the euphoria over their, we're going to divest at Mobileye. No, they're not. They're not divesting Mobileye, and I guess we'll get to that a bit later. But that couldn't break out. Nvidia hasn't broken out yet, but at least it's close to it. And to Sean's point, like that's the same reason I like AMD in here. Now I have 155, but it's more like 155. 154.50 is this top here. It's above yesterday's highs. Like it's actually on the daily, it just held a 50 period. You've got the higher lows. Like this is starting a new uptrend after the August 5th bottom. So since then, you put in a lower high, a higher low. You have not put in the higher high yet, but you just bounced off the 50 period. I like that. And it looks like you're breaking out this local top. This local top gets broken out. I think there's room to the 200 period moving average at $160. Like that's what you want to see. Like you want to go long something which has the extended move out there. Not, hey, let's go long something which is right into the big resistance level but hasn't broken it yet. Now, this is one that broke out level 1 and now is trying to break out level 2. So it breaks this out, and then I think you've got room to $160 through the top. And Nvidia, it's not that Nvidia can't go But Nvidia is just going sideways without breaking yesterday's high. And I keep pointing out that it is here, not there, 117.30. Now, if Nvidia can get through 117.30, great. I think it's got to move to 120, 121. But it's not really doing much of anything here this morning. Like, it's oddly flat. It's 3% can be disappointing sometimes.
Thank you to Jorge here in the chat here, telling me and some guy named NIO.
Who's
I think
that?
he means Neil, but Sean and the stock Neo, please drink water and a cup of coffee in his name. So thank you so much, Jorge or George. Bados there. Thank you so much for the super
it's Jorge.
chat. We have the Hydration Nation going right now, and I have a request in for a coffee.
Need coffee.
Randy's not here, so we'll see if Rob comes through on that one, and then of course
Usually does.
6. So Adara's on the big desk. So we will see. We'll see a different midday show. I assume it's going to be Obi. I have absolutely no idea.
I presume Obi will be in
What would
play.
we do without this guy? All right, let's go back over to the desk.
Yeah, we'll continue along here with IBIT. Bets take out the highs up 5% here this morning, along with Bitcoin, as we mentioned, back through that 63,000 area. Focus your attention after the close yesterday. This ETF had quite the move through to 35. We're gapping up even higher here.
One other note, too, adjacent to this, we have Robinhood, sometimes moves with these crypto stocks. Robinhood pretty strong today. Also getting a $27 price target up from 23 from Piper Sandler, maintaining an overweight rating. I know Vlad Tenev is set to do an interview this evening as well. So this could be, HOOD could be one to look at with regards to some of these crypto plays.
So many different options, guys. Where's the opportunity here today for crypto stocks?
There was an opportunity for a long-term play in Coinbase.
Right.
We talked a little bit about that one as well. I think that Coinbase is a play. Crypto up a little bit here, 63 and change. Nice move to the high side over the last couple of days. Yeah, I think Coinbase goes, right, up 5% here. We can check on what IBIT is doing because, again, it's another move. Like we talked about getting long yesterday. I didn't really think that crypto would be doing this, but 63,000, the bull run, I believe, is going to be here for a minute. So, I mean, if you're going to trade anything, you could trade IBIT. That's trying to break higher. There's no levels up here. I mean, there's going to be levels eventually, but it's such a nice move back to the upside here for IBIT that, I mean, the trend is definitely your friend. I think you want to dip by all these things. And whenever we talk about a stock and stocks that are up, I always like to play off VWAP. So for me, I think IBIT down here, basically at pre-market lows of 35.70 is probably a play. And again, IBIT's going to mimic what Bitcoin does. So I don't need to call up the Bitcoin chart to look at it other than, looking at sort of historical numbers. But it looks like we want to go higher here, right? Breaking through 36. If the market continues to go, the NASDAQ is ripping.
As we speak.
And by the way, that talk about let's hope that we can hold some of these bids into the open. Yeah, that's happening. The NASDAQ is back to 20,000. Wow. Talk about a move up right there. Amazing. I'm going long on Bitcoin today, man. That's probably a break there of 36,000. Thank you so much, Rob, for that. I did see those burritos, by the way. They were looking pretty
substantial
decently there. Yeah, normally we just get these little egg puffs there.
Those are a meal this morning.
But yeah, those there's some huge burritos over there today. All right. So, anyways, yeah, I think you got to go long on crypto. Breaking above 63,000. IBIT's going strong here. As long as you can hold VWAP, which is like this 35.50, 35.60 area right here. I like that. And for a long-term play, I've already broken it. Oopsies. I've already broken it out to you guys. I think Coinbase down here is well worth the risk if you're going to look at, holding this 158 area. It's at 170. That's $12 worth of risk. I think the upside is way more than $12 on that one. So, yeah, thank you so much again. New member or not new member. Let me just say who this member is. Thank you to Ishmael here. Thank you so much for becoming a member of Trader TV Live. Cute kid there, it looks like.
Yeah.
Can't see a small picture, but
Thank you there, Ishmael.
always,
And if you're looking at crypto, the other thing to play, I think, look, MSTR has got a 15% short float, so that's got to be in play as well. And it just recently broke a bit of a downward trend. So there's your 200-period bounce on MSTR, very, very clean off of it. Broke the plane here on the trend break. And then what's the best part about it is that little trend then holds the bid. So all it has to do is break out the 50 period. That'll be $143. Can it get there today? I don't know. That's still a couple of percentage points away. So it'll be up 8% if it tries to break this 143 high. But I think that looks very, very spicy for a continuation rally. If Bitcoin continues to hold over 60 and maybe make that press at 65, I mean, MSTR would be a natural choice. I mean, MicroStrategy at this point, I mean, it's essentially just like a Bitcoin ETF, but because of that short float and the leverage, it can be a very good vehicle, especially after splits. So, this is worth looking at. The one I already mentioned, Mara, for some reason, just not really breaking out on any of the higher time frames yet. So if the market does head, not the market, if Bitcoin heads to the downside, like that would be the name underneath 16.7. That would make some sense. But MSTR looking very strong. Needs to take out 143.
143, you say?
Yeah.
More opportunities based off what happened yesterday on the Fed side of things in these payment-related or online finance-related type stocks. SoFi, I was just looking at here, 4% on the morning, bit of a pullback to 840. I mean, there's a ton of different angles you can take here. Affirm, bit of a pullback, even higher, 5% right now, touch $47. All these moving.
What's interesting too, a lot of these, worth noting, they have larger short floats and a lot of retail interest. So Affirm about a 6.5% short float, a little smaller. With SoFi, you've got about a 17.8% short float. Upstart seeing about a 27.3% short float. So lots of higher short floats for a lot of the names in this space. And they were also running up into that announcement a bit as well over the last few days. So these stocks could be in play for sure.
A few of them running into multi-week type resistance levels, though, if you zoom out a little bit here, guys, today.
Yeah, well, the one with the exception, I think, is obviously Affirm because it gapped out above that 45 level. So, oftentimes when there's a key price level, sometimes you get a chance to break it out and make the trade on it. Other times you're just going to gap away from it. That's what ends up happening on Affirm. Affirm gave multiple short opportunities off this 45 level, including a few yesterday in the afternoon. In the last couple of days, it's been good. But at this point, it's 7% short float, which... it's not as big as it used to be over there on Affirm. I think 45 and 45 half, which is yesterday's high, those are natural spots. If you pull back in to those highs for a bit of a dip, and if we continue along this path, it's about 48 that it has to get to next. So if I was sort of thinking we'd actually get at least a little bit of a pullback off of the open, currently that's not looking like the case, although there's still a chance this breaks the bottom, gives you a dip into prior day highs. Instead, we might just have to be a little bit more patient. I know you guys, a lot of people have asked me about SoFi. SoFi did not break out. It's holding above 830. That's good. It has not broken out that 850 level from yesterday. So you still haven't really had that next level. 830, come and gone. 850, that's the next one here for SoFi, charting that one. But I think I'm going to have to wait for a dip buy on Affirm. It would have been a nice breakout through yesterday's high, but it's gapped $1 higher. So I'm going to patiently wait for a dip buy on Affirm, unfortunately.
Yeah, you know what I was looking at here? It's funny because we were just talking about Bitcoin and everything like that. And PayPal. I mean, wowee. This is, I'm in this name. I bought a little bit here, but I've been in this name for a while. So definitely out of the money on PayPal for sure, I would think. But we'll have to double check it. Look at the move we've had on PayPal. Like, you want to talk about a huge move right now. I mean, PayPal from $68, 4 or 5 straight up days and breaking through that level. The only thing I wanted to get at quickly was that it's running right into a lot of resistance. And into here, $76 to $78. I don't... this is why I want to look at this stock once we're done the show here during lunchtime and see about possibly trimming some of this position, if not getting out of it all. I think we can still break higher, but I think I'd rather be involved once, chug that water, once we break above this 80. I feel like that's better. So I would almost say that if you're in this name, 77 to 78 here is a decent spot. If you can get a bump today, which you're already getting, something like that to get out. So a couple more bucks upside, there's resistance. So for me, for PayPal, we're talking about payment stocks. I think it's a little bit of a short, a couple bucks higher. So let's keep this on our radar in case the market continues to do this. I mean, wow, what a morning so far. This is not a payment stock. We don't even have it on here, but it is my number one trade of the day. It's going to be Amazon. And Amazon had that talk with Affirm, PayPal, all this kind of stuff, adding buttons to their Prime Day. Look, the interest rate cut is supposed to be great for consumers. Retail's already strong. I like it. I like the stock. It's breaking above that 190. It's not you know, I would hope that it would have been up more than the market, so that's giving me a little bit of a pause. Okay, hold on a second. The fact that Amazon is only up 2% here and the market's up 2.5%, a little bit of a worry spot for me, but at the same time, 90, 90, 90, 90, we're all right here. These top wicks are 190, 160s, 191 and change. So, you know, I like the long here, and I just, little bit, it's my number one idea. I wrote that down over an hour ago, but, you know, support back here at 189. You know, I like the stock. I'm bidding. It's the only stock right now that I'm bidding. I'm bidding Amazon down here at 189. Feel like it's a good little spot there. If you're really in trouble, there's 188. If you can't hold Amazon $1, you're in the wrong business.
Remember to like and subscribe and hit the bell.
Like and subscribe.
Icon.
Hit the bell. Hit the icon. Thank you, Fabian.
7.6% here for Mobileye. Daily chart doesn't really tell the story, but nice gap anyways. But guys, back above 1250 here. What a move down this has been. But yeah, Intel comes out, confirms that they have, quote unquote, no plans to divest their majority stake in the company.
There's a couple aspects of this that are really fascinating. For one, Mobileye down about 73% as of yesterday's close on a year-to-date basis. So that is not a great look. It's also worth noting here, we actually had contradicting a report from Bloomberg earlier this month saying that Intel was looking to sell. Intel itself saying that they want to continue to invest in this company, but they want to give it some more operational independence. So we'll have to see how this unfolds for MBLY. Kind of an interesting area here in the daily chart. If you look at this gap that we have coming down here, let's see if we can reclaim this level we're holding right now around 1260s.
8.5%. My apologies. Trade idea is not updating, but our platform is here, guys. What a move here today.
Yeah, it's up 8-9%, but you know, look, it's only done 300,000 shares worth of volume. I feel like if you want to deal with if you want to get into automated driving, then Alphabet and Tesla, your tickets. Don't forget, I mean, Tesla, they got the robotaxi event. It's easy to forget about this, but we're just a couple of weeks away from the robotaxi event for Tesla, which is going to be a big one on the 10th for them. So Mobileye, I think, is a bit of a pass for me. I mean, usually I just say, hey, look, you have a double top the last 2 days, you're gapped above it, go dip buying into 1230. Well, when there's no liquidity on the stock, then who knows what kind of a bid there's going to be if it gets down to a price like that. No clue. Mobileye's never been all that liquid. But Intel is, down's not the right word because it's up 2%, technically speaking. And I've said it a few times, this is the stock that's the furthest of the tech names that's the furthest removed from yesterday's highs that I have seen, which, so while it's up 2%, does put it in the relatively weak bucket. It's a pretty clean double or triple top in here around 2180, and it would take some work for it to get there. But it has the most room to resistance of everything that I've looked at this morning, which I don't think is too much of a surprise. So if it gets there, I think it's still a bit of a short. Disregarding this, I mean, the news is obviously not the best. I think some people wanted to see them do that, and that was part of the restructure that everyone thought was going to be a big deal, but they're not. So is what it is here with Intel, and it's still underneath resistance at 2180.
Yeah, Mobileye 13% short float. You know, obviously has a chance to go, but what a disaster this has been. I mean, if your name's attached to Intel in any way, this is what's probably going to happen. Huge move to the downside, complete disaster. Intel's only good thing they've already sold, that was ARM. Look, yesterday we had Intel on the sticky note at 2180. We actually have this tick from yesterday. And so that's just been an absolute monster trade. It was great yesterday. I had no idea how far it was going to be going down. I mean, I posted a lot of trades yesterday, that's for sure. Here it is right here. So we had this tick yesterday. There it is right there, 2170. What wound up happening, we were getting out of these pieces. We wound up covering, I think it was 21.25 down there for the bottom. But that was yesterday, right? And I think that we have some ideas today. Was on the sticky note there for yesterday. I like Intel up at these same levels. I mean, again, it's not rocket science. There's the short that we had yesterday right here. There's what happened to it. It came back. What an opportunity again to have hit that same level yesterday. Bang to the downside. So if you get anything up there again and you don't take it, again, maybe you're not looking at the stock. And if I'm not looking at it, then I can't take it. So maybe this is a stock that I'm going to put an offer at right here for Intel. 2180, 2190. So right up into there. It's a short. It was such an easy trade yesterday. Let's just try to make it again. If we lose, we lose. But We're here to make trades and make some money. Yesterday was a monster day. Let's see if we can continue it today. 5 minutes until imbalances.
DJT, yeah, about 5 minutes to go here. DJT downside to the tune of about 4.5% here this morning. Lots of different angles and lots of different opinions on when this lockup actually comes to an end for Trump media. Long story short, basically the terms were if it's above $12, it's the 19th. If it dipped below $12, it would have been the 25th. So, I mean, according to the selling here this morning, I would suggest it's today.
That's certainly the angle that we seem to be getting the most of here. We also had Barron's reporting that it's the 20th, so there's a lot of different dates being thrown around here. What's really interesting, though, of course, is that big move up we had on Friday the 13th when we had Donald Trump saying in a rally that he has no intentions of selling his stake. So this could be interesting. We'll have to wait and see how this all unfolds. But either way, a stock to watch today.
Yeah, trying to bounce right now. Back about 15 here, guys, for DJT.
Balance that just came out. NEO leading the way for a 1 million share imbalance. I actually thought maybe DJT just had one, but it's NASDAQ, so no. But it just popped back through 15. Look, whether he sells or not, the trend has been suggesting that this is probably headed lower. I feel like a stock like this is always a short till it's not for me. And a lot of times when you get those big squeeze moves, it gives you an opportunity, if you're patient enough, to go into the up to go pop and fade. Now, $16 just underneath yesterday's high seems obvious. And then, 15.5. If it climbs above 15.5, that was the clear support before we had this move to the downside. I think along the lines of its expiration, if nobody sells at the open, no big sell imbalances, no big orders come in, it could easily squeeze. People might take that as he's not selling. But I just want to be laid back and patiently waiting for it to curl. I'm not really looking for a long on DJT today. I'm just looking for a failed break of a key high, 1550 for 16. If 16 breaks, then I'll just wait and play it by ear, look for a trend reversal on DJT. So I think it's going to do some volume today. There's no questions about that. And probably for the next few days, it's going to be in play. But I just want to be patient with it because I'm favoring the short. I had to pay for locates, but they were super cheap here at real trading, just about a cent a share.
All-time highs for Palantir today again, man, or not all-time, 52-week highs, 37.11. We talked about the all-time highs were sort of when we were going sort of meme crazy there. But there goes Palantir again, nice move upside, up 1.68%. Again, a little bit of caution, because it's not up as much as the market. So I have it written down here on the sticky note that we could possibly get a 36 dip. And I don't think that that's unheard of. It's been wild off the open some days. I mean, yesterday, a huge move up. I mean, the market continued until that pullback, and then this actually there traded pretty similarly to the rest of the market on Fed, like up and down and couldn't find its way, but started to get going there in the after hours. Then today enjoys this nice move up. But I'm looking at right into here, 36s, to see some kind of support. So I'm going to start the buying at 36.50 here on Palantir, and then we'll see about a little bit lower. Patience has been so key on this name. Like, it was my worst stock, I think, what day is it? Thursday, maybe Monday or Tuesday. And then we put it back on the next day and was able to make money. And it was about trying to be patient, trying to catch some of these moves. Like the last time we were at, what just happened? Okay, I just got long on Amazon right now. So Amazon just pulled into 189, which is fine. We're right there right now. We're at long at 189. Oh, well, look at the spread. The spread is huge right now. There it is. All right, we'll just take 85 cents right there on Amazon as it just went up and down right there. Again, huge spread right now for Amazon. Let's just punch out again, Neil. Wow, okay. The Dollar Club is already trying to be in the business here. There it is, man. It's Amazon. It's on the sticky note, and it's along at 189. I mean, we're sitting there right there at the 200 period moving average. It hit once, came back in there, dropped through. I don't know, maybe it went all the way down. Nice move in there, 189 and change. Stick with your rules. This might already be good enough today, but let's just wait to see what happens with Amazon. Wow, Christmas comes early on that name. It's 9/28. But in order to be there, you got to be good. You got to be putting your bids out. We talked about it, Neil. The only bid we had out was Amazon. So props up to anybody there that followed your boy on that.
Yeah, great look there on Amazon. And oddly enough, I checked. It was a buying balance that just came out on Amazon. So it's not even a selling balance. It's small. It's 200,000 shares. It's NEO, which is growing, but I'm just going to quickly show you guys. NEO was 1 million shares and growing. Palantir actually a little bit bigger than it was a second ago, 300,000. NIO, despite that, just so you guys can see, despite a buy imbalance, actually ticking lower. So I'm going to call that a little bit of a nothing burger. Just because it's an imbalance one direction or the other does not mean it has to run. We didn't really mention Apple. Apologies, I know we had a lot to get over today. Apple, 225.5, big resistance level. I do like Apple for longs. We liked it in the afternoon yesterday, playing some dip buys into it. Pre-market lows as well, looking pretty solid for AAPL. But you know what? It's post-Fed. We got our 50-point basis cut, but we got the bell, the first one since the 50% cut, brought to you by Firefly Neurosciences. So, Dara, let's ring it. Ooh, that was a little bit delayed. Thank you. You're going to have to ring it in 3, 2, and 1. The market's open now, Dara. Thank you. Little delay on my screen.
All right, so we're out of already 40% of Amazon. Let's see. We were expecting a little bit of a pullback in the market here off the open. We talked about that even in our tweet there. So let's wait to see what happens. Nice move down for Amazon. We'll buy a little bit more down here at 189, understanding that we're already in and don't need this to bleed too much back now. So all right, we'll wait. So we'll wait for that. I'm at 190. 190.50 is where I'm at. We actually just got missed there. Did come back up to the upside. All right, Google is dropping in. This was a name that I talked about breaking higher on Google, but this name's been broken for a minute, right? So coming into the 200 period, moving average rate now, 162.50, maybe worth a little bit of a buy here on Google. What's up, Adara?
News here and then move to Amazon. This actually came out right before the bell as we got that move up, but Amazon posting on its blog a couple of updates here, both related to AI. First, they're launching this generative AI-based selling assistant they're calling Project Amelia. They also have launched this AI video generator. So this is on the About Amazon blog. AMZN on watch here with regards to that, again, coming out right before the bell, guys.
All right, we're not trying to play around anymore right now. We've got Google on board right here. We're long at 80s. Let's see if it can go. Google right now. Let's see about this play as we go. Dollar in the money on Amazon, 20, 30 cents on Google, but watching out for 162.50 to break in order to get out.
Yeah, it's already back above 163. I'm talking about Google there. But guess what broke out the high? Nvidia just took it out. AMD did not. So, yeah, way to go, AMD. AMD is not breaking, but you're through yesterday's highs on Nvidia. So the one that you thought was stronger does not want to go, and the one that was languishing, now 4% to the upside. So 117.30 was yesterday's top. Apologies about the wicks on Nvidia here. I'm looking for a pullback into prior resistance. So we can try to get a dip here, 117.5 on Nvidia. That's yesterday's high. A bit tough to see in there with the wick on that chart. And AMD actually not moving. It's up 3.5 points, and it's about a 20-30 cent range so far on advanced micro devices. It is getting close to breaking out the high. I do have an order to break out on AMD, but it's Nvidia that decided to go first.
Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go, guys. So far, so good. Google trying to go. We are long into Palantir, but we're giving this one some room, baby, on Palantir. So we are not heavy into this name at all. We're going to give it a little bit, man. It just went into 36.40. We can put another bid down there, 36 like 20s. If that comes in, great. Right now, it's my day is just kind of resting on whatever Google winds up doing right now. We got some out there on the top side. If the futures go, obviously, I think this name can go, but it's not doing what I thought it would do. So we'll switch up on that one in a bit. I'm going to take another piece out here on Amazon, although I feel like it's a little bit early to do that, but I don't want to get caught here thinking long. We talked about a possible fade off the open. So let's take another piece. I mean, 190 is, okay, well, here comes 190 now. Wow, that's a good one. All right, so there goes Amazon. I mean, our number one trade idea for the day is big. So let's see, here we go. Take out 190, and then we'll see about Amazon trying to go a little bit higher on that one. Market needs to get going. If this Google is going to work, though, I might buy a little bit more down here.
Yeah, Google is, like, it gave you the first push, but it's stalled at 163 for sure. AMD still nothing, looking for that dip buy in Nvidia, but nothing's really changed here. Everybody, hit that like, hit that subscribe. It's a subs-only chat. So if you want to ask us questions, a name we're not going over, then hit that subscribe so you can join the chat and the great community that we have of trading. I did pay for locates on DJT. The first thing it did was completely fail a 15 break and catching a bid here at 1480. So I'm going to look to short the pop here on DJT. Would like to get it at the 15 level and give it up into the 1520. Just going to make sure I have a stop order going through. But power move in Nvidia currently, it might not dip back into VWAP in the 117.5 here, but I want to be obliged by the fact that the market is coming down. So the NASDAQ is not dripping down all that big, but if you're pulling back and you want to long somewhere, then you should be patiently waiting for the market to come to you. Although, should be short Intel with this market coming down like this.
I mean, short Intel's never been wrong.
It's breaking the lows.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just like, I'm really just sitting in Google right now. There we go. We get a fill there at 163. This is going to be a big position for me, so we'll just wait. Should we go long on Palantir? People in the chat are asking. No. I mean, I'm long now, but I'm long pretty small. We talked about where we wanted to get this trade back into here, so I'm bidding a little lower than where we are right now on Palantir. I mean, I guess because we're dripping, I could add a little bit to this position now. My next add on PLTR, let me just find out where it was. It was at 21s, so I am expecting a little bit of a lower push. Well, there we go. It takes some now at 39s. But yeah, I feel like if we break this 36, then we could just get the heck out. 36, 36.09, so that's Palantir right now. The market's kind of doing mess stuff right now, but it looks like Google wants to push back. Again, this market doesn't go, then we are gone. We are not trying to reinvent the wheel. Like I said yesterday, we're just going to try to play the names. I like this drip on Google. We're going to try to buy it ahead of this 200 period moving average. So that's what I'm doing. We're going to see if it can support. Palantir going the wrong way, and we're getting lighter and lighter. As we mentioned, we're out of 60% of Amazon now. So I still think Amazon has a chance to go. Market's pretty low right now. I don't want to play the futures yet. I still want to look at equity. But right here comes Google right into that level. So it looks like it wants to break this 162.50. Yep, there it goes.
Yeah, it does not hold on. Well, it's trying to. 162.4 is where my stop is going to be.
That did not.
Sorry about this chart on Nvidia. I was able to get rid of the wick, but I got rid of a few other things too. So the lower high on Nvidia, ignore VWAP on this chart for a second. 117.5. The previous high was 117.3. It actually held on to that and is now breaking back and attempting to get back into the 18 level. Nope, there goes Alphabet. So slap the fail on that one, as Google does not look good anymore. Yeah, I could not hold on. We had that 162.4 written.
We need a short.
We're playing that long into it, but you just broke it down. So unfortunately, no good there. Intel, I still feel like this one is a fade, but it actually bounced. It was breaking the pre-market low, and it's actually trying to bounce now. So the resistance up at the 70 level, but the lower high, 21.5. We'll wait for it to pop. Just have to be patient with this. I don't want to be shorting something at the bottom here with the market up. I mean, the NASDAQ is still up 2 points here. So I don't want to be shorting something at the lows. That feels a little bit like a dangerous game to be played. Although DJT won't even let me into the short. That's a different story. I don't care what the market's doing with regards to that stock. I just tried to short it back through 15. No fill. It's continuing lower here on DJT, down 5%. It's trying to kid it at VWAP. Nvidia is holding on, but it bounced off the $0.50 and can't even break 118 now. So you're right, you got the $0.50 the first time. It can't seem to do it a second time just yet. So one of the stronger stocks, struggling a bit, although holding the upside. Like to get DJT short, and we'll have to be patient when it comes to Intel. Don't want to short bottoms here, not today.
Yeah, I'm just looking here to make sure that we have some trades that we want. We did buy back into Amazon, so this came into the 200 period. So we bought some more Amazon here at 2032s. Well, I did have a 25 bid that didn't fill. So if that comes back in, that will fill. But if this breaks through 189, then we're going to be out of this one as well. And then we have a position now that we're long at 36.36 here on Palantir. So we said that this is kind of the levels that we wanted to talk about. We posted it up there. So we'll hold long on Palantir and see if that one wants to continue to work. Google's
it's Apple.
Is Apple's going right now? Yeah, I mean Apple went yesterday and just kept on going, and it's doing the same thing today. We made a lot of money on Apple, and we weren't into it till very late on the 220 break. So we'll do some more work on Apple. What's up, Adara?
This one pulling back a little bit here, but still up more than 100%, increasing volume off the open. This one initially popped here earlier today after they basically released a press statement saying that they were a fan of or applauding here that announcement between Microsoft and BlackRock from a few days ago, saying they're looking to invest $30 billion in AI infrastructure. So Resolve just making a positive press statement about this announcement, pushing it up more than 100%. So RZLV on watch here, lots of social media attention as well, guys.
Yeah, let's floss it off. I mean, here we are, man. You guys asked me about Palantir. I gave you the levels. We're all over this level. There, bang, what a move right there for Palantir. Yes, sir. We'll take that 20 cents now in the money. We just got a 54 right now out on PLTR. Let's go. Back up there to the upside. A big, big trade for me on Palantir. Also, let's revisit getting some more out of yeah, let's get some more out here on, I just put an offer, a little hesitant to do it, but 189.88 is where we're offering right now on Amazon. Hopefully that can continue to fly a little bit higher here. I really like the long here, which is why I'm hesitant to get out of it, but we did buy this into the 200 period, like Amazon here today. I don't know why I'm exactly at 88. I just pushed offer. There it is.
Because it's a great number.
Yeah, it must be a great number. So there it goes right there. Nice move to the upside right here. It's a green day, but we did lose out there on Google. So we'll see if Google can get back to the upside here. 162.60 maybe is the take, but good look there on Apple, 226.50.
Apple is absolutely screaming to the upside. I'm going to have to use my 15-minute chart for Nvidia, but obviously, it's through yesterday's highs. It's now through the highs from all week. Through 118.5. I'm trailing to this top in here, but we get to 119. That was a key closing price. We break 119. I'm slapping another trail on that one. But it's Apple, man. It is always Apple.
Apple, man.
See, and this is, you know what? I have a theory about this, although I feel like when people get a little bit scared about the Apple news, when it's like, oh, demand is bad and all that stuff, that's the moment when it gets the strength. And maybe you want to prioritize it when it breaks out. So it's through 226. Let me just cancel. I'm just going to cancel my bids at VWAP in here because a VWAP retrace when Apple does this tends to be a little bit useless. So it's just continuing to go. I want to look to buy the dips. Just going to have to find a place to join this trend here on Apple. Nvidia flying. And you know what? Tesla is through that 235 as well. So bye-bye Tesla through yesterday's highs. So I want to make sure everyone can see that 235 was a big level, and it just continues to carry on through Adara.
Nice pop off the open here for JD.com. Some of these Chinese ADRs, including JD, most specifically Alibaba, making a move today. We did have Alibaba announcing the launch of over 100 open language or open source AI models, including some text to video tools. So JD and some of these other ADRs pushing higher off of that announcement, currently up about 6%, guys.
I mean, we're up $1 on Amazon. We're up 40 cents on Palantir. We're up 30 cents on Google. But you know what we forgot to look at? Tesla, we just talked about it. I have this written on the sticky note. It was, and I just forgot, we forgot to look at it, and I forgot completely. 235 long there written on Tesla. We were looking for break trades, and unfortunately, I mean, great for the, I mean, some of the guys behind us have it, so great for them. But there's 235, man. It is really rocking right there. So good break of that 235 up to 237. But you know what? No Tesla, no cry, baby, because we have bigger and better trades, I feel like, on for myself with Palantir. Great dip buy opportunities right back up to VWAP. Tesla's the best name. I mean, that looks like it's the best for sure. Amazon right here on a given trade to everybody for this one, 190 and change. We just went up to 190.20. I'm going to offer that now. I was at 190.50. If we can get this one singing, we'll do that. Google, we're back in it. We got some good outs there. We did buy one, what are we long at? 60, 73s there. We got out 88s and 90s on a move up. So all is well over here, man. We're gonna go 2 for 3 with Google still pending and hopefully making that move back up. But missed trade of the day. It's not. I mean, it's missed by me because I just didn't look at my own notes here. But Tesla, great trade there. Nice move to the upside. But Palantir, boy, oh boy, this is a good move here for PLTR. A 50-cent winner on this $36 name. We'll take that for now as we'll wait. Amazon's $1, Palantir's a monster, and Google looks like it just wants to do its own damn thing. Yeah, so that 119, so I just got out of, you'll see I'm now out of Nvidia, that 119 level that we mentioned. It just curled there. Sorry, my 3-minute chart's doing that thing again, but it is what it is. So we got the 117 half dip buy. Now we're out looking for another reload just quickly because it's starting to come back in here. Yesterday's highs, 117.3. I think we're going to have to wait around and say that if that happens, it's not good. But the 118 level should be the lower high to work into now for Nvidia. And then just before we move on here, Meta hasn't broken out yet. So super strong day, 2%. It's basically an inside day. The market takes the high. Remember, Meta is the only one of the Mag 7 that's making an all-time high today.
So if it takes out the top, it is a blue sky setup for META. Just want to make sure we have that one for you. Tesla was a bit of a missed opportunity. And then Apple, of course, I want to join this one if we can get it. I need it to pull back in. The even dollar seems like an obvious level at the 226 if we can pick this one up back in, or maybe VWAP if we get lucky. So we're out of Nvidia for now. We're going to look to dip buy as the market's trying to come back in here. The ES is breaking lower right now. So I feel like it made sense to take profit on some longs. I'm wondering what's dragging. I know why the Nasdaq's strong. We've seen all the names that are taking it upside, but something's really dragging the ES down here as it's about to get to yesterday's tops.
Or we're going to take Apple if it takes 227. I mean, it wants to go. So I think Apple's definitely going to be a play there to look at. Look, we get that Amazon trade, man. We talked about sitting there at 190.20. I mean, we got it. That came right in. Bang. Big time trade on that one. Big time trade on Amazon, of course. And then Palantir, we're just getting some more outs up here. I like the VWAP trade. We just get a 62. It's right here, right now. I like the stock. I feel like the next one I'm going to be into, though, is Apple. Google dropped again, so we're not layering into this by any stretch. We're just trying it there. We got out, we got in, we got out. Like, it's, unfortunately, it was this drop right into here when we broke the 200. That's going to be our blemish today so far. So loss on Google there, win everywhere else. We'll go 2 for 3, but Google is not a good trade. So we'll wait. Maybe these wicks will mean something down to 162.
Apple.
If there's something there, there's something there. But yeah, Apple's the one that we're looking at here, trying to go through 220. I missed it?
It's gone. It already went.
Oh, it didn't trigger. Why did not? Oh, for some reason that didn't even trigger. All right, so 227. Oh, no, it did. I was only bid 05. Oh, that's too bad. Apple just went ripping there to the upside. We missed that trade. That's my bad.
Yeah, you know what?
I'm going to get into it anyway.
It's going to give the dip right back in here, I think. Apple. So
I'd hope so, but I don't know.
Yeah, let's just. You know what? And this is something we talked about. Yes. Wait a minute. Hold on. Why did my order go out? Give me 1 second there. I thought I just. There we go. Just picked up 5s. No, we talked about this with stop orders. When you use a stop order, it matters your execution profile on it. Are you marketing into position, guaranteeing yourself a fill? Are you using a limit order and use a more aggressive limit order? I missed yesterday on IWM the breakout on the Fed number because I did not have aggressive order. So I'm back in this. Well, not back in. We're in for the first time on AAPL. Want to see if we can join this trend. And at the end of the day, you know, win, lose, or draw, you want to be in the names that move. And you want to find them the right way. You want to have the right execution platform. If you want to take a breakout trade, truth be told, I mean, we do it all the time. You want to have the right order types. And you can see my stop's underneath the quarters, by the way. If we lose the 3 quarters, I'm going to jump out of Apple because this market's coming into the downside. But you know what? The campus program's back, everybody. And for all of you in Canada, if you want to trade, you have a passion for trading, then this is for you. Trade real money, gain real experience. Check out realtrading.com campus if you're into it. Thank you, Apple, for not holding. Love ya. But that's why we move on to the next. We get a market introduction phase 1. That's what it's all about, starting from the basics, ground up, build yourself into a profitable and professional trader. Then you go into the platform, which is P Pro 8. Every single market is available in P Pro 8. You've got multiple gateways, pretty much everything out there, multiple stop orders, lots of ways to execute in the market. From there, you're going to go into TMS, which is a simulator, one-on-one trading all throughout that program. You're in it for 4 weeks, get a nice certificate at the end. I haven't had a look at it, but hey, you get a certificate, but that's not what you're here for. You're there to go live.
Did that just
Phase 4, live trading. Earn real money, trade real stocks, one-on-one coaching from the boys in the back, ongoing goals for you to be able to become a funded trader. 16 hours a week of trading. So it can be part-time for you. You can have a side gig. You don't have to be a student, even though it's called a campus program, but you do have to be in Canada. You do have to have a passion for the markets, and you do have to put the time and effort in. But you don't have to put any money because it's free. That's the campus program. Scan the QR code, which I do believe was up, and check the link in the description of this video, or go to realtrading.com/campus. Get your trading journey started today. So I did not hold through the first time, but a break like this, I'm willing to take a second time through. AMD, by the way, has not broken that high. It's 50 cents away. I'm still going long AMD, even though we got into Nvidia. I still like that AMD breakout, which is 50 cents away.
Okay. Yeah, we didn't hold either, but we did punch back in there, as Neil was mentioning there, on Apple. So so far so good.
Still strong.
Let's just see, man. We're basically, well, we're not flat on it. We're down on the stock right now because of all those shenanigans. So let's see if we can continue to do something like that here on AAPL. Hopefully, it will rip higher and higher and higher as we have a big position on it. So dropping down through the quarter point again would be probably where we would want to exit on the out. But let's try to let this one go a little bit. Palantir continues to be king around here for sure. Good trade there for me on Palantir as it continues. We are very, very light now on Amazon. I'm not going to reload this. I'm just going to be dancing with Apple now and have to watch this trade. Like I said, we have shares on this name. So if we can, manage to have this one even just 20 more cents higher, something like that. We just got some out at 22s there on Apple. It's pretty violent right now. I mean, I'm not going to say this has been an easy trade.
I'm offering Reggie Miller.
Yeah, okay. 31's up there. I think that there's an opportunity for that.
I didn't think you'd get that.
You didn't think I'd get that? Come on, man. Like I said, not just a pretty face over here.
Oh.
Okay, there it goes. Yeah, there goes the drip down. So Reggie Miller or
Why
not.
am I not short
we're not
something?
getting that. There it goes. Nice move back on there for Apple with the pull back in. Maybe it just doesn't want to go. But I still like the long. I don't want to give up on it. We're not really down that much on this stock. Here for Apple, we're still holding a small piece, but yeah, move downside right there for AAPL, not good.
Yeah, it just lost that quarter again, so I'm still having to fail in the breakout. But, ultimately, it should have been the first breakout that we had. Let's be real. Did not get the first one. We're chasing a bit. I mean, Intel's giving you lower highs to short at this point, while the market is reversing. It's frustrating because the market's reversing to the lows, and it's like, what's the one stock that I was thinking short that wasn't DJT? It was Intel. And I am anchored to the highs the last 2 days. And getting anchored to prices instead of just playing the trend can be a bit of a problem. If it holds this trend of lower highs, there isn't much of an excuse not to be in this trade. So that's the open, that's there. If you hold the trend, got to be going into the short for Intel. As for other things that are sort of looking relatively weak,
The market.
no, Micron is a dumpster fire is not the right word, but this broke the low a long time ago and is
Dumpster fire is
making
always
fresh
the right
ones.
word.
No. Intel, I feel like you can't call something a dumpster fire when Intel is much worse than Micron.
Fair.
Relatively speaking, I'll be honest, it's just the worst stock.
What is Intel doing?
But Micron is about to go red and much weaker than the other chip names. At least everything that I've seen here. So this is the one that's truly dumping in here is Micron. Let's go to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial. Also worth noting here, guys, we have Progeny here, PGNY. This one ran a couple days ago as well. Right now, though, actually down about 30% despite a decent move up here off the open. Last night, it said that they had a client who basically chose to exercise a 90-day option, terminating its services agreement with the company. That's effective as of January 1st. Also getting a price target decrease from Truist. Off the back of that news, JMP Securities downgrading the stock. So PGNY trying to push up higher, but that negative catalyst on watch with a 10% short float, guys.
Okay. Again, we tweeted this out earlier. We talked about it on the show. We said, can these levels hold? Could there be a sell-off early on? And that's exactly what's happened. There's been a big sell-off here early on. And yeah, I was like, what, the Nasdaq's back at 20,000? I think a lot of people woke up and probably thought the same thing there. Did I just put the wrong? Oh, I didn't. That's the wrong stop. Oh, no, I want to buy more Amazon. Okay. I was giving Amazon some room down there, and I guess I had a stop breaking 189 because we didn't do anything. Amazon's my number one stock. It's a great one today. Lots of profit there on Amazon. But the thing is that I just meant to get longer down here and not stop out. All right, because I want to give this a little bit of room. If the market does rebound, if and buts, right? There could be a lot of selling today. We talked about that. But right here for Amazon, this is the level for the Nasdaq, 19,960. So not great right now, but a little bit of a move back up. So for Amazon, I was kind of trying to do the same thing. It's clear skies, but it was this area right here, 1875. So 188.75, 188, 75 for Amazon. Apple's pulling in nicely too, right? So we're long right now. What just happened there again on Apple? I don't know why I have more shares here. Did it break above or something?
It broke above 27.
It broke above and came back. So we have, okay, I'm going to get some out here at 90s. I didn't realize that we were, I wanted to punch in, but the market's not doing the right thing here. So I want to be more focused on Amazon, but we are into Apple right now. So I'm going to take a little bit of risk off of this name and then see if it wants to continue to go higher or not. But for me right now, I feel like the better trade is a stock that I believe in a little bit more right now is Amazon. But Apple's been super strong, so I don't want to leave this name either.
Yeah, so there was just a liquidity grab there on Nvidia underneath VWAP. So it came right back to our original entry price. Sorry about this chart. This is the one that's giving me troubles. But back above VWAP, it's looking pretty solid in here. I'm going to get in if we pull back into VWAP, just a re-entry point into Nvidia. I still think Apple it's holding strength pretty well, but it almost needs to either just take out the fresh high or maybe the money fills are underneath 227. You know, if that's the case, and that's what I want to try to grab there, but Nvidia looking good. I am going to get, if we break down on Intel, I'd take it, but the market's trying to go back up, so I want to concern myself with getting back into some of these longs there. I cleared out of them, and now look at the acceleration. So just try to get some 18s there on Nvidia, but now the curl is really starting to come in. I got to double check. Wait a minute, I did not get AMD breaking out. Okay, it's still here. That's
this
weird.
Is why we never
AMD just broke out 154 half was the top. Also a double top in here today, but we got it now. We liked AMD, oddly enough, at the open more than Nvidia, and now it's playing a little bit of catch up, although up 4%, 4.3% when Nvidia is up 4.5%. You almost can't tell the difference, to be honest.
All right, guys, bang, 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 bang. As we go, man. I mean, we talked about we want to focus on Amazon. Boom. Did we ever want to focus on Amazon? We said we were not going anywhere with Apple. Bang, we're not going anywhere with Apple. We said we wanted to trade Palantir today. There it is. We're back into Palantir again. So far, so good here on the day. Let's just see if we can keep the good times rolling. So out some more at Palantir at the 50 period. You got to do that, man. And then Apple, we had orders that were still here from before. 17s, 20s. My best out on Apple is a 30. So good outs there for Apple. As we did buy that break, we talked about that. I looked over and was like, what price are we even long here? I thought we got dip buys in Apple, but we did not. We were actually bidding 50s. That's where I thought we got them, but I turned over to Neil and I was like, what just happened? Liquidity grab to the upside there for Apple. And it looks like it wants to keep going. So yeehaw on that one. We'll see if Apple continues to be that stock for us here. For me here today. And it's not, we're still going to be down on it. We went back and forth too much with Apple and wound up punching out. So we're going to hold, whenever I say I'm down on something, it's the realized trading. I'm still obviously holding a piece here. So thinking that Apple is done for today is a mistake. I think Apple has a lot of room to run. I think we could see 230. I'm going to put an offer in and around, that's the NASDAQ. What am I looking at? That right here is Apple. I mean, that's 228. That's sort of that top there, 228.30. So I think there's an opportunity there again for Apple. So we'll see if it can continue to run up. We'll put something at 227 change, but for right now, I definitely am liking the stock here.
So liquidity grab just usually means that a stock will break a key level, spend a short amount of time doing a bunch of volume beneath if it's lower or above if it's higher, and then slam back. So it breaks that key price just to get a bunch of people trapped on the other side of a key level, and then it immediately reverses. So it did one of those. Hopefully that makes sense. You know what? Let's make the lesson of the day liquidity grabs maybe, and I'll go over that more in depth at noon for everybody.
Yep.
So speaking of liquidity grabs, there might have been one to the downside on DJT underneath 15. It's now starting to squeeze to the upside. So if it breaks out, I never got the open pop and fade, so I'm not going to just short it here because it happens to be at the same level. I think that would just be nonsensical and foolish. I can be more patient than that. I'll wait for 16 if it continues to break higher. AMD, however, so Nvidia just pulled back again. And AMD does not maintain the breakout. So it broke, it pulled into 155, 154.94 was actually the high, and then right back underneath the breakout price. So got to look for VWAP. If it's a breakout, great. A breakout is much different from a dip buy in my books. The dip buy to me has to hold trend or hold support. The breakout has to work right away or I'm not that interested in it. So the breakout we did like, we took it. We can wait for the trend, but Nvidia's already made a bit of a trend that we participated in once. So if I'm going to trend trade, I'd rather do the one that's already worked for me on Nvidia. Still not short Intel because it hasn't really set up yet. But I do want to short it. I just want to make sure we get it off a good resistance level with regards to Intel. Market's still up 2 points. Like I said, I want to be careful about shorting things that are near the bottoms.
Yeah, for sure. We just did the same thing there, similar thinking on Apple, and that is that if we can get some out, we just talked about it, we got some more out in the 30s there on the move higher. But, I mean, it looks like we're going to lose right here on Amazon. We were able to take some tops out there, but it looks like it's fading back out. So it's only 10 o'clock. Okay, there it is. Where's my Amazon out? Oh, pretty soon right now. Just breaking through the 70s here will be the out. So that was close. That was lucky. I'm going to put something out now in the 90s if we can get that back up. A little bit right there of a whoosh and then a move back up. Let's see if we can take advantage. I'm at 92s right now to get some more. Give me, there it goes. Okay, good. We got a little bit out there on the way back from that trade. So, so far so good here on a little bit of a reload for Amazon, but it just almost took us out. These numbers are going to be important. Let's go to Adara.
Seconds away from some housing data. Okay, we just got in here. Existing home sales here. 3.86 million here for the month of August. That is below estimates of 3.9 million. Existing home sales change on a month-over-month basis. Also lower than expected, negative 2.5% here versus estimates of negative 1.27%. Also seeing some here of positive 0.9%. Different estimates either way, the number we got here much lower. We also have the U.S. leading index change on a month-over-month basis, negative 2%, so slightly higher here than what we were expecting, about negative 3%. So let's see what happens here with regards to the market. Still chopping and churning here, coming into some pretty key previous support here for the S&P 500, up about 1.5%. So not near its high, but definitely recovering off that initial flush on the open. Nasdaq looking pretty similar here as we see the market continue to react to yesterday's somewhat surprising decision for the FOMC to cut rates by 50 basis points for the first time since 2008. Some individual stocks on watch here include Mobileye. This one making new high days off of that number. Intel saying that they actually don't have any plans to divest their stake in Mobileye, which actually contradicts a Bloomberg report from earlier this month. We also have here DJT. This is Trump Media and Communications. This one down on the day still, but definitely off of its lows. Their lockup period for Donald Trump to be able to sell his shares is reportedly set to expire today. So DJT definitely on watch here, guys.
We got a bit. Okay, I was like, what just happened there? That's what just happened. We like that one right there. Apple up to 227.60. Like I said, man, do not close the book on this name right here. We were talking about being red on it. Let's see what happens now with Apple as there it goes, man. Just trade. Honestly, Neil, we talk about this all the time, man. Just trade the names that you get that feel on. Both you and I, we battled so much with Apple here at 227. Like, 4 times basically trying it. There it is. Wow. Good move up there for Apple. Stick with it as it just continues to go. My guy Neil over here, very frustrated. His charting seems to not be cooperating. And I said he's a better man than I because I could not put up with keep reloading my charts. That is for sure. But
well, you know, compared to the
good luck with that. Apple's $1.
Compared to the grade 2 drama that I had going on last night, it's absolutely nothing.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
I wish it was a story I could tell you guys, but it doesn't involve my kids, so I have to abstain from it. But there was some drama yesterday in our household involving grade 2. But the upward trend. So it is what it is. I'm going to be missing a little bit of data on my Nvidia chart on a 3-minute. And apparently the 15 is not going to be obliging either. So going to look for this higher low, see if we can still get them. Glad Apple's going. I fought it and lost and am not in it anymore. I'm going to see if I can join Nvidia. The other one that's making the power moves that we were mentioning, I mean, obviously you can see Tesla through that 235. It's still going. And clearly at this point, like it's a blue sky setup. If we want to... All right, I'm just going to go trade ideas in here. Yeah, there you go. Now it's starting to fill in here. So you're not too far detached when you consider this 235 that you can't just get a dip into prior highs or join that trend. But I feel like it's Nvidia that I want to get back into. I wanted to make sure you guys saw that. Nvidia's got plenty of room to get to 120 if we're going to continue this trend. We did have it once. We do want to try jumping on VWAP. I'm a little bit cautious here with VWAP because the money fills have been underneath. When I say the money fills, the best longs have been under VWAP, and getting anchored to VWAP can be a bit of an issue. So 117.5 still looks pretty good, but 118 holding out. And then if the market's going higher like this and Intel can't break, I really do have to consider if we fail VWAP here, that's just trend continuation for potential short. So everything kind of looks a little bit better for me. Going to get back on over to Nvidia because I feel like that should be the next trade, regardless of what the chart looks like. This 118 looking pretty solid. If we end up just taking out the top, you have room to 121. So a breakout has lots of room to work over there on Nvidia still. But I'm going to try and get in on VWAP. Down to Sky, PayPal not on your radar, looking good. Yeah, the payment name I liked, technically, did not set up. So I'm not going to sit there and catch a falling knife and affirm. It dipped right into that 45 and did not have a bid. PayPal trending higher. That looks very good. And then SoFi would have been the other one. And SoFi is not breaking 850. So I said SoFi needs to break 850 or I'm not interested. SoFi went to $8.48. And now it's getting back above VWAP. Okay. It's trying to go, but 850 was a level for me. I need to break that.
I mean, it's official now, finally. Now we're $1 in the money. I mean, there goes Apple. I mean, Apple just keeps on going higher. Obviously, we look over and we say we have 20% of what's left of our trade. So, too bad. But nice move up, man. I mean, we said that there was a 228 coming through. It came through. It's gorgeous and it's fantastic. So we like that trade as well. And then again, the number one P&L name for me today will be this guy right here, Amazon, as that looks like that will continue to be a big trade to the upside as we were just holding out. We've never gotten stopped out yet today on Amazon. So good trading. We almost got stopped out. We talked about that quarter break right there. Give it a little bit more room. There goes Apple right now. I mean, you are really starting to break. I'm going to put an offer right now. Take a piece at the quarters. I feel like you got to do that. Take a piece out once it gets up to this level. So let's do that again. We've already tweeted this out. It's been a big play for us. Google's been a disaster, as I thought. This is the only stock we're red on. This has been a name here that I thought would go, and it didn't. So Google, unfortunately, now trying to find a base down there. I mean, I still like the stock, but we can't like it if it's doing this. So trade relative strength, not weakness. This name's been weak. The market's basically where it was at open now, and Google's still down about 2 points there, right? So it was opening at 164, down to 162 right now, and actually looking worse. So yeah, not in love by any stretch with this stock. So it's Google. It's not fantastic. All right, Palantir.
Another one.
We're out. We'll look to get
Another one.
It should say like more shares. But we'll look to get more shares if it does break a little bit lower. But there's the out right there at 90s. I mean, if we're buying this bottom and getting out at the top, I have to think that would be a good opportunity there. So that is what we're doing. Good take on Apple. It looks like we said that we had less. We said we only had 20%. Now we have 10% left. You saw me take that out. Generally, that's how we'll do it. So far, so good on that one. Amazon's a little bit better of a position here, but okay, 40s. I'm going to take another piece out. There we go. We'll take a 39 out there. Ring the register again. Props up on that one for bigger trades. Happening on names that we like, right? I mean, right now you're into AMD. We talked about that.
AMD just took 50s, 55s.
Like that trade.
So it continues to go higher. AMD, like we said, it was above all resistance, which was definitely not the case with, wow, what the heck is that way? Okay, so let's just go to the 15-minute chart here. It was above all that resistance. It's still breaking out. The initial breakout gave you a move into 155, and then it stalled. So the second breakout at this high at 155, I'm just liking the longs in here on advanced micro devices. I think we want to keep playing it to the upside. Nvidia is not really taking out the top, so I think it's a little bit of a disappointing one. I still feel like Intel should be a short, and I've been balking at it this entire way. But it still will not hold above VWAP. It's getting a little bit ridiculous. Tesla's a moonshot, but we kind of been, the focus has been on AMD. Google was like almost an immediate, it sucks, but it's been AMD, Nvidia, and then Apple, which I wasn't able to hold. I tried Apple and battled with it a few times, and then eventually ends up going. But Apple, for me, I'm actually still sitting on the bid where I tried to take it. Tried to take it that last time, and there you can see the issues that I'm having. So I tried to take it that last time. I just canceled the bids now off that 217, 227. It's now continuing to go higher. So if I'm going to join the trend, I'd have to dip buy in there, but you're still breaking out on advanced micro devices, so we're going to hang on to this. Looking for 156, next level up. I think there's room on the daily on AMD to 160, but I don't think it's going to get there just yet. That's probably just a trend into 160 if this market can hold up.
I'm still in the same positions, man. I mean, I got some more out on Amazon as we kept up to the 50-period moving average. Apple is just like, huge mover, man. I was going to say another name here, Mara, because I was looking at Bitcoin. Bitcoin's going higher right now. IBIT's near the highs, and Mara's near, and if not breaking right now, the lows. So this is not making too much sense to me.
Mara's relatively
right now,
weak,
and whenever that's the case, I don't like to look at it too much. So for me on Mara right now, I would think it's a short, to be honest with you, breaking below this 1570 area. But it's Bitcoin still holding 63 and doing fine. So that's my thing right now. If you look at IBIT, I might just short Mara if there is shortable shares available. I'm sure there
usually yes.
So yeah, Mara's broken below 1580 because IBIT's still holding. What if Bitcoin loses as well? But then I think Mara is a trouble spot for us or for anybody trading it. So yeah, I think we can go short Mara at this level. And I'm going to try it, but not for too long. We do know that it is a sensitive name. So, all right, well, someone else just punched short. Come on, man. Wait for your boy. What's up with that? Come on, man. For everything I've done for you guys, you just go ahead and whack that thing down 5 cents just as I'm saying I'm getting in. All right, well, you made me pay 71s. So we'll pay 71s right there for it. We should have been 75s. We'll wait there again. Hopefully that will come back for us and give us a little bit more there. 75s on Mara. But hey, there it is, Patrick. I mean, we just say we're going to go short and the thing drops about 6 or 7 cents. I hope it continues to go lower for anybody that's short. We're short right now. Take advantage of it a little bit here if we can. But right now, it's a nice trade. I think so anyways, there on Mara. We called the short. We take the short. The short is trying to work. So we'll give it a little bit more here. This is just a name counter to what Bitcoin's doing. Bitcoin breaks 63. I think this one does have a downside move. So 1585 if we're wrong. How about that? That's where we'll sit. Take 10 cents or so worth of a hit on Mara if that's the case. So we'll wait to get some more up here. But right now, Mara trying to work itself out. I'm going to try a short and give it to 1585. So I can actually just put that stop in right now to show everybody. And if you guys want to run my stop, go ahead and do that as well. But right now, we are really singing a fine tune on these NASDAQs long, man. It is Apple continues to go higher. It is Amazon that just went through the roof as well for a 60-cent winner. So $1.30 in the money on Apple, 70 cents now on Amazon. And how many times did we buy this dip? A lot is the answer. So far, so good here as we get ready to rock. Yeah, the market's trying to get back to trying to get back into the highs here. I have my first short of the day. So right in at VWAP on Intel. I said if you keep on making lower highs at some point, if you think it's a short, you should just be in the short. So resistance obviously at 21.25. If you can't see that, there's been a seller at that price. When it got back underneath 20s this last time, I took 19th short. If it breaks out that quarter, I am going to get out of it. AMD and so Nvidia bounced off VWAP. And AMD just made it to the $0.50. There's a few dark pool wicks which have come in on some dips that it'd be real. It'd be great if they were real. This is not. Nvidia never broke 118. I was sitting there on level 2. It just held VWAP. That's not an actual wick. So you're dreaming if you think you could have just got 117.80 on Nvidia. But it is trying to go back in higher. So Nvidia and AMD long and Intel short seems weird, but then Intel's Intel. And you know what else is happening with this market coming back to the upside? Hey, Micron, which was the worst chip name on the planet a few minutes ago, just broke VWAP. We always talk about this for VWAP-shaped recoveries or V-shaped recoveries. When you have something like this, if you're able to break back out the top, you've trapped a you-know-what ton of shorts. And so if Micron does that, I'm going to like this group a heck of a lot better, and even maybe specifically Micron going in there. I was thinking about Mara. I know you're in it, but Mara, I wanted it 1670, but you probably need to short it at the open. It's the same downward trend and even bigger than what I'm seeing over in Intel. So I like the relative weakness there. I kind of like this in the VWAP. I can't argue with it. MSTR, I thought was more of a long idea, and you can see the difference. MSTR trending up, Mara trending down. This is what you should be doing. Looking for relative strength, relative weakness. So a couple of chip names that look relatively strong to me, and AMD and Nvidia. A couple of names that look relatively weak is what you should be short. Things like Mara,
things like Intel. And CD Roofing wants to know what's up with Tesla. That's what's up with Tesla. 239 just continues to go that high. It's silly because I was willing to take the break yesterday on Fed, but I wasn't taking the break there today on Tesla. Is what it is, but you got to move on to the next. So AMD, as I said, it's clearing through, trying to get to the next dollar level. And same thing with Nvidia. Nvidia now up at 118.75. It's some offers it has to chew through. And Nvidia's top, ooh, that chart's the same thing. Nvidia's top right now, 119.25. So it's trying to get back into the highs. If it fails 119 again, I'll just get out of it. I have no issue sort of ringing the register. Don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. If they're selling this 19 level, then we'll just jump out and take the profit.
So yeah, we were talking about Bitcoin breaking through 63,000, and that didn't happen, did it? Right? So we got run there on the top for Mara. We're holding on a little bit. We still are short now. We're short now 86s. I'm going to put a little bit of a bid here. We'll get something out at 80s. But we should have, I mean, obviously, we picked the top. Like, we get taken out basically right at the top. So I just got right back in there and was like, nah. I mean, to get stopped out at the level that we were like, this is the level, and then it just drops in 10 cents again. So we're still short on this name, and we're going to wait to see if it does do anything. Apple, we just took another piece out. Honestly, $1.70 now in the money on Apple. I'm going to go over to the ye old account today, and I believe, and get some out because Apple is just another huge runner. We talked about Amazon getting that vacation level. Apple's already there. We had bought this name last at 170 in our sort of our trading account, not our long-term account. So I'm going to trade out of it at some point. Apple right there. Super cycle or not, you're right back to this 230 level. And what a banger that was, man. It's going to be a good one there today, needless to say. All right, so Mara, look at this drop in on Mara. Come on, man. You know, our average price was like 79 or something on that trade. So unfortunately, we did punch out there at the top. Now we're short back at 86. But just to give you guys an idea, that's too bad. That is really too bad that happened. But, you know, we're short the name. We're back into it at 16 cents in the money. Good trade there. Unfortunately, we did have the wrong stop. But wrong stop or not, it's props because there it goes down now 15 cents. Thank you, Rob, again. What a savior one more time for this guy. Thank you, Rob. Oh, wow. That is a maximum Java rate.
Good job not spilling any of that walking over.
Look at this. Stay there, my guy. Look at that. It's like right to the top. Creme up on there, too.
You got to get through the security door. You got to make sure you're not spilling.
I'll probably just finish a third of it. Like I never finished it all anyways. So good trade there on Mara. Let's see if it goes lower. I think it's worth holding out for this, man. $2 in the money, Apple, 50 cents now. So on Amazon, we only have 5% left actually on Amazon because we get this VWAP trade. So we are getting very, very light on everything right now here today. The mistrade for me, we have Tesla written down on the sticky note. And the problem is that we didn't get to it. So I didn't have that stop in there. That was like the only stop long that I pretty much had triggered all morning. And we didn't even put it in. Right there, 235. It would have never gone against you. It would have been fantastic. And we would have been singing a completely different tune today had we had that, but we don't. Nice move up there for Amazon. Congratulations to the guys behind us that do have it. But right now we have Mara. We're looking for that. We have Apple and Amazon. So far, so good day. But unfortunately, not good there as well for Tesla, but congratulations to all the longs. I see Nvidia at high today. Aren't you long?
The chips are flying. Yeah. The NASDAQ just took the highs, I think, by maybe a tick or two.
Yep.
Nvidia's about to take its high. So we break a new high of the day at 119.20. When that happens, I'm trailing underneath 119. It's AMD, I think, is a better hold at this point. It's just a little bit stronger. The first time the break didn't go, but it's already through 156 and churning higher on ye old. That's a monthly chart. Let's put up a daily chart there. There we go. On the daily, you got 160. So I think you've got some room into 160, but we'll just take it dollar to dollar here as the NASDAQ wants to continue to go higher. So we're trailing right here on Nvidia now that it made a fresh high, and AMD, we're holding on through. I just want to look, after we break this, I want a new trend, and when it sets a new trend up, I want the trend break to get out. Oddly enough, the market goes higher, and Intel still can't even stop me out of the short. I'm short at 21s. 20 and a half actually is my price, giving it to the quarters. But let's go to the desk to take care of some business.
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Becoming a funded trader means trading with the firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you'll first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep up to 80% of your profits, and the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Shout out to Trade the Pool. Again, if you want to, there's an advantage to being a prop trader trading someone else's money. And a lot of it has to do with the importance of internal discipline versus external. And the truth be told, when you trade someone else's money, you kind of have to worry about the internal discipline a little bit less when you start in, so it eases you into it because you're trading based on their rules. And so therefore, you're not solely relying on yourself. That's one of the reasons why Trader TV Live works so well, because we're here with a community where we can all keep each other accountable. When you're trading by yourself, you're accountable to yourself. You got to be really, really a stickler for following your plans, and it's a lot harder to do. I've always had, a risk manager, people to talk with that have helped me. So just to go back over it, we traded through the high on Nvidia. This is the high of the day, everybody. It is. And then it did not hold above just now, so trailed back underneath it to get out the second time. First time we bought the dip 117.5, this time 118 quarters. We're still holding on to AMD, which continues to climb higher. And then Intel looks like it just broke some resistance. So the one stock we had short, I'll zoom it out here, just broke out that local lower high and is trying to join the party to the upside. So I don't want to fight it. You got to be careful shorting things when the market's making a rounded bottom like this, because the true level for Intel, for the fade, is a long way away.
Wow, the market, eh?
And if we're going to get there, you don't want to be short into that level. You want to wait for it to get to that level to go to the upside. So I'll be patient when it comes to Intel. We can always find it short somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm
Nvidia highs of the day.
That, my guy.
Obviously, AMD at the highs of the day. And then Tesla 240 looks like it's incoming. Joining this party is going to be a bit tricky. I think we're going to have to wait this one out to see if we can get into the Tesla party. And Ilab in the chat saying MSTR, is it a buy? Well, the chart would suggest yes. I said when we were going over the crypto names, 143 on MSTR is what had to go. And the reason for that, I'll just zoom in. This isn't split adjusted. Obviously, you guys can tell. 143 was a local high on the daily. It's cleared that. I think it's got pretty decently clear sailing until about $150. But let's see what is going in small cap world with Adara.
Screw small caps.
Here for the IWM, still up almost 2% right now. Definitely removed from its highs, but keep in mind, Russell 2000 was one of the indices here that made the biggest reaction when we had that 50 basis point cut yesterday at 2 p.m. Trying to make a bit of a recovery now. So Russell 2000, IWM, absolutely on watch, as are a lot of these small cap gappers. We have TBIO, this is TELUS's bio here, up about 150% right now. No news on this one. They do have a bit of a smaller float here, about 1.1 million shares on a $2.4 million market cap, announcing on September 10th that they're actually looking to delist from the NASDAQ as of September 30th. So not many days left to trade TBIO. We also have here ZEO. This is Zeo Energy, currently up almost 200%. No news on this one either. Bit of a smaller float, around 2 million shares from what I was seeing. And last but not least, Galmed Pharmaceuticals, GLMD. This one has been gapping up for the last few days, currently in a bit of a range, up almost 100% here, announcing some plans to broaden its drug development with 2 additional programs over the next 2 years. In terms of info on this one, you do have a float of around 624,000 shares, about 7.5% of that going to be short. So larger short float, very small float for GLMD. So many small caps on watch, guys.
Oh, so many small caps.
The absolute gall of that stock to be up 75% is unacceptable. How dare you?
How dare this happen too? BPI goes over to me. He's like, Bitcoin's going up and Mara's going down. I'm like, yeah, but hold on, we're 20 cents in the money. I got to be careful here because this coffee is going to be a situation. Did he even put?
That was the situation the second he
Man, that was
brought
a
it out here.
situation. I don't know what this guy.
You don't want to spill that. That's
I don't know what this guy's doing, to be honest with you. All right, so far, no, we love Rob. All right, so there it is. Let's go. Let's just keep on subscribing, keep on doing all of that, keep on drinking, keep on having some hydration. But there goes Mara to the downside. We called this. It's a good one. We like this move. Oh, there's Rob right there. What's up, Rob? Nice move to the downside right there. We are buying more Amazon. Amazon goes, what's up, Obi, my guy right beside me. We like that Obi's here. Let's hit the hot dog cannon because now you're going to get some elite trading, no pressure, on the midday show now with Obi. So that's going to be leveled up right there. We thank Obi for filling in for, Sharif today. So thank you to Sharif for everything he's done. I've talked about that with him. All those lessons that he does have been absolutely fantastic. So I want to give a big shout out to Sharif there today. Not feeling well, under the weather. But you know what? No Sharif or not, it's not just $1 right now for Apple, but it's $2 right now for Apple. So hopefully you guys are rocking with me here right now today. Neil's got it. What a good trade there on Nvidia, still with AMD as well. Yeah, no, AMD. We talked about, I haven't traded either one today, but I did like the AMD look, that is for sure. But I love the Amazon look, man. Buy, more buys here. I just trusted my damn self. And this is the one thing that I talk about all of the time. If you're gonna mark down a trade, you take the trade. So we liked 190 on Amazon. Despite its travels to the downside, all that did was get us longer down there. So we like that. And now that it's back up here, let's take some more out. Nice out there at 28. We're waiting at 30. Well, here, that's it. We got out. All right, now we got filled at 28s. Now we'll wait for, just making sure my next order is at 38. I don't know why we're in these 8s today. 88, 28, 38. So if that comes up to the high side, that's why, because it's the high of the day. So all right, so we're waiting at 38. Sometimes I make some sense there. So that's going to be something that we're looking at right now for that trade. So 28s just out now on Amazon, looking to get out 38 right now. And honestly, all a damn board on Apple. Next stop, 2:30. See you then. We are getting lighter. I already told you we have about now maybe 10, 15% left of our initial position, but it's starting to go, not stopping. Very similar there. Intel Neil's in now. Mara right here now is at its day low. We'll take a fill there at 65 and see if it can't get even a little bit lower than that right now. So, man, oh man, do I like coming in every day and being in front of everybody here and trading with Neil and Obi and Adara and the family that we have. So good thoughts, good vibes. And there's Amazon right now, right back. I mean, honestly, I don't even know what kind of a thing we're on or whatever, but it is starting to real feel good, some of the trading lately. So yesterday was a monster day, and it looks like we're going to try to relive those good feels here today. But there's another 50 cents on Amazon, and everything's starting to work right now. Mara's the one.
We just broke out another fresh high again. So there was a bit of a reversal on AMD, so you're going to see me out of it. Didn't quite break the trend, but it's starting to make another one in here. And once that happened, just go to my chart for a second. Yeah, once it made this trend, higher highs, higher lows on the 3 after the extended move, it kind of wicked the top and came back underneath, so I jumped out. That's the idea. And it just looks something like this. It's something like that. And once it did that wick, I'll look for a re-entry on the bigger trend line, which would be a 156. I'm going to get rid of that. Doesn't really matter. Intel looks like it tried to wick me out, which it did. Just try and then did. I'm like, okay, I'll jump back in and give it to the 30 level, but I don't want to die on that sword unless it's either the lower high, which it's challenging now, or it's going to be all the way up at 21.7.
All the way up.
So I think it has a chance to get there with the strength that the market has, but I want to get this cluster. If this is a weak stock or the relatively weak, I want to make sure we take a shot at it one more time. And then I know we're out of Nvidia. I took my profit on Nvidia, and it continues to break higher. It's the 120 that's now going to. Why is this still AMD?
I'm still long 220.
Okay, so that's still AMD. It's the 120 that's going to concern me on Nvidia, but we're out of AMD in here, looking for another dip buy to get back into the trade. You can see what's about to happen with my chart. Now frozen one more time, so I'll have to restart the
Okay, that's fine. I was just talking with Obi there, and he's waiting. I mean, I'm not going to ruin it. We all know that he's looking for the play on the back side of this trade for Apple. I know. It's Obi, please, man. You have the mic in a half hour, all right? You can talk all about your backsides and everything. All right, so 229.50. We're just playing around here. So Obi, we know what, and I think this is the thing. we talked about this before, right? And it's about being comfortable with the style of trade that you present with, right? And I mean, for Obi right there, let's kick another piece out. Waiting for certain things, not getting excited, overly excited about trades that potentially aren't there. And I mean, that's all that you have to do. Trade when the trade is there. I know that sounds absolutely easy to do. Sometimes that's one of the hardest things to do. And I did it right here. And what I'm saying is, I wasn't sure, and I'm just proud of this trade because we had written down Amazon. We talked about this being the number one trade of the day for me, and it's been that. It is now my P&L number one stock is going to be Amazon, and it's written right on here. And what did we like, everybody? We like the 190 break. But the thing is that we had to wait. We had to wait for it to come through right there. So there it is right there, Amazon. This is the missed trade of the day easily. The Tesla long at 235. It's like the only break out of all of this. Like we even say break long, like it's so crazy. Dip buys for Alibaba, gapping into 190. That's not a breaker trade. That's not a break. Palantir, but Palantir was, that was a good one today. And then Google was 164 break higher. So I did have a Google trade there to break higher, but we never got to 164 on Google. So the only break that should have activated for me was Tesla, but we were not on it, so we missed that trade. One more out here for Amazon. Why not? I am not going to wait for the old reversion signal from my guy here to the left. We're just going to keep on getting out of Amazon. And there's that 190 that we talked about on the sticky note. The number one trade for me, we had to take it. It broke higher, so we did exactly that. It's Amazon. It's fantastic today. We'll be red on Mara because we got stopped out there. We're going to wait to see if that can work out. Everything else is screamer, man. Apple positive, Amazon positive, Google red, Palantir. Palantir. I mean, look, this is all right. It's Adara. What's up?
Bitcoin following up its 3-day red streak with 3 days here of decisive bullish action, completely taking out that previous move to the downside here, continuing to hold off that 54,000 level, which is pretty interesting, but now forming a new base at another resistance support area here, that 58,000. Let's see now what we can do with BTC as we try to push above 64,000, which was another level that was interesting, most recently rejecting here at the end of August. So we'll have to see what this does. Bitcoin, of course, getting a bit of an assist from yesterday's decision for the FOMC to raise our cut rate, by 50 basis points, a little bit more than was expected by some commentators there. Bitcoin up by about 7%. As we said here, let's see what we do at 64,000 right now, just below 63.5. Ethereum holding on to 2,400 quite nicely, up almost 6%. Solana, nice boost here, up about 10%. We have Ripple, Dogecoin, Toncoin here, all up by about 4%. Cardano up 7%, Avalanche up 14%. Not going to go through every cryptocurrency name here, but as you can tell, very strong for crypto tokens and currencies off that FOMC announcement, guys.
Yeah, certainly. And look, the market is continuing to go higher. The trend is your friend till the end when it bends, so Obi says. But it's not bending right now. If anything, shout out to Obi, there he is. You can see him. If anything, you're just holding the trend. So at this point in the day, it's 10:30. You still have plenty of time in the day. I'm not taking any more top breaks. I think you wanted them early. It's just a matter of if trend breaks, wait for big support. So if a trend breaks on AMD, 155 or 154.50, which are the two prices we traded before, those are the ones I'm going to look for. On Nvidia, it'll be a similar sort of story in here. Although it still has room to $120, I think certainly you could pull back into VWAP or maybe even the 119. The one that got away, Sean mentioned, being Tesla, it's testing 240 now. So the good thing about Tesla, it could give you a fail breakout now. And then if you look at this early break at 235, that's where I want to look at this break, these lower highs in here. And then I think a lot of times you want to have a trend line that's a line of best fit. And the line of best fit is the clear one that's holding. I don't really give a darn which one of these two it holds. But the first one that happens would be here, and it would be about 238 for a bit of, 239 even, just underneath 239, 238 high, let's call it, for the first initial dip buy. But it's failing 241 as we speak. I'm not going I'm not going to try and buy any highs at this point. Like I've gotten out of the 2 longs we had in Nvidia and AMD, and I want to get some dip buys on those 2 names. Maybe add Tesla to the bucket because it was a missed opportunity. And we're going to wait for Intel to get to 2170. If that's going to be the level, that's going to be the level. The only other thing that's outside of the pocket, or in the pocket, I should say, DJT, which I quite frankly forgot about. DJT is back underneath VWAP and just chilling out under 15 bucks. So if this one wants to oblige us with the short that we didn't take right away, and that would simply be underneath the $15 level, well, VWAP's here at 15. I paid for locates. All I need to see it do is hold on this little bounce to the upside, hold a line, short it on the way back down on DJT. So I don't care what the market's doing with regards to this stock. It's doing its own thing. The lockup expired today. Doesn't mean it has to dump, but now you got a double top and a trend down. So VWAP fade would be the next available trade for me on DJT as I see AMD starting to pull back. That's why I'm looking up here. If AMD gives me that dip, we are looking for a dip into prior support. That was at 155. If we can get it, if it's a dip, big one, but the market's not stopping. Not at all.
We are, no, the market is a good one. We are reloaded now in Mara up here. We're going to give it to 16. Keep thinking about these 100 handles all over the place. All right, so Apple, I don't know, man. I don't know if Obi just saw that. We kind of went for a little jog up there and maybe had stopped. I don't see like an exhaustion candle or anything on the 1 minute chart, but yeah, man, I offered up there now. I'm going to be sitting in and around 230 to get out of my last piece there of Apple and then look for some kind of a man to show up. I think you believe his name would be the reversion man. And if that could come in there at 230, why do I act so crazy every time I see Obi like talking like that? All right, so we'll wait to see what happens there for Apple at that level 230. I have like 5% left of this trade, maybe even less than that. So Look, we got a lot out there at 228 as we were approaching the highs of 227. Like, it's not like we got a lot out for 50 cents. We took a lot of shares. We battled this thing like 3, 4, 5 times. We both talked about that. And then eventually it went, which is great to hold on to them. But you got to get out when this rip starts to happen. So that's what we're doing. Just a quick little, we're short at 94 here on Mara. I'm just going to wait. I mean, Bitcoin is really rocking right now. I mean, congratulations to all you, crypto heads out there that believed in this run. Do not forget, though, as I see on the screen, please do not forget. Please do not forget. Yeah, hodling, baby. Don't forget to like and subscribe right now. You guys are going to hate me because you're like, why is this guy talking like that, but he's short Mara? But at the end of the day, I'm here to make money. And making money is one of the specialties around here. So we'll see if we can continue to do that right now. Good pullback there in Apple. Amazon, Nepa, no pullback really at all, but we are just emptying out the clip as they say, or nobody says, right now on Amazon. If we break back down below this 190.50 area, we'll take out one more piece. So we're going to watch out for that one coming through right now. But really, the biggest position that I have notionally right now, even though it's only a $16 stock, is Mara. So we got lighter on Amazon. Well, that might not be true. Amazon could be close. Lighter on Amazon, very light on Apple. But right now, looking for a pullback here in Mara. And we're bidding 84s, and we just got those. So that's another dime piece right here. Mara's going to turn green for me. You watch. Let's get this meme back into the downside here. If Bitcoin fails at 63.5, like it's trying to do, where shall Mara stop? I mean, I'm looking at, honestly, low 70s. If we can get some breath down there, we'll take some out. So let's go low 70s for Mara. I'm still bidding 50s though, 1580, sorry. And then we'll look to low 70s after that. So far so good on a reloaded bid there for Mara.
M-A-R-A. And do that trend line.
And by bid, I meant offer, of course.
Oh, okay, yeah, of course you meant
I'm
offer.
short.
Yeah, you are short. That makes sense.
I remember my first time I started here, I wasn't even sure about what long or shorts were.
Which is
still not.
It's hilarious. When people start out here, it's like one of the things they teach and I know it was in the first 3 days, you had to really, really be careful with the hold, the bid, and the ask for novice traders. Like you'd hit the wrong key a lot, and we can all cop to that. It is what it is when you're young and you haven't really traded before. But that trend line on AMD, so we drew that little bit of a line of best fit. Well, that was probably a good place to go short, but I wasn't looking shorts on AMD. So I'll just get that one out of the way. I was never looking for a short here in AMD. Ideally, what ends up being a bit of a coincidence is the exact place where I would have trailed it ended up the exact place we got out. So whether I had held it for a break of 157, I would have taken it out when we lost that trend anyways. And it's not really dipping all that far. It's dipping into 56 here. So it looks like it's making the lower high into 56. I don't like that kind of a trend break. Usually I want the reversion a bit deeper than that. So I'm still thinking about the 155 level, or you can just take out the top. You can trap shorts here and then take out 157 is the other way that this can always play. So DJT, we're in off of VWAP. This dip in the market is also an opportunity, I think, in Tesla. As it's trying to, and then as soon as I'm able to even get over to Tesla, you can see Tesla's already bouncing 50 cents. Like Tesla is mooning. Like it catches a bid and it's just ripping very, very quickly. So it's still putting in higher highs and higher lows, but I'm patient with the dip buys here. I don't want to get in just yet on AMD. And Nvidia, that curled already. And I think this one's headed to VWAP a little bit more rapidly than the others, although you probably have to ignore VWAP on that chart because it's missing so much data.
Never ignore
on the 15,
VWAP.
It's still got a decent trend going. Now I got those wicks in there. On the 15, it's still trying to hold on to its trend of higher lows, but that breaks at 118.65. If it loses that, then we're waiting for 118. We're waiting for 117.5. So patient with any dip buys is what I'm going to be doing here. And then we're just only short DJT at VWAP and $15. I waited all day for it, and it's right back where it started.
Yeah, that's well, isn't there supposed to be that press call? Is that happening? That's today, right? The DJT, or he's not? Is he planning on speaking today, Donald Trump?
I thought there was something.
Yeah, I thought there was too. So we'll wait for that.
I'll double check.
Amazon almost came out a little bit there. I didn't actually put the stop. I was trying to watch it. That was just a quick wick down there on the futures, or on Amazon. So we did not punch out there at 190.50. We were going to try to get out of a little bit more. Apple really retracing back off that 230. We just have a small piece, so we've sort of warned about that right now. I think about getting out maybe in and around 229, but it's such a small piece. And then right now, not super pleased with this trade, so we'll put some more bids out on Mara right now. We're only short at 94. We'll take out like 5% at 88. If we can get that fill, we'll be on a paying gateway. Hopefully it'll get down through and we won't have to pay to get out of 5%. There it is. So we get that fill there on 88 and get paid to do that. So far, so good here. I mean, what a difference. Yesterday, I think we had two, maybe three green traders. Today, we have one green trader. So one red trader. Big congratulations to everybody back there. Congratulations, Neil, myself, Obi, everybody that's trading today. It's been a good day, right? Don't we always talk about this? When the market seems to be going upside,
it's always better.
Right. It gives those breaks a chance to go like Apple. It gives those great trades. I mean, Tesla.
Problem with downtrends?
Yeah.
Is there's always a slew of people on the trading floor catching bottoms on downtrends. Yeah. On uptrends, you're much more likely to just stay in your long stocks.
Tesla's the number one stock. I mean, these guys, it breaks 235
Tesla,
and bang.
Everyone goes long that
right?
stock.
I mean, Apple breaks 227 and bang, although that trade was a little more difficult.
You know, Google's back above VWAP, by the way.
What?
I know, no, just in you have to.
Checks notes. It's not. What is VWAP on this anyway?
So it's at 162.60 is VWAP.
Okay,
now, obviously, my plan of action, you can see the first line of support, right? So I got long in front. It broke the first line of support. Now here's where I probably should have gone back to, but it was dumping and other things were working. Like you're trending up in the chip names. Like why would you try to catch a falling knife? But it does end up holding. And what's interesting on the other side of that trade, when it gets back above this second support line, you could have been long trend up. And then when it broke the original one back up, you could have just been long anywhere above it. I'll play back into VWAP if it wants to oblige, but I need to see it hold. It's still too weak for me. 2% is not an average 2% today. Let's go to Sector Watch with Adara because we should have done that 2 minutes ago.
I guess it's not too surprising here that basically all of these sectors are bright green. Tons of strength, of course, in these technology sectors following the FOMC decision yesterday. Finance also pretty strong as well. Health technology a bit more mixed. There is a lot of green here, but we have Merck and J&J to the downside. Retail trade, with the exception of Walmart, very strong. Producer manufacturing, energy minerals, consumer durables, consumer services, process industries, all decisively green. Now, in terms of the red sectors, we do have some weakness coming through here in utilities, almost right across the board here. Same with consumer non-durables. Communication is also interesting here. We have T-Mobile to the upside, but both Verizon and AT&T to the downside. Let's see how this shakes out here if we get a reversion or if we get even more sectors sharply green, guys.
We'll just shake it off, shake it off. Okay, right now, shaken not stirred. Amazon break. So we did get that out. We were watching that. We said we would get some out if it broke through 190.50s there. So we did that. We have a small piece left there. Great trading on Apple. I don't even know. Did what's his name grab this? Obi? No.
Right.
Oh yeah, he is short a little bit of Apple now. Okay, he'll talk about that in a couple minutes when he is live on the air with Miss Adara during the midday show. I don't know. Treef's not here. I'm not sure what the lesson is. It's been
Trading,
retracement.
probably.
Yeah, trading related. Hopefully, it's been rounded bottoms.
Of course it is. Of course it is when Obi's on. Of course it is. What else would it be?
Come on. No, that's not what it is. I'm not. Come on. The guy always talks about that, and then now that happens to be the day that he's there. Okay. All right. Yeah, interesting. Anyways, we'll talk about rounded bottoms, apparently, if you didn't hear, is what's going to be talked about here on the midday show. So hopefully they'll use some of those strategies. They'll show you some in the wild if they find them, and otherwise just...
Not today, because today's all breakouts. Like, I don't think...
Well, you could find it. No, I mean, the market's pulling back.
rounded...
I mean, the market's pulling back. You'll find some bottoms.
Everything's just kind of straight up.
That is true, and we like that when that happens. Yeah, so again, 10:44 right now. I will tell you what's for lunch when I get it, so I don't have it yet. Mara, all right, it's having a little bit of a day right now. Okay, well, we just put some 86s there. It's bouncing off the 50-period moving average. So I just want to say we loaded up. We had the most shares we ever did there on that, not ever, today. On that reload back up there, 2 VWAP at 16. So let's get some orders ready to go. We did just put that out there on Mara. We did put that bid there at 1580. So hopefully we'll get it filled down there. If it comes through, great. If not, well, we will wait for that. Mara now coming back in. We're bidding 1580, then 1575, and then breaker 19. Because hello, Bitcoin, like where are you at right now, Bitcoin? I don't know if Kathy's coming in to save this or what, but we're still down to 63. It's a great move on BTC, but come on, Mara. Did we just get that fill? Yes, we did get that fill. Mara right now, we could, I mean, from having a bad trade early to really making it back, and there it goes, man. It is a hot dog cannon kind of a day for us here as Mara now going back into the downside. We said low 70s. We are bidding 75 right now coming in. Oh, guess what? We do see the super chat. I'll leave that maybe for Neil because right now we just got it. Okay, I'll take it. I mean, yesterday though was steak. Actually,
I didn't
okay.
Did you have any? I didn't have any.
No, I
didn't have any.
Was it good? Ooh, Fabian saying it was great.
Wow.
I have no idea what you said, but I know I'm not gonna repeat it. I don't know if what you said is what you said there.
Muck that up.
Muck that up. Oh, okay. My bad.
Like isn't
my bad? My bad. Mukbang, a Korean term.
I thought muck that up would mean you screw something up, you mess it up. Not that you eat.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay. Today. All right. Fabian, I'm trying to do something. Let's rewind. All right. What for lunch, everybody? All right. Grilled rustic sweet Italian sausage. I think there's a chance here. Braised tomatoes with braised tomatoes and vegetables. I like it.
Whoa.
And then Matt Hasselbeck potatoes with butter and thyme right now. And the salad has some clementines apparently on it, some sweet summer radish.
You won a Super Bowl, didn't
apparently.
What's wrong? Dara apparently is not liking that lunch. I had zero issues with that lunch. Although, what's wrong with?
Oh, she's not a fan of the sausage.
What? So thank you for the super chat, sports fanatic in here. He's like quickly change subject. Help me out. Thank you for the $5 super chat here. I'll hit the like on that. Help me out what these guys do. Long means buying little bit late, expiry date. So we're not trading options. We're trading the actual equities. We're trading direct equity. So when we say we're going long, we are buying actual shares in the markets that we're trading. If I'm going short here on DJT, I am actually short the equity at $14.96. I'm buying back in here at the bottom of the range, like it's got filled at 1488, then we reloaded. So all of these trades are in the direct equity. Now, obviously, options are going to follow in a general sense where the market is going, but we're just trading the equity at the direct prices. If I'm long, I've bought shares in the stock. I'm selling to get back out. If you see green, that means I've bought. If you see red, like there's a win, there's a loss in the second half. We buy back in here at 155. We're taking shares out if it's red. If there's a down arrow that's purple, that means I've entered a short sell position in a stock. So the only thing, like I said, I'm in a short in DJT, so you can see the difference here. Purple means I have gone short. And it's the same thing for Sean. Like, we're short a stock, that arrow's purple. Buys are all the same, whether you're buying back out of a short or you're buying to enter a long position. Speaking of long positions.
For all that talk there, what you were talking about.
What happened?
No. Obi has got the reversion on.
On Apple?
Right now. And Obi, I'm muted because I was talking with Obi, so that's what I was saying. I apologize for all that noise in the background there because I was talking with Obi because he's got $1 right now on that reversion from Apple. And he's funny because he said, Sean, you looked right over at me and said, I wonder if Obi's got this or whatever it was. And then that's exactly what he's got on. So there it is. Congratulations, Obi. Big time trading over there for that guy. And we're really proud of him as we keep on saying over and over again. And that's what we do here, right? Good vibes, good feels. Congratulations to our guy, Obi. Continues to be something else. So we like him. Okay, Mara, 10 cents. Amazon, flat. Apple, pulling in. Not much else to talk about. Whoa, wait a second. Something else to talk about, yes. Amazon pulling back to VWAP. We have to buy this. We're just going to punch in recklessly right now into Amazon. Let's buy some more shares there. We bought it against this VWAP. Our out should be already... Okay. We're right now 189. Fabian likes the money thing right there. I like it too. 189.70 or so. Good little dip buy right there on Amazon because we are reloaded right there. Wow, look at that dip buy. We just went right over there, hit the hot dog cannon. What a day, what a day, what a day. Amazon will be PL number 1 for me, baby. But without any further ado, it is something about money that's talking with Adara at the desk.
The DXY getting its second doji candle in a row. As you can see here yesterday, we wicked all the way down to almost the 100 level here for the DXY before coming back and closing around that 101. Today we're slightly down in the day, but it's interesting enough. Today we have this wick into 100.5, which I've been talking about for a while here. Some clear support on the DXY. Now holding again just below that 101 level. So let's see what unfolds from here on out for that US dollar. Not a lot of economic data on watch for the rest of this week. We have Fed's Harker speaking at 2 p.m. tomorrow, so definitely keep an eye on that. We also have President Joe Biden speaking today at 1 p.m., so that could potentially move the US dollar as well. Be aware of that. Some economic data earlier today. We had lower than expected existing home sales, higher than expected U.S. leading index change. So some mixed sentiment there with regards to some of that home and sentiment change data. Next week, though, of course, we do have a PCE on watch for Friday. So could be an interesting one. Fed Chair Jerome Powell also speaking next Thursday, guys.
Random shares, so it's hard to do. We're just discussing stop orders here. We did have an Edge A problem, which was earlier, and we were just saying, like, if your stops or your gateways are on Edge A, sometimes if you get a disconnect from the market, the rule or what we have set up is that to like cancel everything until it gets figured out. So you don't have any pending orders. The minute there's like a break in the line, like the heartbeat stops, then it will cancel all of your orders. So if you guys are trading with us here at Real Trading, that resolved now, or
it looks like it's fine now. So the issue is resolved.
We just got stopped out on Amazon.
No, there was a moment where like I didn't get a fill on AMD, and I was like, oh, what the heck happened there? I thought I had an order. I wrote it off like, oh, I didn't have a stop order at that price to get long. And I just kind of punched into the stock. And then I noticed I had actually gotten a message from our risk manager saying Edge A was having issues. And when that's the case, all you do is flip to another gateway. I have like 3 stop orders that we can use. We have multiple gateways, so we can try them all. So still just in DJT. I guess we're not really dipping into 55 or VWAP here on AMD. It did break the trend, so I was looking for a trend break and then a reversion back into 155 or VWAP. I suppose that might not be happening. Nvidia, and again, ignore VWAP on my chart. It's going to be completely useless on this Nvidia chart. You can see it here on my black chart. I'll just use this one. It's not going to have, this one doesn't have my executions. I look at the other charts and I keep them black on the ones that I like. And for the show, we show you the white ones. Apparently, they're more clear. VWAP sits at about 118 and a quarter. on Nvidia. Now, that's just a coincidence that it happens to be the last place that we were long, but I'm going to look for VWAP retracements. If I'm going to short something, it's still that's going to care about the market. Intel ran through the lower high where I was shorting and lost, went right to the actual high of the day and reversed, and now it's already back at VWAP. This is still relatively weak in my books. I don't care about the 2%. I just care about the fact it went nowhere near yesterday's highs. So if I'm going to short a chip name, it's still only going to be Intel. And I guess playing off the highs, or, if we just break out the bottom, I'm down with that too. Like if this is going to take out lows before the market gets there, then I can get in that way as well. Still looks relatively weak as far as I'm concerned. And if it's going to stay, it's going to stay. And until it breaks out that high, we're going to stick with looking for shorts. Not going to enter into them just yet. Meta, you were saying you're looking to take some profits. On the Black Monday, I only dip bought a couple of things. I wish I could say I got absolutely everything, but on the personal account, Meta's one I'm going to think about ringing the register at lunchtime on, because it just made another fresh high, and I just made another fresh high. I want the cursor on there, and now you're really starting to extend. So what I'm going to do is if it gets back underneath 550, I'm going to take some profit on Meta, because you got a great opportunity on August 5th when this was it was $440, man. And then it held that, gave you 450s on a break. You could have had it the next day in the 75 range. The fact that it's gone this far, I think, is amazing for Meta. But I'm just going to trim a little bit for myself via a bit of a trailing stop in my personal account. Where is Nvidia? Still at 118.75, so it's not getting there just yet. AMD, they said it's not really anywhere close to VWAP. I want to give it a chance to grind down further before we get back into any kind of a long trade. Let me know what you guys are looking at. I know we've completely ignored a bunch of small cap stocks today, but I think that was the right decision, because when you have a day like this, the big gains have been in big cap tech. And when that happens, sometimes the other names go to the wayside, and that's just what it is. And we have to be able to trade where the action is going to be, and that's what we try to do here, with the exception of Tesla. I think Tesla was the only one that was a complete Tesla. They love some Tesla. I'm not chasing it up here. I think with Tesla, you want to look for something of a pullback. If you're not already in a short off 240, I think you're waiting for it to break down and give some kind of a long off VWAP. Or sometimes the opening range top looks good, and the opening range high is right in here, 237.5, 238. So a dip into that price looks good as well. DJT, I wish I could tell you it's doing something. It's not. It's a VWAP short. It's at VWAP. I've gotten one dip into the local bottom and then a reload, and that's it. And we can be patient enough for it to gravitate back down to this 1480 level for another level out here on DJT. It's already worked once. No reason why. If it's continuing to hold VWAP, we're going to continue to hold the short.
Yeah, I think I like all of those ideas. With only 4 minutes left to go, just a quick update on what we're doing here. So we have Mara. Mara just touched 70s, so we got out there. We're trying to figure that all out one more time here. We've been throwing some money back on Amazon. I mean, Amazon just came in again and just came out. So it is making the move down. We need to be very, very careful now about what we're doing. We don't really, the Apple position is such a small position. I'm actually waiting to get it reloaded down here in and around VWAP would be pretty nice if we get that. But the market is now trying to break lower. It's already up 2.5%. We could retrace a little bit here for sure until we find a level of, I don't know, not concerned, but a level that the market is happy with here. So we'll have to wait to see if there is anything happening right now. It looks like we want to still continue this downside move. So just on that note for Amazon, we've already seen it down here. So I feel like waiting for 189 is probably the best thing. Let's not just throw this money away like we did over the last 5 minutes, trying to catch that bottom. Be patient with this. I still like the stock. It's Amazon. We'll just wait to see if what exactly it wants to do here. So nice move down. Apple, Mara, we're still in. Bitcoin Bitcoin broke 63. Yeah, so Mara should be a lot lower than this, I think. But maybe we're just thinking incorrectly here with that play. So reload Mara, but not until we get back up. If that's going to be a trade, fine. I just don't know if it's going to be. So let's try to be as patient as we can maybe here with Amara, and then deal with it the other way around. So yeah, all right, that's what I'm doing now. I don't have really too many other ideas. I just want to wait for VWAP, and then hopefully that will come in. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But and what I'm talking about for VWAP here would be the triple Qs. So if we can get the NASDAQ back in, I still want to go long. I just think we can travel a bit, right? So down into here into 20,000, I feel like that's a responsible level. Let's see if we get to that. It's going to be a good one. It's right now it's Mara that I'm looking at, and a TQ, hopefully a dip by opportunity coming.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to give only 2 minutes to go till we get the midday, and it's Midday Madness today via Sharif and well,
I know the short.
Sorry. OB for Sharif and Adara. Thank you for the super chat as I chuckle here. JKL146. We appreciate the super chat. Anyone can look at it if you want to and answer that survey question. So yeah, shorts. I'm not going to comment on it, but we appreciate you. We have a great community, everybody. We have a lot of fun. We talk some stocks. We try to trade. Everyone just tries to learn and get better every single day. So I was asked as well a couple of minutes ago, did I see like a bull flag on AMD? Yeah, absolutely. It was on the 5-minute chart, but the 3-minute chart's there's not going to be a huge difference if you're looking at a pattern like a bull flag where the up move is this strong. Yeah, the 5-minute and the 3-minute are going to show you the same thing. I'm not going to change. I could change it to a 5-minute chart, but I don't see the point in doing so. But you're trending down, and if you break this consolidation with the market pulling into the downside, I just want to be patient. I'd like to see it, break that channel down and give me VWAP, or break that channel up, and then we can go long out and about above it. I don't want to sit in position in the middle of the flag guessing which direction it's going to go. I'd much rather let it make the break, and then I just wait for my level after that breakdown. So if it makes a breakdown, I think we're going to get 155. If I short a chip name, I don't care anybody. It's just going to be Intel. It doesn't matter. I might be down on it, but it's also not doing anything today that suggests that it's very strong. Apple is very close to VWAP as well. I feel like that's going to be, whether it's AMD or Apple, pick one of the two. One of them is getting to VWAP, or both of them. I like them both at those levels. But it's already 11 o'clock, and as I said,
oh boy,
it's time to learn something about rounded bottoms. Although, good luck finding them today. It's a lot of straight rocket ships. The rounded bottom, usually you're making a bottoming reversal pattern. Good luck finding those today, but I'm sure Dara and Obi will do their best.
We're long Apple again.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yo.
Yo. Hi, I forgot I had to talk. Hi, I'm Adara. This is Obi, collectively known sometimes as Adobe, long ADBE. And not long this market though right now. I am in a reversion short. I believe you are also still in your reversion short. I'm currently trading Amazon. So we'll talk about that in a moment. But right now, we're going to welcome everybody to come in. Hello, Darwin. Hello, live trading by Trinity TV Live. Hello, Bears versus Bulls. Hello, Brandon Townsend. Hello, Vic Young, Novak, 95 Grind, Jeremy Newman, Big Asian, Bazooka, 407. We got STK Tupac. Shout out to Tupac. A Rose that grew from concrete. Let's look here at 1320 Wolf, Easy Media. We got Afterstar. We got Random Oddities, Chef Joe, Crazy True, TH, Marie S. Lyman, Nunya Fizz, Cell Queen 88, Soul 8, or Soul G, Picky Eater, Raul. I'm not going to name everybody, but thank you guys so much for being here with us today. I will talk about my Zon in a moment here, but how are you doing with your trades over here, Obi?
Not too bad. I did come in a little later than usual, unfortunately. Some delays in the morning, and I checked the charts. Well, I did check them in the morning around like 7 a.m. and I was like, all right, cool. We might be poised for a little bit of a run after that 50 point cut yesterday, and oh boy, did that bid come in real hot off of the open. Unfortunately, I was late. So I was like, all right, well, that's fine. This is, we talk about let things set up for you. I like the reversion trades for the most part. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to let it run. I'm going to look for that trend to kind of break the trend, to kind of break down, and then get on the side of the reversion. So I came down, I sat down, I saw Apple. I was like, oh boy, Apple. Definitely want to take a bite out of this one today on the backside if it'll give it to me. Looking for a reversion to VWAP here, but we're trading at 227.96 is just shy of 228. Nice little downtrend into VWAP. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a pullback. You can see right here, I have a 15-minute on both the NQ and the ES, and you can see what a trend on the NQ, guys, since the morning session right here. A little bit of a shake and bake. This is I think pretty sure this is some of yesterday's price action there. We hold 19 halves in the morning session, and look at that trend, beautiful trend to the upside. 19 sixes, sevens, eights, nines. We make it all the way up to, and now we're getting a little bit of a pullback, holding within trend on the larger picture here. Gonna stay watching that. Wow, Meta. I thought Meta was like bending, and Meta rips for some fresh highs right there. Oh boy. Okay, so that one is definitely not ready just yet. But Apple poised for a little bit of a touch on VWAP. That's what I'm looking for. Let's see if we can have some of that there. Prior bar lows on the 15 broke a couple candles ago, and I have VWAP sitting at 227.5. So let's see if 227.5. We're only about 40 pennies roughly away from that. So. Let's see if that, or 30 pennies away from that. Let's see if that can potentially come in here, and let's see what VWAP has in store for us. But hopefully you guys had a piece of the long there. I know not everything ripped off of the open there. There were definitely other markets which kind of sold off as well. So yeah, hopefully you guys have banked in on this run up here. I just remembered I don't have the chat open just yet. We'll do that right now. No, what's going on with you? How's your reversion? I see that. Okay, you can talk.
I didn't get filled. That was the thing. So I had the fill initially 189.01s, did not get filled. I moved it to 189.05s. We'll see. I'm trying to take out half here. I think we're going to get stopped out because I have my stop here at prior bar high, which is going to be 189.46. I got short 189.49s. So it's more or less break even. The reason I moved it is because I was like, honestly, if it's going to pop that much, maybe this was a conservative. I've talked a lot about my stops are too conservative. But, we're trying to improve a little bit day by day. And honestly, I'd rather, at this point, I think, for right now, I think it's a level that makes sense for the stop. I don't love that 189 bounce. Specifically, whole dollar level bounce is never a vibe. The reason I like 189 beyond it being a whole dollar level is if you look, there was some kind of interaction here, a little bit on a wick basis. I think on the 3 minutes clear, we got stopped out anyway, but I'll keep yapping about why I like this trade. There was some interaction at the 189 here earlier in the 3 minute. Clearly, though, I was too conservative with my stop. Story of my life. But it's all good there. We'll, figure out what happens there. Meta, though, okay, I was just going to be like, I do like Meta as a reversion potentially, but I need to wait for that. So before I got my T, I was going to get a stink bid here on Meta at 557. Why didn't I? I don't know, but META unwatched. I wish there was some tea to be spilled there. I don't want to spill my actual tea. I'm drinking tea. But also, guys, just so you know, you cannot vote right now. We do not have, for the second day in a row, you vote for elections. But in terms of our afternoon segment, no voting now for the second day in a row. Soon that segment will return, hopefully. But Sharif not being here, that's going to be what happened there. Tushar asking about my MA, what MA I'm using, what's the crossover logic to enter a trade. Honestly, MAs I'll usually use more if it's interacting with it. Like I think Sharif says a lot of it's interacting, then you can play. If they're not, then you don't really need to use them. This Amazon trade was just basically we were below VWAP. I liked the action on the book at 189.50s. My stop was too conservative. One other stock I'm looking at, though, before we get into the lesson that I think must have been tailor-made for our substitute here, Obi. Thank you again for Obi, by the way, for being with us. We greatly appreciate it. I like Darden restaurants. So this one, earnings report, gross, okay? They missed on sales, they missed on earnings per share, but they're like, we're partnering with Uber for deliveries. With Olive Garden, which, okay, I'm from Winnipeg. Winnipeg has a ton of Olive Gardens. My neighborhood in Winnipeg, shout out Transcona, actually, like, if you grew up there, you went to Olive Garden for every family event, school event, grad, whatever. So they already have delivery. It's actually not news, but I guess their partnership with Uber, a good look. I like DRI as a long here. We're holding VWAP really nicely. Also, this 170.90 area I don't remember what chart it was that I was looking at it, but it was pretty spicy. And now we will never know. No, I'm joking. I'll have to find. I'll look through my charts and find it because I was doing some mental charting at the big desk and I should have written better notes. But that 170.90 area, I really like. I'm going to go long before we start the lesson here. I'm going to go long 170.50s. I'm going to try to build a position here. I'd be adding 170s. I'll get long. I'll add at 170, 150s, and then I want to be taking some profit here at 174. I'll also be risking into 170.50. So I think that makes sense. Risking 50 cents, looking to. The risk reward wise, it's like minimum like 3 to 1.5. So math. Sorry, we overslept last night, but we're here, we're alive. Darden on my side chart, SMCI, SPY, Coinbase, Broadcom, IWM, Palantir, Intel. Anything you want to say before we get into that lesson here? Anything else?
Nothing too much. I'm just kind of just watching my position here. I do have the chat open now. Bit of a bounce happening over there. Par bar highs are breaking on some I think a 5-minute right there, but we're still holding underneath the moving average. It's funny that somebody asked about the moving averages, and I was like, moving average crossover what? No, but I'm joking. I do like using the 8 EMA just as an indicator to kind of point out trend. It doesn't necessarily dictate any sort of decisions for me. Like, I'm not getting in on a crossover or anything like that. I think that's I don't know. I don't trade like that. So I'm just going to keep it at that. Yeah, a little bit of a flush. Look at that. Oh boy. There it comes in, hard selling on the market. You know what? I'm going to get out of the way. Market just tanked. So if you're going to do that, then maybe I don't want to be sitting right on top of VWAP, but I will see that come in. Let's see, 19.8 is what I'm watching right now. That was some aggressive selling right there. Bit of a flush. You can see right here. You can see that right there. We slowed down here. I like instead of the moving averages, I do like just using just candles and different frames of candles and relative difference between them as more of a stronger indicator. But yeah, we're getting some strong selling coming in here. Let's see if we can continue down into VWAP. What will VWAP be? 227.44 is here on Apple-Adera. But without any further ado, I feel like we have an interesting lesson on board today.
Yeah, I wonder why you'd be interested in this particular lesson, given an ongoing recurring theme. No, I'm joking. Oh, good times there. Okay, so I am also, by the way, in Darden. I've set my stop there, so we're good there. I also tried to get back into the Amazon short and then did not get filled, so I'll talk about my woes later. But right now we are talking about rounded bottoms. So basically what we're going to do is help you understand how to identify and analyze these markets in the wild using key elements. For example, pattern structure is going to be huge here, volume behavior, market psychology, breakout confirmation, and some trading strategies. But yeah, so basically, to start, rounded bottom or a saucer pattern, but like who calls them that? Not anyone on this desk. It's a reversal pattern, basically signaling the transition from a downtrend to an uptrend. And it's going to be a rare formation, but it's pretty powerful. You usually observe it over longer time frames, though of course it can happen on an intraday basis as well. And it'll basically indicate a gradual change in the sentiment of the market. So how does this form? It's going to take place over an extended period. Okay, sorry, here's an example of a double top. I think this is from yesterday's lesson accidentally. But yeah, so basically it's going to form here over a longer period of time, and it's going to signal a bullish reversal after a prolonged downtrend. So it usually appears as a U-shaped curve, reflecting a gradual decline in price. Then it kind of stables out. We hold, then we curve all the way back up, and it'll rise pretty gradually there. It's unlike sharp reversals. You're not going to get any like... It'll unfold pretty slowly. It'll give you time to observe what's happening, and then you might want to get it on the backside of the move, potentially, right? That's what you want to be having your eyes out for. So some key aspects here include the downtrend phase. It's usually going to be having the market declining with diminishing momentum. So we peter out in terms of volume, things slow, they base out. The candles might get a little bit smaller as we get to the base. Then you're going to see some consolidation where you've got the price flattening out. That's going to be the midpoint of the pattern, right? So after that point, you have the move down. This is a reversal pattern. So guess what happens next? We come back all the way up, or not all the way up, but like we come back up. And so this will be a slow, steady rise in prices, which indicate their shift towards a more bullish sentiment. So how does volume behave here? Declining volume is going to be usually happening here during the downward phase and the flat base, which shows reduced selling pressure, just kind of buyers and sellers kind of chilling out at this level as we wait for something to happen. Then we'll get an increase in volume, right? That's what we're kind of waiting for. That's when you've got the price starting to rise with increasing volume, which signals some accumulation and renewed buying interest. The sellers have kind of stepped out for a bit, and the buyers are waving hello. And then you'll have your volume spike. So that's when you're going to have a nice increase in volume here near the breakout, which confirms here the strength of that upward move. So the psychology of this pattern is pretty key as well. The rounded bottom is going to be reflecting the market shift from bearishness to bullishness, which again characterizes this gradual change in sentiment. So the early downtrend here shows some pessimism. You've got traders like getting a little bit frustrated by this move. You've got some selling. Then you've got a consolidation. So you've got prices flattening out a bit. The bears are, pulling back. There's less of a roar.
You couldn't even get
you've got
to
it
the
waning.
so
The buyers are going to start to show some interest. Then we'll get your uptrend, right? Confidence is going to start slowly building. Buyers are going to be pushing prices higher. And then you have some more optimism. So we go from pessimism in the downtrend to optimism in the uptrend. What is the emojis I'm seeing in the shadow, B? Okay. Oh my, okay. Maybe that's what the buyers are doing is they push up higher. They're making that emoji face. Yeah. Sure, that's definitely what you meant by that. Then we also have breakout confirmation. So that's going to be the most key part of this pattern, okay? That's when what you have when you've got the price rising above the resistance formed at the start of that downtrend. So some key factors to watch out for include the resistance level. So you've got that usually forming near the start of a pattern. Then you're going to see that breakout in volume. Go, Darden. That's when you've got the price breaking through resistance, confirming the validity of the reversal. So a proper breakout here should be accompanied by higher volume, which signifies that new buyers are entering this here market. And then you're going to talk about some trading strategies, right? So once you have the pattern identified, how are you going to trade it? The entry point's going to be huge. You might want to be entering the trade when you've got the price breaking above the resistance with strong volume. Then where do you place your stop, you may ask? Well, we don't give advice. Just, these are tools. They're never rules. But a logical stop loss place could be, for example, just right below the lowest point of the pattern. That can help you manage some risk. What about your price target, you may ask? Well, we talked a lot about how these reversal patterns can be really helpful in having some built-in price target calculations just based on how they form. But it is worth noting here, it's usually calculated by measuring the vertical distance from the lowest point of the pattern to the resistance and projecting that upward from the breakout point. Now, what about how does this method help, right? Well, this method can be really good in terms of your trading strategies because it gives you reliable R&R, reliable risk-to-reward ratio, especially because we talked about a lot of these longer-term uptrends, right? So it's going to be pretty key in longer-term time frames where you have a slow, gradual development. That's, again, usually, not always, but usually where you'll see some of these patterns form. So how reliable is this pattern? It's going to be considered a highly reliable pattern, but it's more commonly observed, as we said, in longer time frames. You always want some more confirmation, or dare I say, confluence as well, with all of your patterns as well. But what about, and basically this pattern does indicate, right, a solid sustained reversal. It's not going to be like a quick, you're going to, what was that sound? I'll never know. It was a solid, sustained, a gradual move back up, and it's an ideal for traders and investors to position themselves with that in mind. What about the time frame? So you want to be patient. It does take some time for this to form, but because it takes time to form, sometimes the best things in life take time. They're not going to be immediate. You're not going to notice your gains in the gym right away. What was that analogy? I don't know. But you want to be patient with this pattern because it does take some time to develop. The best things in life take time. This is a really good reversal pattern, or it can be anyway, but it's not going to happen right overnight. So to conclude and to recap, this is going to be a gradual, powerful signal for market reversal. Key elements here include you want to identify that U-shaped formation. You want to wait for to confirm that pattern with some volume analysis. You want to see a breakout above resistance before you get involved in that there trade. And then you want to use some proper risk management with stop losses and price targets. So this can yield strong returns, especially in markets that take time to develop some trends. So that is the lesson over here today. Hopefully you guys learned a little something from that. And yeah, shout out. I definitely feel like this lesson was made with Obi in mind. So shout out to Obi. How are you doing over here in Apple?
Not too bad. I like that pattern, like the rounded bottom. I definitely have I guess an affinity to that pattern because more often than not, it comes in and around the end of the backside. Right, so that is it's like a pearl. It's like the backside is done. Majority of the selling is kind of out of the ticker. It's an area where maybe where a supply and demand start to balance after an imbalance of supply, right? Of heavier supply, you come in. The backside kind of starts to slow down. All the selling kind of gets out of it. Even like bad news, even bad news can't even sell the ticker off as much anymore. And that I feel like is the best part of kind of recognizing kind of a rounded bottom. It's like, all right, well, bad news keeps coming out on this ticker, and it cannot sell off anymore. It's done all the selling that it really can, and then maybe we're poised for a little bit of an upside move because it's failing to follow through on the downside. Now, there's a lot of tickers that if you look back at it, you can definitely see that rounded bottom pretty nicely here. So Netflix, I think, is definitely one of them. So I'm going to pull this up on a higher time frame. We can kind of talk about how Netflix kind of reached back to its I guess former glory. Yes. So let me just pull it up here on a higher time frame. Let's go to weekly actually, right here. Boom. So bottom not that rounded, a bit sharp. It's a bit of a sharp bottom, but again, you can see here strong backside, and then nice little, like, it cannot sell off anymore, and you get that like mini kind of rounded bottom confluencing with that 200 mark. Now there's other tickers here as well that give you a more gradual kind of rounded, and I think one of them is Carvana. I know Sean really likes this one right here, and this one is, I guess, almost a textbook example of a rounded bottom right here. You can see this thing was trading at $375 in and around 2021, 2022, and then look at the pullback. Aggressive selling, beautiful backside move, but then it finds a base, makes a rounded bottom. Look how round that is. You got a nice little dip right there. $3.55 at the lows right there, and then trading at 169.50s right here as of right now. So you can see a prime example of a rounded bottom here. And then this is like bigger picture reversion as well, because you have a strong bid taking you all the way from 25s to 375s, and then you get the full-on reversion within like 6 months. It took you about 2 years to get that high, and then within 6 months you get a strong reversion back down, and then look at that rounded bottom. That brings us about 30%-ish back to the reversion of the downside right here. So yeah, I do definitely like my rounded bottoms, Adara. So I think it's a very strong pattern, even for especially for a long-term kind of view there. But yeah, no, that's what I have to say about that one there. Market kind of came back up to 19.9, but take a look at Apple. Apple barely could get past this 228.5, while the market kind of did a bounce off of 19.8 and then pushed all the way up for a test of 19.9. So I do like that. Maybe the bid has dissipated significantly, but what do I know? I'm just waiting patiently for the next trade here. Again, like I said, I did come in a little late, but I was like, all right, you know what? We missed the longs off of the open. That was beautiful, absolutely crazy. Look at that, 225s. Oh boy, 225s to 229 halves, 229.70s, and then we take a nice little pullback into 227 halves. So just above VWAP, can't even sell off to VWAP. So that is something that I am keeping in mind as well on Apple today. But yeah, let us know what you guys are trading. I would love to know. Is there anything that's overextended? Because I think that Apple did extend a little bit there, but we got the reversion to VWAP. Am I asking for too much? Maybe, but let's see if we can bid back up towards this 229s, or do we come back down in towards 227s right here? Market very strong, riding on that 50 basis point cut on the FOMC. The reversion man definitely came yesterday, and he brought with him some, potential market gifts.
Oh yeah, he did. The reversion man cometh indeed over there. Right now, Amazon. Okay, so Call me a fool, whatever. I cannot believe that I moved my stop the way I did with that first Amazon. That was like flagrant. I don't know what that. We're not going to deal with that. That's going to be a conversation for me and my journaling. But basically, yeah. So what happened there with that initial short was I was initially risking into 190s. I moved my stop to prior bar high in the 5 minute. There was no reason to do that. I hadn't added. I was just like, whatever. Get it. I don't know what that was. It was some kind of weird trading. So we're going to have to deal with that for a moment. But basically what happened here is I got back short. And initially I was actually thinking of going long here if we broke above 189.50s. Because the push above it into it was pretty strong, but then we couldn't get 50. So I said, if we break below 30s, Adara, AMZN is still a short. 30s was an area that once we broke below, it was pretty spicy on the way down. And then when we tried to break back up, we were bouncing off 30s for a bit. The plan was always, I wasn't going to get long 30s. I was going to get long 50s, risk into 30s. We couldn't get... We couldn't have that, so I decided to flip short. I got short here at 189.25s. I'm risking into 189.50s because, like I said, if we get above 50s, I don't want any of that, and then I'll go long. That's the plan here with AMZN. Darden Restaurants here. So actually, oddly enough, I think. Oh, thank you. We're gonna talk about that in a moment. But right now, we're first gonna thank our friends at Benzinga Pro. So, are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up with the market? Are you missing on the big moves? Because you're too slow to the news. Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. So what you can do here is get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else, okay? And you can pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and you get to join a community full of traders who are just sharing their strategies in the real world in real time here. So are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Well, all you have to do is visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial. Shout out to Benzinga Pro. Also, yeah, so Darden Restaurants here. Well, I'd like my Olive Garden to have some nice green trees here to the upside in this long. Unfortunately, my Olive Garden is a little bereft of greenery. I'm risking here just below 50s, basically this area that we had this support here earlier. I initially kind of liked this. I thought we were rounding out a bit at VWAP, especially with that higher low that not higher, I guess the support that we had at 169s. I like that look. And we are still bouncing off VWAP. Look at all of these green olives coming in here on that tape. I need to stop making Olive Garden jokes, but I can't think of any other restaurants for Darden as of right now. So let's see what happens here in DRI. I will be adding, as I said, if we get above all of this resistance earlier here at 171.50s, then I'll be the profit taking area is going to be 174. I don't even think I'll save pieces for dreams because to me that's just a really strong area. So that's the plan here on DRI. Other names I'm looking at here, Mobileye, I had levels on. I'm pretty sure we've blown through them all, but I want to take a look here just in case because, okay, Mobileye. You're going to push back for Mobileye. So Mobileye, this line I drew here, this 1340s. I'm going to go to the daily chart so you guys can see what I mean because 1340s was a level that was spicy to me on the daily chart. Yes, okay, there we go. So my thought was either 1260s, if we can't fill this gap, we filled the gap, fine. But 1340s, look at this resistance here, or look at the support of the daily chart. Before we could do. It's at 1340s, right? So to me, that level, I was like, okay, if we can't break above that, it's a short. If we break above it, then you get long the breakout. I obviously missed going long the breakout, but this 1340s is interesting because high of day, right after 5:30 or 9:30, 1341s. I was like, okay, this is a real level. Then we get a new high of day, 1343s. I was like, wow, this would be a great long. And it is long, and I am not long in it. So that is a look there on Mobileye. I should be on my side chart because I do like the 1343 bounce, so I might kick, Coinbase. I might say bye to Coinbase. The only reason I'm a little hesitant to do that is because Coin right now is a nice little, bounce here off VWAP. I do apologize for the speed of my talking, guys, but the market does move really fast. I am trying to effectively, replicate the speed of the market and speak as quickly as these things move. So something I need to work on there, but let's see what we do here. Coinbase, I like the 171.50s. Mobileye, I might like a bit better. You know what? SMCI, bye-bye from my side chart. Mobileye goes here. Coinbase, sitting on this daily chart. Or not the daily, Coinbase going on my side chart still. Just still chilling in Darden and Amazon. Let's see what shakes out. How are you doing, Obi?
Not too bad. I'm just kind of watching this. We are getting a little bit of a bid off of VWAP there. So shout out to Sean. I know he's long down here, just above VWAP here, and I think you're almost a point in the money right there, right? I think so. Yeah, with the bounce. Let's. 227.65. So he's a point. He's a point in the money. There it is, right there. Boom. Nice little re-long right there as we bid right back up. So nice trade there, Sean, on that. I am watching this as well, and I was like, oh boy, yeah, I did kind of see some reasons to buy there. I covered a piece of it, but I'm kind of getting back in, looking for that lower high. Now that could not come. Right? It doesn't have to come. I'm more than willing to be wrong on this ticker and kind of re-engage and look for the next trade there. But the short definitely. I'm kind of getting a little bit of FOMO for not having enough where I did get short initially right there, just above that actually right at 229 halves. And we're trading almost back in, attempting to print the last quarter right there, 228.70s right now on Apple there. But something that is not reverting Adara, and I know you're involved with it, is Amazon. Amazon is still kind of chilling near its lows as Apple is kind of bidding up. So Amazon acting distinctly different versus some of these other tickers here. Now I'm looking at Nvidia. Nvidia is pushing for its high of day as of right now, only about 8 pennies away from its high of day for the breakout long on Nvidia. Let's see what we got in store for that one there. Alphabet kind of sideways, trading at 163s, 228 halves on Apple. We're watching that one. Softy sideways. I don't really, maybe a bit of a ranging action there on Softy. Not really too concerned with that one. And yesterday, when I was doing my scans last night, I was just like, well, what's in play? Well, after an FOMC, which was about 25 I guess, points more than expected, I think the market is in play. And it's very clear that the market is in play. When you come in on the day and you're like, oh boy, take a look at all of these tech names that are getting bought up. You can see, like last night I was looking at 8 p.m. close and the ES got bought up. Like the reversion came in the overnight session, and we kind of gapped up, opening a little bit higher today, coming into today, and that bid is definitely carrying over from yesterday. So, oh boy, indeed, I see you, Bears versus Bulls. Oh boy, indeed, man. So well, let's see. The long off of yesterday's kind of dip off of the. I guess I was trading TQs. I think 66. I was like, oh, 66 is where the bid is at, and yeah, TQ's trading at 71s now. So a little bit of a bigger picture, potentially idea there, and we are trading a little bit higher on that FOMC rate cut that we got yesterday. So, and what's up, Fabian?
Remember to like and subscribe and hit the bell icon so you don't miss a single notification.
Yes, welcome. Oh, damn! I totally butchered that. It's like remember to hit the like and subscribe so you do not miss any of the notifications as well. Thank you, Fabian, for reminding me for that. I got a little jumbled because I was like, oh, what was the sentence again? But yeah, okay. So we're getting a little bit of a pullback here. 228.30s. Can we print the last quarter there? Can we get down to the quarter? 228s, and we bid back below. I do want to get a little bit more aggressive, and it seems like I missed a little bit of a tidbit there on the tape there as we pulled back in off of 228 halves. Let's see if we can pull back down into VWAP. VWAP sitting at 227s, or do we kind of consolidate and push a little bit higher there? 19.9s printing as of right now. But yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. I am curious to know what everybody is on today. Lot of opportunity here on the day. Tesla, I know Tesla was absolutely wild. Tesla is pushing up what is it? What's that low right there off of the open? 232, a bit of a lick grab of pre-market lows and absolutely wild, blasting off to the upside there. I did see Tesla on the walk here this morning, and I was like, all right, well, let me look at some of the strongest stocks and look at the potential contenders for the reversion. Shout out to Sharif. I know yesterday he called me out for shorting strong stocks. Oh boy. That is something I do like to do, but the thing is, there's a catch. You have to wait for that strength to dissipate, right? You know it's there because you're seeing the strength, and then you look for the strength to dissipate to kind of get involved for a reversion scalp. Again, not looking for 100% reversion. Sometimes you get lucky with that. Sometimes you get that V-shape. You can see on Amazon, you did get pretty much almost a V-shape recovery there. Lows at 188.90s. You pull up to 191s, and then you pull all the way back down to 189. So almost 100% reversion happening there on Amazon. Definitely relatively weaker than the rest of the bunch here. I got TSM at high a day. I got AMD at high a day. Nvidia, fresh highs on that one as well. And obviously, with all those tickers pushing their highs, SMH and TQs also pushing for the. Actually, TQs did not break its high of day just yet, but SMH has broken its high of day there. So definitely a lot of opportunity on the board there. I see Tony Price saying, check out SoFi when you get a chance. Let's take a quick look at SoFi.
No, SoFi was running this morning for sure.
Yeah, I think yesterday as well. It was on volume scanners as well for me. SoFi, I guess, Squadunk off of the open there. It seems like this volatility, this move that came in potentially off of the FOMC, we're trading within that range on SoFi. So definitely a lot of other tickers have broken out of their prior days, I guess FOMC range prices, reference prices if you want to call them there. But SoFi still trading within that range. So interesting price action nonetheless here on the day. How are you doing, Adara?
Yeah, I don't know how I'm doing. I'm making this face because Amazon, I actually think. Every time I think I know what I'm doing, what's happening here in Amazon, Amazon's like, oh, are you sure? Like, you could be wrong. The reason I say that is because, hey, I got long where I did whatever. And you know how, shout out to Neil. No, or sorry, I got short. Shout out to, Neil and everybody, like, when in doubt, zoom out. Sometimes when in doubt, zoom in. Because when I zoom in here, what I see here is actually kind of bullish, in my opinion. I've talked about this a lot. When I see a bottom and then we get a double bottom, but only on a wick basis, to me, that's even more bullish because the prices couldn't even get to that level. They were like, actually, I'm just going to tease you. So that's why I decided to get out some of this earlier. Initially, the plan here was to get out the first piece at 188. 80s, which was that double bottom. I don't know what we're going to get. I'm waiting until I get stopped out. I'm not going to move my stop, but I honestly feel like if we can't get a nice breakdown below 189 soon, it might flip to a long. I don't want to be too indecisive, though. I also want to talk about my decision to short Meta near highs, or basically at all-time highs. So this is a choice. It was a choice I stand by for now. Why? Because I was watching the book, and Meta was having a whole time at 559.50s. You know what else Meta is doing at 559.50s? Topping tail candle, topping tail candle, topping tail candle, topping tail candle. So I'm willing to risk $1 here. I'm risking to almost highs at one. My stop here is at like around 560.50s, just below there. I honestly, I didn't take enough of a position. I took an L in this part because I forgot. I don't have the buying power to add into this. What I have here is what I'm going to have in this position. But that's fine. Once we get below here, I want to see us break nicely below that 558.30 area. So once we get below that area, that was kind of some previous support. If we crack below that nicely, I would like to see some hard downside. At that point, I will be switching my stops to prior bar highs, and I will be looking to see what we do at 557, because I think if we break below 557, where there's smoke, sometimes there is fire. Also, Amazon, oh my gosh, you actually did what I wanted you to do? Shocking. Shocking, I say. Please just punch you with Amazon. I would love, we're going to chill in this position. We're gonna ride this. I'm going to add back in here, or add a piece if we get to 189.08. I'm cool with that. 189.08, let's go. But honestly, if we keep staying, and I want to clarify why I like that level. That was that previous support area. I mean, hey, but Amazon, if you want to break down here, to be clear, I will just let you chill. If you break 188.80s, I am pleased as punch. At this point, we're going to chill. This is also where I would be moving my stops to prior bar highs. And I've talked about this a lot. One of the biggest things I'm working on right now as a trader is figuring out my exit rules, right? Because I feel like they're a little too conservative in some ways. Honestly, mostly they're just too conservative. They're weird and arbitrary in other ways. And you need to figure out, as you have a playbook, part of your playbook should be, where am I trying to take pieces out? Where am I trying to add? Are these areas that make sense, right? So it's one of the biggest things I'm working on right now. Just to kind of address that. With that in mind, Amazon, a little bit heebie-jeebie for now. I want to look at some tickers for other people right now. Someone was mentioning, was there a double top on the TQQs? I'll let you know. I usually, like I said, I'm not super comfortable trading the TQQs. I'm much more likely to trade the Qs because I think the leverage on the TQQs makes me do dumb things, to put it lightly. TQQs, I don't see a double top. I see a slightly lower high, which is also still bearish, much like the double top. But TQQ is bouncing off the 90 MA. Right now, honestly, I would like to see us break below that 70.85 level. That was a pretty hard resistance level earlier. If we can break below that, then I think that could be a bit more bearish, because we know resistance and support can flip, right? So if we bounce off that level, that's not going to be a vibe. Also, I got stopped out of Darden. I meant to mention this. I mentioned this in the chat when it happened. We broke below VWAP. I got stopped out. We get a hard break below here, kind of below this shelfy area of 170.30s. I will short that, and I will start covering at 169s, but I don't know if we're going to necessarily get that. I don't want to rush into the trade. Happy I attempted the long. I think I had confluence or reasons for attempting that long. Didn't work out. All good there. Let's see how this market unfolds, though, here, because this has been a really spicy little day. What else, people? ARM about to break low of day. Very weak, relatively, says Neil. Yeah, I mean, low of day on a stock that isn't catalyst driven is pretty interesting for sure. I want to look at this ARM. ARM is up.
Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Shout out to Wayne, who was clearly printing. Wow, ARM. So, oh my gosh, ARM broke its arm here. Look at this baby bear flag. You get the move down? Quaduk. So ARM certainly breaking the downside here. I would like to see what we do at this 142 level. That is a level we wicked into earlier, and we came right back up. So if we can crush below that level, that is something I would be interested in seeing. Shout out there to Wayne as well, because he seems very happy. And we are loving when people are pleased as punch. I'm definitely going to get stopped out of Meta. But Upstart here, Upstart squeeze, someone asked, yeah, Upstart is a 27% short float, much like SoFi, much like a firm running after we got that rate story. So good look here for UPST. Making these higher lows. Again, though, coming into a bit of area resistance. I'd like to see us push above that 40.60, or this might not be as bullish as it first appears. Okay, Meta pulling back below 560. We're going to wait and see what happens here on META. Amazon, how you doing? Still below 189. Cool with that. Like I said, we're going to be moving some stops here in AMZ into prior bar highs. At this point, I think it makes sense to do so. But yeah, we also got the ad. Okay, dope. Let's go, Amazon. We got added, and then it wicked right back below. So dope look here on A to the M to the Z to the N. And also, yeah, I guess pretty apt talking about rounded bottoms and trading Amazon here on the day that we do have Obi here, so shout out to that. Let's take out half the position at 188.83. Should we get there? Moving our stop to that 189.20 area. How you doing over here? What are you looking at?
Nothing too much there. I did get a little short there on Meta. Stopped out as we pull back above that 560. Re-engage here. Let's see if we can kind of continue a little bit lower. But yeah, I know I'm kind of fighting the trend there. I don't know if it's fully ready just yet. But that swipe up, oh boy, it is holding the 8 moving average right there. So the trend has been holding quite well as we start to slow down. And the bid has dissipated a little bit right there. But we talk about trend deceleration as well that we have to kind of consider and watch out for. Again, the trend can still continue to the upside, but just a little bit slower, maybe some slowing down here. Again, it is the midday session. It's about 11:30. We've been bidding up for about, let's see how long we've been bidding up here on Meta. For over an hour here from the lows. I guess the bid kind of came in around 10 o'clock. It's 11:38 right now. So we've been bidding up for over an hour for sure on Meta there. So let's see if that can potentially come in here to for a backside move, potential reversion. 553 guys, 553 I have as VWAP. So no idea if it can get all the way down to VWAP right there with this strength coming in. But interestingly, the market, the NASDAQ is still holding that 19.9. So let's see if we can get up to, maybe we hit that 20,000 today, Adara. So let's see, we're only about 100 points away, and we've been trending up throughout the morning session and I guess the pre-market session as well. The Globex session definitely bid up quite aggressively on some of these moves here. So yeah, I'm not really looking at too much else. Again, like I said, in my opinion, the market is in play today. So a lot of the large cap tech names, again, heavily weighted names as well, going to be of interest, or heavily weighted names in the indices are going to be of interest to me today for sure. But yeah, let me know what you guys are continuing to trade today. We did look at a few names there. I know that Bitcoin is on the move as well. I see that Vic Jan Novak in the chat talking about the coin long. So let's take a quick look at Coinbase here.
Just looking at that.
We were just looking at coin. Yeah. Yeah, it's holding this trend here, holding VWAP, holding prior day's highs as well, Adara. So yeah, what do you want to? Do you have anything to talk about on Coinbase?
Yeah, it's just what I was kind of. I don't want to but I was just like.
No, it's all good.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's all good. What do you got going on there? You're getting back into DRI.
I'm tempted to go short DRI. So my thing was, I did mention this. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. If we have like these lower highs still, we break below that 170.30s. I don't hate this, but I want to wait for a break below 170.30s because we have a lot of wicks below that area. I want to see something decisive. I want to see something violent. Also, we are in the same Meta reversion short, though you have a slightly better price than mine. I just typed meat in the chat, which we might be dead meat, or not in the chat, accidentally said in Meta. Maybe we are dead meat, and I have no idea. But I still like this short here. I have my stop. It's a midpoint stop. It's kind of set around that 560.50. So we'll see. I have a feeling I'm gonna get stopped out though. But either way, I like the trade. I want to wait until that stop hits. Amazon. I know Sean is long, I believe. I'm still short Amazon. We'll get stopped out here potentially. Prior bar. I should have moved this prior bar high because it was the other prior bar. Like I said, this is the thing I'm working on. But yeah, if we get above that 189.20s, that's where I'm gonna have to say sayonara. And I said, if we reclaim that 189.50s, I have no problem going long. But I'm not going to go long until we get to that level. 189.50s risking to 189.30s. That is my only long trade on Amazon. So in the meantime, we are chilling in this short. Darden, though, definitely like batting its eyelashes at me, being like, hey, Tara, don't worry about Meta. I'm here. You can trade me. We did get stopped out of Meta there. So that occurred. Let's pull up Meta here. Yeah, I mean, Meta is really strong. I knew that was kind of maybe a bit of a dicier trade potentially. Oh, and it does not look like I got stopped out at a great price. That's fine. But yeah, that nice push up here. High of day. We made a new high of day. Previously, it was at what, 560.89s. Right now, it's 560.98s. Let's see if we can crack above that 561 in Meta here. Again, happy I tried the trade, right? You got to try things you believe in. I did believe in that short at the time being. It was working for a moment there. It didn't end up happening. We avoid getting stopped out of Amazon by a hair here. So let's see if we can keep this moving up. To be clear still, we actually do still have lower highs and lower lows when you think about it. The big issue here, as I said, is that massive support we have at 188.80s. For the meantime, though, Amazon does look like some lower highs. I think if we break that flat bottom, Obi, I would watch out because it looks like it could be a pretty big move to the downside. ZEO, let's talk about some small caps. You showed it to Pretty Panda. I know a lot of other people were looking at that ZEO as well. ZEO Energy, okay. So, bit of a rounded bottom here, actually, earlier, I would say. Look at this kind of curve. I mean, as much as a small cap can get a rounded bottom. Then we look like we're trying to flat top right here with higher highs, higher lows, and a flat top here at 37. Then we make a lower high at 36. Or sorry, 360s. $3.60 is what I meant. Now we push lower, but we still have higher lows in terms of this downtrend. I think if we break below, like if this kind of move to the downside here, rejecting off 320s, if we break below 295s, I would say ZEO looks like some trouble. ZEO could go to ZERO. But as of right now, yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see if we can kind of keep curling here. Got stuffed out at Amazon, waiting for that long if we get to 189.50. It did take profit in some of that trade, stopped out almost at break even. So interesting look. Darden, though, also coming into some areas from the OB. I wish I had like more eyeballs so I could just trade everything. I don't know if this is like a common experience, but it's hard when there's so many things here in this market to look at, and you want to make sure you're managing risk. You're not trading a million names. But I mean, I guess I have a question too. We have a super chat from JKL146. $2 super chat. Super chat survey. Rounded or flat bottom? Go. I mean, I guess the market, you want that flat bottom, right? Rounded bottom. Flat bottom might be better support. Rounded bottom is going to give you a bit of a bounce, though. Also, yeah, so my question here is, I guess, what do you do when you've got, because you don't want to trade too many tickers. You've got some tickers on watch, but they're not really coming to fruition. I guess, how do you decide to kind of pivot and look at some other, when it makes sense, I guess, to look at some other names? I don't know if that question was worded.
I guess, I think, yeah, can you ask the question again?
I don't think I worded it super clearly, sorry.
All right.
So it's like, if you've got, and I asked this in as well to the chat a couple days ago too, but like you don't want to trade too many tickers, right? Let's say you're trying, this is one thing I'm working on, trying to trade less tickers. What happens if the tickers you're looking at aren't really giving you tons of opportunities? Like at what point do you decide, okay, I'm going to pivot, like look to some other stuff?
Yeah. Okay. So this is kind of the yeah. No, it does make a lot of sense. I think the thing is like I've changed my mindset on this as well over the past year or so. Definitely came to a little bit of an epiphany. Is like you're not necessarily looking for tickers to trade. You're looking for setups to trade, and those setups can set up on any ticker. So it doesn't matter what ticker it is. What makes it in play is that it is the setup that you're looking for. Now that can show up on Meta, that can show up on Apple, that can show up on that can show up in the market, right? The market does beautiful reversions a lot of the time, right? And then, oh boy, did I miss the 561? Okay, yeah, no. So it really depends on the setup. I think that is what matters. So that's what keeps you nimble. I'm not going to be like, okay, I'm going to come in and try to find a trade on Amazon every day, right? Yeah. I've done that before, as you guys know. But that wasn't the reason. I knew I wouldn't make any consistent profit on that consistently over time. But I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna learn how to trade large caps using this method and get comfortable with that. And I just use Amazon as a vehicle. But what I learned was that setups will show up anywhere and everywhere. The point becomes, can you identify your setups? And do you have probabilities on your setups? Yeah. And when they do show up, can you put on the risk and can you manage that risk effectively? It doesn't matter where it is. It can be on a spready ticker. It can be on a liquid ticker, right? Whatever your criteria are. So when I find that when I started perceiving the market with that kind of perspective, things really started to open up in terms of like what you can and cannot get involved with. It's like, all right, I'm not going to continue trying to force the trade on something that's not really setting up, right? Yeah, then I'm just fighting something. So it's like either if you can't find anything on a single ticker, then maybe you can do some scans. I know you see me do that every now and then, being like, okay, what are the volume leaders on the day doing as of right now, right? So a lot of different opportunities across the board, and sometimes maybe you're not looking at everything. You're right. Sometimes you feel like you need 10,000 eyes, right? Yeah. But that's what the scans are perfect for. That's so it's true, like the scans will be like, all right, well, if you have predetermined criteria for certain scans, like I want it doing this much relative volume, I want it doing this, that, and the other, and then it'll show you during the day, okay, all of these tickers fulfill your criteria, and then you run through them being like, all right, which ones are really getting set up, which ones am I comfortable trading, and then with that, you can kind of stay balanced in terms of not trying to fight something more than you really need to. So I guess that would be I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. Thank you, Obi. I really appreciate that. Yeah, because I think one of the biggest things too is it's like I'll be trading too many tickers, and then you don't have enough like or on a day, right? And then you don't have enough time or enough, I guess, eyeballs, mental capacity to look at everything the way it deserves to be looked at. So I really appreciate what you're saying there, like looking at it more. So I think that's what I've been trying to do, and then I get kind of stuck in a trap of like, am I looking at too many tickers? So definitely that's a mental hurdle I need to get over. But yeah, I mean, right now, I know I initially said I like to coin long. I am short coin, and I want to talk about why. So, Coinbase. One of the things we talked about, like you talked about too, that I appreciate is like finding out what your setups are, what your strategies are, right? So Coinbase, a bit of a spreadier ticker. That's why I had it up as a potential crypto play. I was like, if there is a crypto horse to ride, the horse I would like to get, like, you know, saddle up on would be Coinbase for that reason, because it moves how I want it to, generally how I'm comfortable with. But COIN, I liked as a long initially off 174. I like the 90 EMA bounce. But then what I'm noticing here are these wicks here, all of these topping tail candles. We have this big old thing here that we break into 175.50. We can't break above it. So I got short here at 174s. I'm risking into 174.50s, but like where I set my stop here, it's going to be a midpoint stop around that 174.40 area, which is pretty hard resistance. Also some resistance here on a wick basis. Now, will it work out? I have no idea. I don't know. But you have to try trades you believe in. I do like this trade. I think the book also not as strong as you would necessarily expect it to be. So let's see what happens here on COIN. Now, in terms of profit taking, I'm going to be wanting to see what we do here at 173s, and then of course into VWAP. Another area thing I like here too is Meta. Now I know I tried the Meta short. If Meta wants to continue making higher highs, higher lows, it could be a long for me here. But these topping tail candles have me a little scared. So basically, same level I shorted earlier, I still like. If we break below 550.50, that to me is a short. We also have Amazon though coming into levels I like. And look at this, Amazon bouncing another time here off 188.80s. That thing does not want to break that confluence of eights. So if it doesn't want to break the confluence of eights, you know what I do? I go long. But I am not going long this. Like I said, I have no faith in this long until we get above 189.50. I saw the violent rejection in the book. Look how we're just rejecting 20s. To me, there is like my level, I guess, of confidence in this trade is not, it's nil until I get to 189.50s. I don't mind getting involved in the trade late. If I get involved in the trade with, like, I can get involved in more size because I'll have tighter risk. I'll be risking to 189.30s. I'll have a better idea of what it's doing. I'm comfortable waiting if I'm waiting for something that makes sense to me. And that's why you have to trade what you believe in. You know, you could get lots of ideas. We give lots of ideas. Everyone has different kind of takes on the market. But in the end, you're going to have to take those ideas, take that approach, and make it work for your style. So with that in mind, 189.50 Amazon long. No other level will I be going long Amazon. That is what's happening there. I said that, I meant it. Darden, now finally, you're like, Darren, now that you're out of the trade, I'll be moving higher. I'm like, thanks, bro. Yeah, so clearly I should have gotten long when we bounced off that support 170.30s. I was thinking maybe it was a short with the lower highs. It's fine. I don't want to force myself into this trade. I'm happy I tried the long initially. Doesn't look like it's working out. You are short Meta. I think that is a nice look. Like I said, I will be hopping in that Meta short if we break below 559.50. I don't usually like going short one Mag 7 name and long another, like what I would be doing with Amazon and Meta there. But if something sets up, if they're moving in a way that is distinctly different, then I want to be doing that. I want to hear about your trades though, because both of those looking pretty spicy here.
Yeah, definitely. I agree on that. Distinctly different movement. I think it's very valid to kind of get involved with that. But I guess in terms of Meta and Apple here, both of them are very, very strong. So I guess you would say that they are skoshly different.
Yeah,
maybe
just slightly different.
Perhaps. But here
not different at all. One might also say.
Yeah. So 559 halves coming in here on Meta. So we did kind of lick grab that 561, attempting to break this trend as of right now. Finally trading below some of these moving averages. But I'm kind of observing how this thing moves. It is kind of it's very predatory in terms of how it kind of rips up, and it'll get you just on the spread, even if that price may not be printing, because that's where the bid or the ask is sitting. So all right, that's cool, that's fine. I'm willing to give that a little bit of percentage daily risk to kind of try it on there. So 228s right here. Fabian telling me I got to stop slouching. Yeah, I'll sit up. Okay, here comes Meta 558 halves right now. So oh boy, I did miss that 561. I did see what happened there. We only grabbed the top by 40 pennies and we pull back in, I'm like, oh boy, I definitely want to get in on this short for a potential reversion to the downside here. Already a point, let's see, but I took 2 points worth of a loss on the way up. So let's see if we can kind of take this trade as it comes in potentially right now, or do we make a higher low and kind of just continue there? But there comes a selling. Oh boy, 558s. How much further can we go? 553s is VWAP as of right now. Here you go, guys. That's what I'm looking at here. So no moving averages, no Fibonacci's or anything like that. Nothing too crazy. I like my candles. I like my naked charts. I like the backside. I like VWAP every now and then. And look at that opening range high potentially right there. This is on the 3-minute, also sitting at 553s. Let's see if we can get down there. Oh boy, the market with a little bit of a sell-off as we pull back off of that 19.5. Why don't I have more of these more shares in this era? Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, oh boy, indeed. I got involved. That meta is dope. I was looking at that, but I missed my 559.50s area. The other level I like at meta is 557, so I'll be watching it there. In the meantime, though, I said, Dara, why don't you get involved in a stock that you already really liked? And that is Amazon. I said I would only go long Amazon if we had, what was that level I liked? I liked that 189.50s. We never got that, so I never went long. But the second we broke 188.80s, I was like, hey, dope, a short is in order. Did I get short 188.80s? No, I did not. But I'm using that level as my stop. And I've noticed sometimes too, like if you have a level you like previously, you're not able to get filled there, what you could do, and I find this to be pretty helpful for my trading, is just move, like use that level you liked as your stop, either, support, resistance, flip, whatever there, right? Also, we have a profitable short here in Coinbase. Just took over, so we got short here 174s. I'm so happy with how I set my stop. I know I usually am very, on my worst behavior when it comes to setting stops. Showed it to our friend Drake, but nothing was the same with this trade. Another bad Drake fund.
Sick, nice short.
Thank
Let's
you.
Go.
Right, because I risked it right here, and I honestly almost got stopped out a couple times, but I said, I feel like okay with this level. Let's see what happens. I actually took more size here. This too. I've talked a lot about using risk units. I know this is something you've talked about as well.
Is that 2
percentage
points?
of your total risk? Pardon?
Almost 2 points?
I got a point, like just over a point. Yeah.
Let's go.
Point 20.
Nice trade.
Thank you. So,
and you're still in it.
I am still in it. I still have a piece.
Beautiful.
For the dream. And in case you're like, where's the dream? Dream's VWAP here, because this thing has generally been bouncing around VWAP. We still, like I said with Coinbase, this short, I was very hesitant to take in the first place because we did have these higher highs, higher lows. It was the topping tail candles and how stagnant we were at 174 that made me change my mind. I think at this point we'll have to move the stop to break even. I'm cool with that, but I want to take the rest out here at 172s. 172 is also a level I liked earlier today because I like that range on Coinbase in the pre-market with that 172 top. So I have no problem taking up the rest here. 172s. Let's go. I don't know if we will, but I will say let's go anyway because you want to stay positive. Honestly, even if your P&L is red, what you have to do is stay agreed in your mindset because this game, it can eat you up if you're focusing on the mental.
Oh boy.
And you know what I mean? I've always traded here. Like I've been saying, it's interesting. I have a different experience in that I've only really traded in front of people and live. And so you have to, I think that also really helps you keep your spirits up. But one thing, I found really helpful is to just focus on the positivity. Even if you are not positive in your trades, you have to stay positive in your mindset. Believe in your plan. Believe in what you believe in. And if you stick with that, you believe in yourself. No one else can do that for you. Also, Darden, now you're alone. Thanks, bro. No, I'm joking. Stocks don't care about my feelings. Doesn't matter if I have the right idea. This is something you said once that really stuck with me. Doesn't matter if you have the right idea. What matters is if you time it correctly, if you play it correctly. Darden, the only other level here I'd be interested in long would be 170-150 because that was where I was interested in adding in my actual earlier position when I was long this name. That does have to do with all of this resistance support here at 170-150. I'll be watching the book at this level. But right now I am pleased as punch with both my trades. Or I got filled, sorry, got stopped out of Amazon. English, wow. Coinbase potentially bouncing back here. As long as we stay below 174s, I'm going to be happy with that trade. But I mean, I want to shout out your meta trade. That is great. That is a great look here on Meta. Good look to Obi there. I also, like I said with Meta, my other level in this, it's approaching, it's 557s. That was the level I had I was going to have my stink bid in, and then I canceled it when I was going to get my coffee because I was like, oh, Jared, you're not going to get filled. No, I would have. It would have gone up 4 points, but that's not the point. Pun accidentally intended. I want to see what we do at 557s. If we bounce off 557s, I might take a really quick scalp long here to 559s. But I think it's more likely we'll Kudunk. We'll find out what happens here. Right now, chilling in Coinbase, still watching Amazon. And I mean, yeah, Darden, you're doing, I call this a bid creep or an ask creep. So a bid creep is when you've got the bid pushing up by like a cent on a really spready stock. So we were at 171.19s. Guess where we are now? 171.20s. The ask is holding. So that means we've got the hand cranking back up on the bid to smack the ask. That's what I'm looking for here on DRI. We'll find out. The ask creep is the opposite when you're looking for a short. You've got the bid pretty solid, and the ask slowly curves to the downside to drop it low. So let's see what happens here on Darden. Let's see what happens here on Coin. Coin, okay. Coin's still working. We're going to move the stop to prior bar highs. As I said, I'm still working on the part of my trading plan that involves moving stops, but I'm not going to add to this vision right now. We're just going to wait this, breathe, let it chill, find out what happens here on COI, and hopefully we can make some coin here in Coinbase. But Darden, the long is coming in. I'm going to get long here. How are you doing?
Not too bad. Just watching, looking for the next trade here. Apple's still kind of holding some of these highs. This consolidation is holding. It's technically consolidating above VWAP. We're making higher lows above VWAP as well. Some of these tops have been tested, but I do like that 229 level as well. Let's see. I have no idea. We're pulling back off of 19.9s, which is a good confluence that I do like for the trade here. Meta as well. Meta holding that 557. So yeah, I like that 556. You can see that 556 kind of had this kind of consolidation here, a bit of a base that we caught a bit off of. That 556, we're only about 50, I guess a point and a half away from that 556 as of right now as we trade in and around 557s, 558s now on the ask. So yeah, a little bit of a pullback up, but yeah, let's see if we make lower highs here and continue to the downside, or the super strong stock. Again, these are all-time highs here on Meta today. Let's see if we get a little bit of profit taking as the bid dissipates going into the midday session as of right now. So just patiently waiting, looking for the next trade. I don't really see too much that I potentially want to be involved in, but oh boy, look at ARM coming back in, and Sean is saying Google. Yeah, you know what? I do like that. Google, a bit of a double top-ish action there. Kind of attempted to revert all the way back to its highs. Can't really make it there, and pulling back in as well. Just holding above VWAP as of right now, but VWAP not really too significant as of right now because it's just kind of like orbiting around that VWAP. So let's see if VWAP can reclaim 62.69, 68. Is 62.68 is VWAP here on my screen. So we got to continue watching that one, see if that one comes into fruition there as Apple potentially coming to the downside here. Oh boy, Amazon was the one we should be shorting, Sean, because that thing is attempting to push low a day as of right now. Nvidia taking a little bit of a pullback there. I like that. So that'll definitely bring us in on these bigger, I guess, ETFs, as well as, again, Nvidia heavily weighted in some of those 557 halves back here on the Meta. Let's see if this one can pull into VWAP here. I'm looking for 554s, but that 556 could be a bust stop along the way, Adara. I do like that as well. What are you looking at?
I'm not trying to copy your style here, but I actually really like Apple here. I'm going to shout you out in that trade. Now, where would I be short Apple? Very late. It would be 228.20s. Why? I'm laughing just because it's a really random level. Why do I like that short in Apple? Because if we break that support, then I think we have at least until VWAP. I don't know, though, because right now it's looks like we're trying to make higher highs. We're doing that thing that I find sometimes bullish where you've got a bottom and then you make a double bottom, but only on a wick basis. I don't know. I've just found that pattern to be kind of bullish as of late, but we'll see what happens there. DRI, we got that nice push above here. So I'm using that level that I liked on the bid, 171.19s as my stop. I got long 171.49s. I'm risking 30 cents. Like I said here, I'm really looking at those 174s. So I don't mind being in this position, the slightly larger position than I had the first time around too, because I like this level. We are continuing to do a bid creep. Okay, keep creeping up on that bid. I want to see TLC style creep. We don't want no scrubs over here. And we're not chasing waterfalls. Did not chase this move. Said I'll wait to see if I get that push up. We got that push up. I got long. I'll stop snapping now, but we got another bid creep. So if that bid keeps creeping up, my smile will keep creeping up on my face.
Nice.
Really, really weird Joker style stuff I'm doing over here. Okay. Good Coinbase. Nice Coinbase.
Wow.
I'm really happy with this trade. Like I said, saving for 172s. Why am I saving for 172s? Not just because it's the whole dollar level. It's a level I liked earlier when we had some of that chip top. We have the higher lows, so I want to be cognizant of the fact we were not necessarily as likely to break below that 170, 150. At this moment, my stop is break even. I might have to move that to prior bars, which would be 173.15. So I'm gonna have to make that decision here. I still like Darden. I'm just watching my Darden cook. I guess accidental pun because it does restaurants. But yeah, shout out to Olive Garden there. Too bad we don't have Olive Garden there in Ontario. That actually makes me really sad. Like I said, I grew up in a very Olive Garden heavy province of Manitoba. Thank you, Vicky on Novak, for the kind words on coin. And like I said too, like I initially was thinking long coin. So I think one of the biggest things I'm still learning, I'm going to move my stop here to that prior bar high of 173.15. One of the biggest things I'm kind of learning in these markets is I think what matters more necessarily in the direction is I think what matters sometimes more than like the direction of your idea is, do you have levels that make sense that you're watching out for? So in my case, with Coinbase, I liked that 174, right? So I didn't hop in I waited to see what we did here. I thought I missed the long, but then when it kind of formed as a short, I'd already watched the book as well, what we were doing into that 174.40s, right? So I knew what levels to strike. So I'm trying to realize, someone said this in the chat a while ago too, and I really agreed. It's always, direction, of course, is important once you're in the trade, but as you're leading up to the trade, what you kind of want to see is the interaction. You want to see levels you like. You want to be able to flip. Yeah, no, I mean, you know what? Like Vicky on Novak, flipping is not, I struggle with it too, right? It's really easy to just say in your head, like, please don't flip. But sometimes you want to be able, shout out to Russ, but sometimes you have to be able to kind of take those moments and flip it. It's something I'm still working on for sure. I am still relatively new to trading, trying to get better every single day, right? So I think that's a huge thing. Coinbase definitely being spicy around that prior bar high, which is 173.15. My stop is midpoint 173.15. So let's see what gets crack-a-lack in there. Okay, Darden, keep having that bid creep. I see you. I like you. I wish I could eat at one of your restaurants tonight. Shout out to Olive Garden. I'm like really tempted to just be like, can someone fly me to Winnipeg? No, I'm joking. But trading this Darden is making me hungry for some profit and for some opportunities. Because like I said, it's not about P&L, it's about progress and learning. Yesterday, I had one of like the better sessions I've had in a while, just from like a mental standpoint. Still down to the day, but you know what? Down but not out. You keep going, as Cardi B says. You get down 9 times, but you get up. You knock me down 9 times, but I get up 10. Also, thank you, Live Trading by Trader TV Live. Shout out to Fabian or Ramin saying there's Olive Garden in Niagara. Maybe I take a drive tonight. No, I will not be taking a drive tonight. But go Darden, pushing up higher here. Go Coinbase, which is actually still behaving pretty nicely. And Apple, I'm looking at here potentially as a long off that 288.80s. I apologize, I know you're still short this. How are you doing over here?
Not too bad.
Meta is looking interesting too.
Yeah, so I like the Meta. Meta is kind of just consolidating, potentially making lower highs there. That's what I'm looking for. Can we make a lower high? I do want to get more in. I didn't get the price that I wanted, 561s or close to 561s, but that's perfectly fine. I got below 560, so about a point away there on that one. Now just looking to potentially add more if Meta will have me there at a lower high. Let's see if we can make a lower high underneath that 560 to get more involved into this ticker for potential reversion to VWAP. Now again, the market is strong there. We got back up to 19.9s on the NASDAQ, and the ES also kind of attempting to push its consolidation highs right now as well. So we've got to keep eyes on that one there to see if that can potentially come into fruition. But yeah, I'm just patiently waiting. Again, like I said, nothing too crazy. I'm not really seeing too much else here. Tesla still hasn't necessarily broken down, right? Tesla's probably like one of the only ones that hasn't really taken a significant pullback. Even Meta, that was very strong, has taken a bit of a pullback there. Nothing too significant, but about a 2-3 point pullback off of its highs there. And Tesla, no real sign of a pullback just yet. So the long is definitely strong on that one as that EV kind of, runs up. Runs up all day there. I'm looking at 15 minutes here. 15-minute lows, I guess power bar lows have barely been tested, with only about this current one attempting to break that prior low there. So we'll keep that one on watch. Let's see if Tesla will come in potentially there. But without any further ado, we have Neil with his lesson of the day. So let's see what Neil has to say.
Welcome to the lesson of the day and viewer's choice today. So we've gotten questions about this before, but do not mind going over it again, because there's always a lot of terminology that we will use on the live show or the traders use in a general sense. And Sometimes one trader might have a slightly different interpretation of the topic, but when it's an important one, like a liquidity grab, which you'll hear us all say, I think it matters. So first off, a liquidity grab, we should try to define those terms so people understand what they mean. Grab, I think you understand that somebody is trying to take something away. And so when traders talk about a liquidity grab, they're usually looking at a move, which is a reversal that either maybe you didn't see coming, or with a sharp one where someone was able to grab a great price that in hindsight is going to look almost fantastic for a reversal. Now, liquidity is the key point here. Now, obviously in the market, your bids, your asks, your volume at certain price levels is going to change based on time of day, based on how much the stock normally does trade. So it's all relative when you talk about liquidity. So you always want to compare apples to apples for a liquidity grab. It doesn't matter if I'm going to talk about one here at the open on Tesla. It's completely irrelevant how much liquidity Tesla did underneath the pre-market lows relative to Apple. You know, it matters how much it did relative to Tesla, right? So everything is relative to its own stock for that time of the day and at that particular price range. So as opposed to just running stops, a liquidity grab is a bit different. Now, if I was going to say something ran stops and then reversed, I might look at this 3 minutes and give you an idea that, okay, running stops at the pre-market high and then a quick reversal. That happened in one candle. A liquidity grab has to have time for a lot of volume to transact past the key price and then reverse. In this particular case, Tesla breaks a pre-market low right at the open, looks like it's holding to the downside, does a huge volume candle, follows it up with good volume on the other side, and then another big volume candle as it's making that bottom. This is the idea of a liquidity grab. It breaks the pre-market low, not to just snap back up and run everybody's stops in a couple of seconds, but to hold underneath that price for long enough that, and presumably, and you're always presuming the other side of the trade here, you don't know this for certain, presumably someone to have actually built a position underneath that pre-market low. Now, whether or not, from a technical standpoint, you could say, hey, look at the lower high from the afternoon, maybe they're holding that level, that doesn't really matter, but it's the volume that goes on underneath that price. When you're wicked out like this, a lot of times the ability to sort of react, you have to be quick to get back in the trade. It's just a running of stops and then it completely reverses. You'll see that with even dollar level breaks. But oftentimes at the open or at other key prices, you can see a big liquidity grab, lots of volume underneath that price, trapping people and giving them all the opportunity in the world to look for a short underneath a key price level only to reverse it out. Now, from a trading standpoint, oftentimes as this is happening, it's not easy to simply say, hey, underneath there's a long, look at it hold. No, it failed a pre-market high break and then looks like it's consolidating on a lower high on volume. The whole point that makes it a liquidity grab is that it's tricky for people not to be thinking short. Now, where you can look for this in the reversal trade doesn't have to be getting the bottom. And I think a lot of times when you try to get that bottom, you're going to get trapped in what ends up being a real down move. So what you look for in this particular case is a simple re-break of the high. It traps people in the low. It already did the wick top, the re-break of the high of the day. Now, obviously, you've heard a lot of people say Tesla was a miss. This wasn't just a liquidity grab underneath the pre-market bottom. It then broke out yesterday's high to boot. So it really trapped people, and then that's going to be a stop for almost everybody. Right? Like, that's sort of the obvious one. And it works in both ways here. You know, liquidity grabs certainly could happen in the other direction. I'll give you an example with ARM. ARM was a liquidity grab in the other direction to the upside. Now, whether or not you're zooming out, and if you zoom out on ARM, you can sort of see there's a very, very big level at $150 on the daily that it sold off of from before, where the next day it was a 147.5. So if you're zooming out, you're going to eyeball that as a big resistance level on ARM. Well, what does it do? It breaks out the high and then looks to all the world like it's in a trend upside on big, big volume. You're going to have more volume at this open than you were doing on the Fed announcement. So clearly, it's a significant amount of volume happening above this 145, goes right into that resistance on the daily, and then there is your move to the downside. And again, it's not about, hey, look at that, we're going to short the top because it's going to be a liquidity grab. You don't know that until it's already happened. But once it has happened on that kind of volume into resistance, just like in Tesla, it turns into a continuation trade. We're back underneath that breakout, turns into a trend to the downside. So there's your big liquidity grab on ARM in the other direction. It's not just a wick high, it's a lot of volume above that top and then a rejection underneath. Trapping enough time to trap a lot of people long so that you get a complete reversal. So that's the difference. A lot of times traders will talk about simply, oh, I got wicked out, they ran stops. A liquidity grab is much more than that. It's a longer period of time where people have built into a position of confidence in a breakout or through a key price level, only to then drop it. They tend to work the same way on reversals, but the liquidity grab I find is much better for a trend trade because you have a huge volume of traders trapped in the other direction. The wick out just stops some people out, the weak hands, and then you just get a reversal. They run stops, you just get the weak hands out. There's not enough time to really trap anybody in the other direction. But in the case of that liquidity grab, you have trapped people in the other direction, and so the trend is much stronger on the reversal. Tesla, great example to the long side today. ARM, a great example of the short side. So your lesson of the day, the difference between a liquidity grab and simply running stops. Happens all the time, and I find that the liquidity grab is a much more interesting thing to trade off of, and you have a lot more time to assess the move. So therefore, when it sets that up, it's a more simple trade. You don't have to think in the terms of seconds. You get minutes, sometimes even longer than that to assess that trade. So hope that answers your question. We got that this morning. Always more than happy to discuss questions that you guys want for the lesson of the day. Good luck, everybody.
All right, thank you, Neil, for answering those questions from the chat. I kind of still involved in some of the on the same names here. Apple and Meta. Bit of a consolidation we're having right now as a market kind of attempts to chop around this 19.9 right here, but pretty much sideways we've been for the past, I guess, especially if you look at the ES, you can see a little bit more of a chop sideways there as we consolidate between, 57.25 and 5700 here, and just kind of, patiently waiting for the next trade to set up. And I know that Tesla was also on watch, so let's keep a closer eye on that one. There are 242s coming in as of right now. So let's see if Tesla can potentially bring it in here. VWAP sitting at 238 right here. So let me pull up the chart so we can look at it together here. So we did get a little bit of, we're attempting to get a little bit of a trend break here. So I'm going to be a little bit more patient with this one. I do think that Tesla is a little bit more competitive when it comes to price action and I guess some of the games that are played on that ticker. But what do I know? I'm just going to be patient, wait for my setups to kind of set up for me, and then try to get involved in those as well. Let's see if they can come into fruition here. How are you doing, Adara?
I'm good. I'm watching Meta, because if that thing breaks below 557.50, I'm getting involved.
Boy.
So, okay, we're getting involved. We're going to risk into 558.50s. I'm taking less size. I'm willing to risk a little bit more because I really like this trade. Now, I don't have enough buying power for it. That's fine. Well, maybe for the best, because it bounced basically. It would have bounced the second I got filled. So it's all good. But yeah, so coin here, holding at 172. I was initially looking to short at 172 breakdown, but it does not, the way it's breaking down here wasn't quite what I was looking for. I got stopped out there just above 173s, I think 173.15s. That was that area I mentioned. So please just punch with that. Other stocks I'm looking at here, because I wouldn't realize too, that's the thing too, you could have stuff on watch, but if it's not setting up, don't play it. Coinbase, I mean, I like the idea of the 172 breakdown. It wasn't setting up how I wanted to, so I'm cool with waiting. Meta bouncing, though, at 557.50. That is a little interesting to me. But is that more of a reason not to go short, or is it a reason to go long? I still don't know if I would want to go long Meta, and that is because we do still have, as Obi was saying earlier, lower highs on Meta, right? And there is some interesting stuff in the water here around that 559. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to chill. I am long Apple, which is something I want to talk about because I know I was initially like, oh, I want to short Apple 228.30s. The reason I didn't was because we had that base here, and then we had a bit of a wick into that base before coming higher. Now we have higher lows. I'm risking into that prior low, taking less size, risking into the prior low there of 228.40s. This will be like the battle of the Macs over PC or Mac, as we know. We're both trading Apple in different directions. No, I'm joking. All smiles over here on this desk. But yeah, basically, why I like this trade because it's setting up with these higher highs, higher lows. There's a clear support resistance flip for me to play off of. And also here too, look, we're actually resistance. Then we flip to support. So I think if this breaks out, this could be pretty strong. The only area I would potentially consider adding here is if we get a nice breakup of 228. I'll be watching that level. The other trade I like is still Amazon 189.50. Now, Obi heard me talking to this. I was like going to the watchroom. I was like, Amazon, if you break 189.50 before I get back, I'm going to be pretty grumpy. And Amazon listened, or it probably didn't. It just behaved nicely. We're going to see what it does here at 189.50. Darn it! Sorry for the clap there, guys. I got a little excited because this stock has been a little bit more sleep-inducing. Darden getting that pop here. Let's see what happens at Darden. Like I said, nice. Profit taking, it's interesting for me, 174. I'm not adding to this. I'm going to let this thing ride. At this point, I should be moving my stop to prior bar lows, I would say. But it's hard when a lot of these lows are pretty anemic. Let's see how this shapes up right now. We're getting some things I like on the book. We're getting some things I like on the chart, Obi. I am, dare I say it, please just punch with the trading opportunities today. Coming off a bit of a rough streak, but you just got to keep going, got to keep pushing. How you doing over here?
Not too bad. Yeah, no, you know what? I don't really mind your idea there for the Apple long. I do see exactly what you're seeing, and I know I'm fighting the trend a little bit there. So yeah, 229's coming in here. We are making or attempting to make some fresh highs here into this consolidation, and there it is. There's my stop out Adara. So congratulations on the long. Definitely read it the right way there. But I am trying to get in on the right side of said V. But it would seem that I guess the initial trade was probably the best one as we are consolidating above VWAP right now and attempting to make higher highs, higher lows as well. So shout out to Dara for kind of capturing that move as of right now. I'm still got Tesla on watch. Apple, I'm not done with you just yet. I'm looking for that lower high potentially to come in, if it'll come in at all. So again, we broke above that 19.9s here on the Nasdaq, and there's the ES pushing or attempting to push some fresh highs as well. So I am keeping that closely on watch as we get a little bit of strength in this market here. Let's see, Spider almost up at its highs there. High a day on the Spider is 571.89. We're trading 571.60s as of right now. So got to keep a close eye on that one to see if that one will come into fruition. If we can break through some of those or the high of day on the Spider there, I do like the long idea on some of these large caps. But again, if we can't do that, and I guess especially if the Nasdaq can't really get through this 19.9, I do want to kind of continue on with this backside idea here as we potentially are making lower highs. But let's see, we are making lower highs relative to this. But bigger picture, we've only been making higher highs and higher lows here on Apple, as well as the futures in the market here. So gonna pack my patience, as Sharif likes to say, and wait for the next trade. Apple, though, I might still continue to take a couple shots at this one.
Yeah, Apple. Honestly, I don't blame you for trying to take those shots at Apple there. Amazon still could not break 189.50. I honestly, like, this is giving me the more this fails to break 189.50. A, the happier it makes me that I wanted to wait for that level. But B, the more it makes me think if we do break above that 189.50, OB, it's gonna be spicy. It gives me more balance to evidence. Oh, wrong button. That we can have a nice little long here. So yeah, shout out to that. Also, yeah, shout out to the Law and Order button. Thank you, Fabian, for getting that for me. Turns out apparently he had that button ready for a while because he knew I would want it. So shout out to our awesome production team. Someone earlier was saying the production team is dope, and yeah, I mean, shout out Andre, new member as well. But I'm gonna keep staring here at this Amazon. While I stare at Amazon, I'm gonna put it's on my book so I can get long there 189.50s. I'm gonna look at a firm here because a firm was when we okay. SOS wanting to look at a firm long. You're saying, honestly, I don't know. I'm going to be really honest with you. What I see from a firm is a big old V-shaped retracement to the downside. If we bounce off VWAP, maybe, but Sharif says this a lot, and I agree. VWAP is only a level if it shows interaction. We haven't really interacted with VWAP much. The level we have interacted with, oddly enough, on a firm is the 9. Oh, also, sorry, to get long Amazon. So, excuse my interruption here. We're going to get long Amazon. Okay, so we're long Amazon. Oh, didn't have enough buying power for that. Cool. Great times. So we'll see if we can get in with less size, maybe that long Amazon, because I still do want that long. But as we wait for that to happen, there we go. Affirm, we're breaking below VWAP, right? The one area I would maybe look for some support would be 45.86 fives, and that's because that was that previous area of chop. But I mean, if you think about it here, right? We had a big move up here. We stagnate hard at a whole dollar level here, that 48, and then we could do. The level we were interacting with, we were bouncing off the 90 MAs on the way up, rejecting off 90 MA on the way down. To me, that is I'm going to be honest with you, that's really the only level I see on Affirm. Sometimes lower levels are interesting, but that thing just broke below 46. So I got to say, unfortunately, I don't really see much of a long here on AFRM. I'm sorry I wasn't able to affirm your read on the stock, but I do want to be honest about my look on that. I don't think it's a particularly bullish day for Affirm. We do have Apple. Like I said, I was interested in adding 229, didn't get filled. That's fine. I'm taking out the vast majority here of this position, 5/6 of the position at 229.50. I'm holding a tiny, tiny piece for a dream. At that point, you might ask why. And I would say, I don't know, why not? I'm going to move my stop here to break even. I should have done that already. We did not get filled on Amazon, unfortunately. But you know what? If we break above VWAP, I'm cool. Like I said, what you could do sometimes too, within reason, right? You don't want to be chasey. Is areas that you initially liked as like a stop or, a level of entry, you can change those to be your stops, right? When I had that Lululemon trade a couple weeks ago, which like I said was kind of a big moment for me in terms of my process and finding what works for me. That's what I did there. Amazon, I'm a little upset I missed this fill. It is, especially because I was watching it so hard. It is what it is, but you know what? You can't get upset. The markets don't care about your feelings. All they care about is you taking advantage of those opportunities. DRI, I'm going to have to get some stops set up here too, because that thing doing a little bit of a bid creep to the downside, which is not great when you're in a long. So going to be babysitting that. Happy with the Apple, happy with the Darden. Don't want to revenge trade Amazon, so we're going to wait and see how this ends up. But I am happy I waited for my 189.50. So I think that is pretty key there for sure. How are you doing over here?
Not too bad. I stopped out on Apple a couple times. Again, it attempts to bid a little bit higher above that 229 area. So kind of just patiently waiting, watching. This is a prior level that I do like here, this 229 area, so that's why I'm I'm getting involved and maybe potentially a little aggressive with this area. So let's see. I'm willing to spend a little bit of risk here until or if it can begin to work right there. But that 229 area, some prior range highs I'm seeing there. Okay, oh boy, we're getting some selling coming in here. So thankfully. Oh boy, what's happening? So we're coming back into 18.9. A little bit of volatility here. Meta flushing to the downside, 557s now. So we clipped that prior low right there. Let's see if we can continue a little bit lower here. Again, that 556 area definitely interesting. We're only about 30 pennies away from entering that 556 area as of right now. So let's see if that can potentially come into fruition with the market taking a little bit of a pullback. But it's interesting that I guess Nasdaq kind of pushing right back above that 19.9. So I don't know. Maybe just some chip chop here, Dara, where that volatility kind of gets picked right back up. That aggressive selling bids right back up through those 229s here. So I do have to keep an eye on that. On that. Meta is still working as of right now. We are potentially on the backside of the move here on Meta. Let's see if we can get down into VWAP. Again, I'm looking for those 556s, man. If those 556s can come in, I think that could be an interesting place to kind of watch the ticker and see what it does in and around there. That is a place where, look at that, nice little. It was like it consolidated. We had a strong trend. We consolidate on top of 556s, and then we get another leg to the upside there, all the way to 561s on Meta. So let's see if we can come into those 556s and see if the bid is still kind of sitting there, or is the bid going to kind of drop as the momentum from the morning has definitely dissipated a little bit here on the day. But look at these futures, man. These futures are continuing to push to the upside here. So what I'm asking is, who is the strongest one of the bunch right now? Amazon with a little bit of a pop there, and Nvidia still a little sideways there. Softy is super sideways, looking like some price compression happening there on Microsoft. But yeah, Spider to the upside there. Alphabet as well, still making lower highs there on Alphabet, but still within its kind of consolidation range, so nothing too crazy going on there as of right now. So yeah, that bid comes right back in here on Apple. So maybe we are poised for some more upside here, Adara.
Yeah, I'm in 3 longs. I cannot believe what my life is. Happy with all.
Wow,
I know
nice.
it's. Who am I? I got long here, like I said, Darden. Chilling in that long, moved my stops just below 172s. That was that area with that hard breakout from them we kind of tested. So if we break below that, I want no smoke. If we stay here, I am pretty happy with that level. Amazon, Apple, my stop's at break even right now just because how we pushed up. Amazon, I got filled. I had my order there waiting all pretty. I was like, woo, Amazon, right? So I don't know what that sound was, but it looks like we wicked into the area I was going to take profit, that 189.86, and then we came back down. Why did I like that level? Look at all of this interaction in the pre-market. Look at these bounces off you up. 180, honestly, if we break above 189.80s, it's a good look for Amazon. That's where I'll be taking out half the position. I'll be saving another piece for a dream. The dream is a bit ambitious. It's going to be much like Apple, kind of near that pointy top where we started, from whence we started reversing. So that'll be the look on Amazon. That is my look on Apple as well. But apparently a firm respected the level, says SOS. Yeah, it actually, it respected 85. Okay, dope. A firm did respect, as of right now, 45.85. So, like, that's always the hard part. I do feel, you want to make sure you're responsible when you're on the show saying levels, because not everything is going to hit, right? This Affirm, though, getting that bounce, so I'm happy that worked out there. Let's see, though. It looks like right now we have a bit of a topping tail rejecting VWAP, which, again, not a level Affirm was necessarily respecting earlier, but let's figure out. Jeremy Newman asking about Lunar's rounded bottom on the 5-minute LUNR. That was a stock, I believe, yesterday or the day before. This one was getting pretty spicy. This one was popping. We know Lunar has the potential to go to the moon, pun intended. Okay, I'm not seeing a rounded bottom in the 5-minute. Maybe you mean a longer time frame, so I'll zoom out. But, okay, you know what I see more for Lunar? It's less of a rounded bottom, more of a double bottom at 740. That's my take on this, right? 740, to be clear, there's a lot of symmetry in this pattern. So we have a bottom at 740, then we kind of have a bit of rejection at 765, then we're kind of trying to curl up here with that support resistance flip yesterday. Now to support here at 785. 785 is actually a level I had written down on Lunar. Not a stock I normally trade, but I do, stock respects levels. As we were saying earlier, you're going to respect that. And then now we have a little bit of something happening, kind of eighths, not a huge level, but look at this Lunar move now. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say rounded bottom, but I would say there is some symmetry happening here. If we break above 840s, which is a clear level of rejection a couple times here today, if we break above 840s, I would say Lunar's very bullish. But that is, again, not just my read on the chart. I'm not a chartist there. But again, I'm going to be honest, I would not necessarily call this a rounded bottom, but that doesn't mean it's not a bullish pattern, right? Things can manifest in different ways. With that in mind, we're ready to start our lesson one more time, which is rounded bottoms. Also, some housekeeping here. Let's get the duster out, get the mop, get our Clorox out, long CL. So some housekeeping. We actually don't have our voting happening today because we don't have Sharif here, so no voting, guys. Tomorrow you'll go back to being able to vote for your tickers in our audience segment. Also, the other piece of housekeeping I would like to do, there's another piece. Oh yeah, we have an auction. It's the 10-year tips auction at 1 p.m. So just so you guys know that is a thing. Be aware at 1 p.m. that auction might be happening. I'm just going to pull up the website so I can see this. But right now, let's talk about the saucer pattern. But I mean, guys, we know it by its real name, the rounded bottom. So here's a quick intro here to rounded bottoms. Basically, it's going to be a pattern, is a reversal pattern there that signals a transition from a downtrend to an uptrend. Its cousin is the rounded top, which signals a transition from a downtrend to an uptrend to a downtrend. There we go. So rounded bottom down to up, because the bottom is rounding up, rounded top, up to down, because you've got the top rounding to the downside. So this pattern is pretty rare. It's worth noting, but it's pretty powerful, and you usually observe it over a longer time frame, right? So what it'll indicate too, as kind of signified by the longer time frame, it's going to be a more gradual change in the market sentiment. So it forms over a longer period of time, as we suggested, and it also signals bullish reversal after a prolonged downtrend. So here's one example. Thank you to Sharif for adding these pictures here from being sick. Hopefully he's doing well. Look at this. We get the rounded bottom. Look at the little shout out to the bull riding in there. Shout out to Sean there riding on that bull. Rounded bottom here. You also got that bull move up here to the upside. Great look. Now, what about structure and formation? So the rounded bottom is going to look a bit like a U shape here, okay? It reflects a gradual decline in price stabilization phase before a gradual push back to the upside. Unlike a sharper reversal, this pattern is going to unfold over more slowly. Key structures include the downtrend phase where you've got the market initially declining with diminished momentum. Then you're going to be looking for your consolidation, which is when the price is flattened out at the bottom, which marks the midpoint of this pattern. Last but not least, your uptrend phase. That's where you're going to see a slow, steady rise in prices, indicating a shift towards a bullish sentiment. So here's an example. You got your rounded bottom here. Look at the volume here moving too. You got big influx of volume on the down. Volume kind of stabilizes. As it picks up, look what we have. Some pickup in volume. And then we pop. Great look there. Now, what about behavior in volume? Because that's worth noting too, as we just saw in that chart. A couple things worth noting here. You got a decline in volume here. So you're going to see the volume push lower during the downtrend and the flat base, which indicates a decrease in selling pressure. Then what you're going to want to see, though, is a increase in volume. And you want to see the increase in volume when you have an increase in your price, because that will signal the accumulation and renewed buying interest. Especially what you're looking for here is a volume spike near the breakout, because that confirms, hey, these prices are ready. They're like banging at the door. They're like, let me in. And they push higher. Some dinner theater for y'all. Or lunch theater, I guess, because it's the lunch hour. So here we go. Here's a rounded bottom on volume. You got your move down. Look, the volume rounds out too, right? Volume actually implies two rounded bottoms. You kind of see that, a bit of a double bottom here. So double bottom and a rounded bottom, even more bullish confluence. Then we push up higher here. Then that's the area where they're saying to buy, right? So then you can risk appropriately, which we'll talk about in a minute. But first, we're going to talk about the psychology of this pattern. So first, you want to see your early downtrend. That's going to basically reflect some pessimism as viewed through selling. Then you see your consolidation, right? The consolidation is when you've got a flattening here in price and the bearish sentiment waning. At that point, buyers are going to start to show some interest. What about your uptrend? That's what happens here when you've got that confidence slowly, gradually building here with the buyers. They're going to be pushing those prices higher, and that signals some optimism in then their markets. This basically, what you're going to see here is a slow shift reflecting an accumulation phase where smart money is gradually entering the market. Smart money, quote unquote, right? Because by that we mean investors on an institutional basis. So here we go. We got your psychology of the rounded bottom. First, you got your gradual decline. Then you've got a rounded bottom shape. You're looking at that volume. You're seeing, hey, when are we going to curl? Let's wait out here. Let's figure out what happens. Then we break out on resistance. Let's talk here about the confirmation here of the breakout. So talk here about, because this is the most important part of the pattern, right? That's what happens when you've got the price rising above the resistance formed at the beginning of the downtrend. Also, we got covered there at Apple. Shout out to Obi in that short. We got no covered. Sorry, is not what I meant. Stopped out. So basically, yeah. So you've got resistance level here. That's what you have formed near the start of the pattern. Then you want to see your breakout in volume. That's what happens when you've got that surge in volume and intense increase in volume when the price is breaking through resistance. That confirms here the validity of your reversal. Also, though, it's worth noting a proper breakout, you do want to see that accompanied by high volume, right? That signals that you've got new buyers entering the market saying, hey, howdy, let us in. We want to join the party. So here you go. You've got a potential breakout here, rounded bottom pattern, move to the downside. Then we start seeing these higher lows. Then we have that push back up. Once you break above this neckline, it could be go time. So interesting look there. Now let's talk about some trading strategies here, right? So once you've got the pattern identified, how the heck do you trade it? Entry, one entry kind of to note here could be entering, for example, when you've got the price breaking above resistance, accompanied by strong volume. Where would you set your stop in this case? Potentially just below the lowest point of the pattern to manage your risk. Now, your target here is also going to be key because the target price is often going to be calculated by measuring your vertical distance from the lowest point of the pattern to the resistance. At that point, you're going to be projecting that pattern upward from your breakout point. Now, what this method does is it kind of offers a reliable, and again, reliable, these are tools, not rules, right? So things don't always change, but it gives you a fairly reliable risk to reward ratio, and especially if you're looking at a longer time frame where the pattern is often going to develop. So here you go. You've got your entry and exit. You have this neckline here, pushing below, volume slumps or sluppums. If you're looking at this Google images, it's sluppums, volume sluppums. Then you get a higher low. Then you get a bit of a breakout, right? So set your stop loss here. Now I'm slupping because I'm saying these words wrong. But set your stop loss here potentially. Then you push up higher here. You get your retest, bull flag, and the bull flag pops. Great look here. So how reliable is this pattern? What time frame should you be looking at it on? It's considered a highly reliable time frame here, but it is more commonly observed in longer time frames of your daily, your weekly, or your monthly charts. What it does is it indicates a solid, sustained reversal, so that makes it more ideal for position traders and for investors. In terms of time frames, you do want to be patient because it takes time for this pattern to develop. But the slow formation can lead to a more stable long-term price movement because you've watched it for quite some time. So to conclude and to recap, the rounded bottom pattern is gradual, but it's powerful. It signifies market reversal. And so what you want to do first is identify the U shape. Then you want to wait for a breakout above resistance before you get involved in that trade. Then you want to use proper risk management with stop losses and your price targets. That is a rounded bottom, and that is our lesson of the day. How you doing over here, Obi?
Nice. Thanks, Adara, for the lesson of the day there. Again, solid examples there, and yeah, definitely a good pattern to watch out for. Definitely rare. Kind of pointed out earlier that if you want to see it on something recent, I think Carvana is definitely a chart to be watching if you want to see that rounded bottom kind of coming in. Well, it kind of already did it. We're in a bit of an uptrend on the bigger picture on Carvana, but yeah, that ticker is a good textbook example. Here, I'll just pull it up here. CVNA. We'll pull that up again on the weekly, I think, as well. And again, oh boy, this thing has definitely rounded bottom. And I like that you kind of pointed out how the volume looks on those as well. You can see, look at that spike in volume, and as that volume expands, we start getting that up move as well. So some solid action there on Carvana. A rounded bottom on the larger time frame. This is a weekly chart here in the wild. So a great example there. Now I'm sure, yeah, let me know in the chat if you guys have any other examples that of like rounded bottoms on the higher time frames that you guys want us to take a look at there. And I'd love to see some of those. I know there's a lot of tickers that may be doing that as well. Again, we're back at all-time highs here. Spider is pushing all-time highs today. So is Meta. Let's see if some of these other tickers can kind of get back up to their all-time highs there. Nvidia still trading below 120s there. 119.66 is the high of day today on Nvidia here. We're getting a bit of a wicking action here on the ES of this prior high. I like that. Let's see if we can pull back a little bit here. We've been consolidating for over a couple hours here. I see that Apple consolidation. Let's see how long we've been, over an hour and a half as of right now since this low kind of came in. Still trading at these 229s. Again, 229s potentially being a level of interest in my opinion, as I have it labeled as a kind of like a prior range high level. We have violated this level a bunch of times. So again, nothing too important, but I am kind of looking for something here. It could, very well not be there as well. I think the reversion definitely was this 229 halves down to VWAP 228s there. But that could be all she wrote in terms of a pullback here. Again, market very, very strong on the 50 basis point cut that we got yesterday off the FOMC. And there are a lot of tickers that are super, super strong on the day today. Again, tech sector, very strong as well. I'm looking at SMH right now. SMH is literally making high of days as we speak. And obviously TQs as well, kind of following in suit. AMD though, AMD trend is very, very strong. So is TSM. If you're looking at some of those other alternative chip names there, TSM super, super strong on the day as well. Tesla, yeah. Tesla still has not done a significant pullback. We're just trading sideways now on Tesla. So I think maybe Tesla. I gotta definitely be a little bit more patient if I'm looking for a reversion on Tesla. That could very well not come today, as again these markets are super strong on day 2 FOMC.
Yeah, very, very strong day 2 FOMC here. Darden also very strong. Sorry, just lozenge. So let's see what we do here at Darden. What I've been doing is I've been moving my stop to power bar lows on a 5-minute. So the most recent one here, 172.70s. With that in mind, I should be moving this one here to 173.15. So I'm going to do that. Really happy with this trade. And honestly, like this is sometimes you don't get you're not going to get your first fill. And this is one thing that you and Neil were talking about a while ago that I echo this conversation a lot because I think it was pretty key for my understanding of trading. Honestly, sometimes the trade is sweeter when you don't get it the first time because you've watched the levels, you know what you're looking for, right? You know what you want to see, you know what the stock has been doing. And so then when you're ready to see, you either see things be either skoshly or distinctly different, you know when you're ready to strike, and then you get that push. So that DRI, I knew once we broke above that 170, 150, that would be the level. And it made you wait for it a little bit. It did, you know what I mean? It's to quote that song by Jeremiah, makes you wait on it. But then it gets that, I don't know, I felt like singing. And then it pushes higher and you get that juice to the upside. So bit of an ask or a bit of a bid creep to the downside here. We're just at 173.25 is now 26 is now at 25. So we're gonna have to wait and see what occurs there. Something got filled somewhere. I don't know what it was. Coin. Was it coin? Yeah, we got filled a coin long here. I was saying to Vikyan Novak, I'm going to also have to get my stop ready here. It's going to be just above 172s. So I was saying to Vikyan Novak that because they were in the chat like, this is coin along here now. And I said, well, I would be very cautious of 174 still. But I was looking at this. To be clear, this could always fake out, break out, but you have that support here at the 170, 170s. You have higher lows now. You still have your higher lows, even though you have lower highs. That's why I will be taking out part of this position here just below 174s, depending on what we do. You know what? We're going to take out some here at 173.50. So we're going to get you know what I mean, about a point move here. And I say that just because that to me is a bit of a level that could still potentially be a lower high. So I'm okay taking out some of this in an area that might be premature. We're gonna wait and see if we break above that 173.50s, then I'd be watching 174s. But I like this coin. I have the same size in this that I did last time, risking the same amount as I did last time. Sometimes you got to flip from short to long. So DRI, I should theoretically be getting stopped out here. It is a midpoint stop. So let's see what we do at 173.15s. Let's find out. We're holding this level pretty nicely as of right now. Did I set that stop correctly? No, I am wondering. Oh, no, I spelled my stop wrong. So good thing I checked that. Wow, okay. So instead of writing 173.15s, I wrote 137.15s. So good thing I checked. We're going to put this back in. We're going to see what happens here. On the Darden one, I have a feeling we get stopped out here. Yeah, we did. Okay, that's fine. We tried, we made the attempt, and this is why you have to proofread your stops. That was one of my biggest issues yesterday, was not doing proofreading. If we come back and bounce here off 172.70s, I might get long here again. I'm okay getting stopped out just because I didn't like what I was seeing on the book beyond what I was seeing in the chart. Obviously, I wish I had executed that better. And by that, I mean not had a typo. But there are some other trades I'm in that I guess I should be talking about. Amazon being one of them here. AMZN, Coinbase I just discussed, that's fine. Amazon, I am still long. This is painstakingly slow. And look at how many times we wick almost near my beat quitter here at that 189.85. And then we keep rejecting. I'm keeping this level. I'm keeping my stop the same too. It's going to be that 189.25s. Because to me, I think if we hold that level, I still think we're bullish. If we break below it, I want no smoke. Apple got me stopped out break even. Maybe I shouldn't move that stop. That is what it is. If we keep holding here at 229, I still like the higher highs and higher lows. I don't know. I'm a little conflicted here on Apple, but I am not conflicted with regards to what happened here on Coinbase. I like that look as of right now. Amazon, sure, do your thing, 21. Now, Darden gives us a bit of a bid creep, so I arguably had my stop set a bit too conservatively on Darden, regardless of the fat finger. But you know what? Things happen. You learn every single day, and you figure out, you learn, you grow, you keep trading, and you're not going to learn if you don't try to take those hits, right? SoFi, someone mentioned a huge level here. I think it was John Del Senio potentially in the chat. Higher highs, higher lows. Yeah, I think that 846 level could be spicy. That was a bit of a V-shaped recovery from that point. Let's see, though, if we keep holding these. I think if we break below that 836s and change, that could be a bit that would be a lower low, right? So you don't want to see that. I apologize for the brief glitch there. Promise I'm not a robot, just a human looking and trying to process a lot of charts. How are you doing over here?
Not too bad. This Meta finally started printing some 556s. We're printing 55690s right now on Meta. So let's see if we can pull back into that 556s again. Like I said earlier, that 556 could be an interesting level to watch, as it did a little bit of a consolidation base here for multiple minutes before pushing to the upside here. So a little bit of a reversion happening here on Meta. 556 is coming in as we were printing 55680s, 55660s now. So this thing has about a 15 to 20 penny spread at times, sometimes opening up and closing in as well. So there's 55650s right there as that level comes in. Let's see. I'm curious to know if we can catch a bid on top of 556s again, or is that bid gone? I have no idea, but I'm patiently waiting to see or look for the tape in and around that area. Again, the market's getting a little bit sideways here as we did push past that 19.9 on the NASDAQ, but not really push past too far as we're still trading about underneath that 19.950 as of right now. ES looking kind of strong as well. Let's see if some of these tickers can come in. Apple, though, oh boy, is still continuing to make higher highs and higher lows there. I do have to kind of, I guess, stop fighting this one until it gives me something significant, potentially a break of this trend to bring it in there to potentially VWAP, or the idea could definitely be wrong. We could close near higher days as well, right? The market is super strong on the day, so got to stay patient for that one to potentially come in. It seems like the stop is going to be coming in real quick here on the Apple. If we trade a little bit higher, I will be patient for the next trade. Let us know in the chat what you guys are trading, and we can take a look at those tickers as well. Maybe you guys are seeing something I am not either, so I'm more than willing to kind of indulge in ideas and discussion and taking a look at some more charts as well. So throw that up in the chat. Let us know, and we'll be more than happy to kind of take a look at those. Spider pushing some fresh highs here at 572 Zadara. Oh boy.
Oh boy, yeah, Spider really strong here. Apple really strong. I'm like, why was I not trying to get back into this Apple? But the thing is, you can't beat yourself up. You're not going to get every opportunity. The amount, though, that I want to beat myself up for Darden is like, I'm not going to lie, it's much. So here's the thing with Darden. Why was I should I have been, maybe, like I said, I need to work on my exit rules here. Maybe, honestly, if I'd used a 10-minute chart, that might have made more sense. I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and belabor the point and beat myself up. Clearly, I was too conservative with my risk here. And I think the fact that I typoed my stop did not help because I was freaking out. I was like, why am I not getting stopped out? But what was that voice? I have no idea. Right now, we're holding 173.30 decently. Like I said, I have no interest in bouncing in on this. That being said, the 10-minute chart, though, is confirming my idea that a 172.70s long could be decent if we come back and support off that area. I don't want to chase this. Shout out to anybody if they are still long there, because you're olive branch and you're, this one's extending an olive branch to anyone in that olive garden. Good look here for Darden. Yeah, Lee Auto says Thomas Kondo. That is a name we don't look at a lot. So let's shout out our comrade who is not here today, Mr. Sharif, and let's look at Lee Auto. Okay. So why have I been making those weird sounds? Okay, I'll tell you guys. 21.20, right? 21 does something for you as support. Almost a rounded bottom, actually. Almost a rounded bottom. So we get that support, we get lower highs, flattish bottom, then we bottom harder 21, start making higher lows. Now, we get about, 21.30, it's not 21.20, it's 21.30. 21.30, look at this. We get this rounded top here now at 21.30. If we bounce off this level, I think that's a nice long. If not, I think this could be a bit of a trend flip. So you're going to have to wait and see what happens here on Lee. Also, I added to Amazon. I did get filled. I wanted that VWAP ad. So let's see what happens here. I'm going to have to move my stop at this point with my regards to my new entry. So some quick maths. There we go. We're going to move this to just below 40s, just so I'm kind of risking the same amount I was initially intending on risking. So let's figure that out. Let's do one. There we go. Moving things in the real time, guys. Here, that's what we do here on these markets. You're going to see us get involved in trades, exit trades, leave trades too early. Shout out to Darden. Everything. And I think that's one thing that's great about this community. We get to have these experiences together. We get to see what you guys are all trading. You guys get to see what we're trading. Coinbase near my first peak water here, my first point of profit, and that is going to be 173.50s. Now I'm wondering if I was too aggressive with this because we got to 173.39s on the book on the ask, right? Then we creep down to 35s. I'm seeing a bit of an ask creep here, and I do not like it, Sam, I am. But let's find out if we get some green eggs and SoFi. That being said, we just did a bit of a jump here on the book. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait. I'm going to keep my stop where it is. At a certain point, once we get above this 173.50 area, should we clear it? I'm going to move my stop to prior bar highs. There we go. We get the first fill. I will be watching 174. But you know what's great, too? What happens here, Obi? You can have, markets of all kinds, but one market that you do have, I can't think of a good pun. Let's dive into the markets and take a swim with Trade the Pool. We got there eventually. Nice. So becoming a funded trader, you guys know what that means? Trading with the firm's money instead of your own. And at Trade the Pool here, you basically what you're going to do is complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. And once you pass, what you get to do is access up to $260,000 in buying power. And guess what? you get to keep up to 80% of your profits, okay? And the firm will be covering that risk. And it is the perfect way to become a funded trader without risking your own funds. So are you ready to become a funded trader, Obi? I mean, I know we are over here. But what you have to do is join Trade the Pool, scan the QR code, or click the link in the description. Also, I do want to shout out there to Darwin saying ask creep trademark. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I'd use that trademark for, but shout out, I appreciate you, Darwin. Darwin also coined Confidera in the chat because I know we like my confidence button. But there we go. Confident about Coinbase. Amazon is existing. I don't want, I still feel good about, I don't feel bad about it. I just want to wait and see what happens there. Happy with Coinbase. Let's see what we do at 174. How are you doing over here, Obi?
Not too bad here. Just watching this meta kind of coming into that 556 level, slowly but surely kind of trickling down. So I do have eyes on that potentially there. Apple, I am kind of, I re-engaged once again here on Apple, maybe attempting too many tries, as I definitely have hit my 3-strike rule. I guess once, twice, thrice, and a 4th time just prior to this. So definitely a bit of a chop here, getting slightly chopped up as the market pulls to the upside and does catch a bid. What I am noticing, Adara, is that a lot of these strong sells that do kind of come in, each one of them are getting a little bought up there. So that is something I do want to keep in mind here, as again. That could be potentially something important to watch out for. If we are getting bought up on every aggressive dip, then the bid is definitely a little strong on the day, and I do have to respect that there. Again, don't want to be fighting day 2 FOMC too hard, but that has been the best trade of the day, I would say, as a lot of these tickers, if you got long in the morning session, they're still trading well above any of those prices there. Even if you held through some of these pullbacks here, the longs are definitely very, very strong and in charge of this market right now especially when it comes to some of the top constituents here on the day. So going to be watching that. Amazon taking a pullback off of its VWAP here right now. Spider also, that's still that 572.04 is the high of day right now. We just printed that. Actually, what is that? 7204, 7204. A bit of a double top at 572.04 here on the Spider. So, oh boy, let's see if that kind of means anything here. How much time is left on this 15-minute candle to print? I got about 6 minutes and 30 seconds here. So we've gone about almost two-thirds of that time there on the 15-minute candle. Let's see if that can potentially bring it in here with the candle close. But Softy as well, still sideways, man. Underneath that, we can't really get past that 440 on Softy. So going to continue watching that one. Another stop out there on the Apple. So you know what? I will kind of pack my patience now. I've gone stopped out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times now, trying to get short. And then the short did kind of work, but I was looking for too much. I was looking for a full-on push back down in towards VWAP there. Not really giving it to us right away. So I will be a little bit more patient. Maybe even size down a little bit if I do want to continue pushing into it and then get aggressive as it starts to work a little bit better there. But we're printing the quarter above 229s now, so I do want to stay a little bit patient. Take a look at this. This is what I'm looking at here. This is the trend that we're holding right now, and I guess that we reverted that trend right there, and then trying to revert this trend once again here on the day. Let's see if that can potentially come in on the day. To NY Cent saying or asking any way to find out if we got a seller on Nvidia at 199.35. I have no idea. Let's pull up Nvidia. Let's see if we can see anything on the tape there. NVDA, is there a seller at 199.35? Well, the thing is, right now it's trading above that level. So let's see. Oh boy. Okay, so we're taking a bit of a pullback right there through 199.35. So I have no idea. Nothing's really showing up on the tape there. Here, let me pull up the tape on this screen as well so you guys can see. But yeah, we're trading around 199.34s, 35s right now. So let's see. I haven't been watching this for very long, but I feel like if we've been watching this over time, then yeah, maybe it does seem like every time we do get into this area, give or take 20, 30 pennies, we do kind of sell back into this 119 area here after kind of washing this 199.35. So with that, potentially there could be some selling in and around this area. Again, that initial pop off of the opening session also kind of catching a little bit of resistance in this area just below this 119.5 on Nvidia. So yeah, nice little look, but yeah, I have no idea. Nothing really is showing itself right away on the book there. So yeah, I guess that's as much as I can answer your question. I have no idea if there is a seller there or not.
Also, yeah, worth noting here. So we do have, thank you, Day Trader Cup, for reminding us. I mentioned this during the Money Talk segment, but we do have President Joe Biden speaking at 1 p.m. Also at 1 p.m., 10-year tips auction. So hopefully that might give us some tips as to how the afternoon is going to go. Because you know there can be that 1 p.m. bond reauction, as I like to call it, the auction reaction. Amazon bouncing off 40s, which is where I moved my stop after adding here around that VWAP area, 65s. I don't know. I don't want to get out of this prematurely. Darden. To be clear, that wasn't where my stop was in Darden, but I'll deal with that later, probably in a tweet at Trader TV Adara, if you want to follow that. Anyways, so Amazon here, though, pushing below the 90 MA. If we break below this 189.40 level, okay, there we go. We broke below 40s. We got the stop hit. Cool. Now, I'm actually very interested in a short if we get below 30s. Like I said, with Amazon, my biggest levels I'm playing off of are going to be the 30s and the 50s, because those are levels that were pretty key. If we break below 30s here, I'm getting short 30s. I'm risking it into 50s. Oh, we break below 30s? Oh, no, we didn't. I said, look at those 30s. Those 30s are hitting. I'm not getting long again, but I'm going to be cognizant of that. Also, coin is like, Adara, I know Amazon's being difficult, so I'm not going to stop you out. I'm like, okay. And I say that because I'm shocked I haven't been, because we are like kissing up next to my stop. I did clarify, I typed the stop right, I promise. I only make that joke because I actually did have a stop typo with Darden. I'm using the 10-minute prior bar on Coinbase, which is arguably what I should have done with Darden. Because to me, like the way coin moves, I think it kind of makes sense when I'm risking here into, at this point, 172.80s. So if we look at the kind of bounce off this level, right? I think beyond the fact that it's prior bar lows, it's a level that makes sense. That being said, I realize that me trying to kind of wait and hold for a piece of the dream, it's unrealistic given how hard Coinbase rejected that 174. Now, I watched, we had to pull down in the market with Coinbase, sure, it wasn't just coin. But Coinbase goes from almost 174. We never got to that area earlier. That was definitely a bit of must have been a dark pool, because I was watching and I never saw us wick into that area. But Coinbase goes from almost 174s to all the way down below 173s. So I already had the stop set. That was fine. But I just think it's worth noting Coinbase here really struggling with that 174 area. Happy I took out part of it where I did at that 173.50, but I still do think the big white whale level is going to be 174s. Let's see if we get what we get and we do not get upset. Also, it is, we just have a 1 minute till that tip action. It's keeping tip auction. A lot of people mentioning EWIM here, so let's take a look at IWM. That curl back to the upside. Yeah, I kind of had eyes on that, but I was like, Adara, you got enough pieces of pie here, enough hands and enough charts here.
Oh boy.
IWM. Double bottom. Higher. Obi. This is a beautiful chart. I don't know what to say. It made me make a really obscene sound. I do apologize, guys, for your ears and the fact that you had to hear me do that. But look at this base here at 222.22s. 222.20. Look at these higher lows. Look at this flat top. We break 224. Russ would, in fact, be the greatest rapper alive. The balance of the evidence here is telling me this is going to continue to be a long. Higher highs, higher lows. This is a great push. EWM, the amount that I am tempted to get involved in you right now is very strong, but I'm not going to get involved with you till we have that auction. As we wait for that re-auction, Obi, what do you have eyes on over here right now?
Again, I'm just watching this Meta and Apple here. I guess Tesla as well. Market has not really done any sort of reversion here when it comes to the futures there, but Meta definitely coming in quite nice. So yeah, I don't really have eyes on anything else. I guess we can be waiting for this auction to potentially come in. I guess it is in. I'm seeing tape speed kind of do some jittering here. So let's see if this can bring in any sort of change in trend here on the day. But yeah, no, some wipes of the book both ways. So I guess really muted there. I have no idea what potentially the auction can bring.
Yeah, it usually takes a minute to come.
Let's see. I have it right here. Balance of trade. I don't have the numbers updated just as of yet. So let's see when that potentially comes in. We can kind of read that out here. Apparently, forecast for unemployment. Okay, never mind. I'm looking at something else right here. 10-year tips auction right here. And not there just yet. I guess prior one was 1.88%. That's the one. I think that's the right one I'm looking at right here.
The prior, 1.883.
Yeah,
that's the prior one. So we're just waiting for the new one now. Yeah. Nice. So we'll let you guys know when we get that. That is going to be the 10-year tips auction. Again, sometimes it takes a moment to populate, so we're still checking. Coin stops me out here as we get that push below that 173 level. So it's all good there. Happy I tried that trade. What else do we have here? Amazon, though, we are short. Like I said, waiting for that 189.30, short risking to 189.50. Comfortable with that. Thank you, T-Daddy. I'm happy I'm able to be fun. I don't know. I really like the markets. It's easy to be energetic when you like what you're doing, right? And I think these markets, if you like what you're doing, they give you so many opportunities. I'm just looking at Meta, and oh my gosh, like Obi, shout out on that trade. That is a dope look there on META. Like, honestly, like, I drew these lines here, so I guess I like that 555. I don't know why. Oh, 5 minute. That's why I drew it. Yeah, this is interesting. I think if we break below that 557 area, this is a dope, really dope short. I love that casual breakdown of 559s. I was looking at this one earlier as well. Couldn't find a way to get in that made sense to me. But yeah, I mean, you had it basically start of the move, so I really want to shout that out. Just saw that on my side chart, and I was like, ooh, pretty look. We got wow, okay, so wait, now I'm not even seeing the 1 year tips. I guess it's still populating there. If anyone sees that, thank you. Please let us know. Sorry for okay, there we go. No, that's still the 4 week. I apologize there. We're going to find out. We will let you know. We promise. Yeah, Coinbase still doing a little bit of a reversion. Amazon chilling. What else is going on here? What are people looking at? IWM, back above that 224. Okay, so IWM decides to react to the reauction or the auction reaction there, trying to push up higher. This is a great look. Honestly, the amount that I attempted to go long and risk into 223.85. So look at Derek. You're looking at too many things already. Breathe. Chill. Whew. But yeah, that is a really nice look there. Thank you, Day Trader Cut, for letting us know here. So we got the 10-year tips high yield 1.592% compared to, as Obi said there, previous of 1.88%. So really nice look there for the 10-year tips auction, a bit lower than expected. The market's still trying to decide how it feels to that. This is something that you're not always going to get an auction reaction, but when you do, sometimes it can be a bit violent. So shout out to that. Thank you very much to Day Trader Cut for letting us know. I'm looking at Apple here. And I do not want to cop anybody's style, but this short, I was long this briefly, got stopped out break even. If we break below this 220, what is this, 229, like 15s, wow, I do really feel like I'm copying your style because you're short 229 and 14s. But this is a pretty good look here. I do apologize for the accidental copying here. But yeah, I think if we break below this level with that lower high, the short could be in. You do know right over here, how are those trades going for you?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm again, getting a little action here as the futures take a little bit of a bounce. So again, nothing has changed in terms of the meta. Meta is still kind of trending to the downside here. Apple still struggling, a bit of a struggle there to get past these 229s just now. But again, we could continue past, and I'm just kind of trying this short way too many times here. But the meta is working nicely here. We did get down to 556 Zadera. 556, 556.30s was the low there, and we're catching a little bit of a bid here on Meta platform. So let's see if that 556 is actually a platform for us to catch a bit of a bid here on the day. But oh boy, I was looking for 556s. We bounced 30 pennies off of that. Maybe that's all I should be asking for there. But a nice little trend to the downside here off of a potential reversion there. We tried it a couple of times before it actually did start to work. But it has come in quite nicely here. For that 556s, can I expect a little bit of a bounce right away when we come into the area? Yeah, sure, why not? That's where we had the aggressive buying kind of continue off of the morning session around that area. So potentially some interest interest definitely still a little bit there. But the question becomes: is that bounce going to sustain? Is it going to be sustained good enough to kind of break this trend as well? So those are the questions I'm asking as of right now. I'm more than willing to kind of get out of this one. Again, it's been fluctuating about like what is it? This was a pullback of almost 1%, right? About 0.9% pullback there off of the highs here on Meta from 561s all the way to 556s. Didn't quite get those 561s, but we got 559.80s, which is fine. There, a point here and there is not too bad, but it can definitely be a little bit more precise with that one if and when it does come in. I know in the chat, I forget who it was, but somebody was pointing out Intel a bunch of times there. I think EVO hugs. So yeah, I guess we can take a quick look at Intel and see what Intel is up to. I have been trading Intel a little bit over the past few days there, as it is breaking out or attempting to break out of some of its prior levels here. Again, we got that news of that Amazon Web Services deal or partnership that happened with them, and we've been kind of having some strong action since that news on Intel. So I do like Intel as a name, but not necessarily my main focus on the day today. Again, I'm just looking for, I guess, reversions of this crazy strength that we're getting in the market right here. So if people are buying, I'm looking to potentially sell to said people once that buying kind of slows down there. I guess that's the idea. 556 halves coming right back in. So that base right here, as of right now, a bit of a platform on top of that 556 30s. We're trading at 556 halves as of right now. Let me just pull, that is Apple. Let's pull that back up. But yeah, right here, this is the book right here. 51s by 64s on the 556s trading as of right now. A bit of a pullback happening as we pull back into that 19.9 on the NASDAQ. So let's see if we are poised for a bit of a pullback here as well on Apple. You can see this is beautiful. This has been holding trend, and I've been getting short over and over again in anticipation of the break of this trend. I think I may be spending a little bit too much risk in anticipation, and I'll have enough space, enough risk left to really kind of slam it in if we do kind of break that trend. Just trying to get a little bit better prices until then. But Sean is saying he is reloaded. Sean, what are you reloaded on?
I'm trading one named Google.
Google, okay, yeah, I know that one has been taking a bit of a pullback there as well. Still trading below that 163. So yeah, Google definitely relatively weak when compared to some of these other names on the day today. So got to continue watching. Definitely Mag 7, definitely in play. Market, definitely in play. Again, day 2 FOMC, guys. A lot of strong action from yesterday, and we finally got a rate cut of 50 basis points. So should be interesting. Going forward off of this point here. Definitely got to throw in anchored at some of those FOMCs as well.
Yeah, FOMC anchored there. Good look. Apple, I'd like to get short the 229.10s, but I'm waiting because I keep seeing bounce at the 229.10s level. This might be the time where we finally break. And again, just for my purposes, right? Like you can trade the same name and trade them differently, right? I have different kind of styles. So I just want to clarify, like for myself, I love support resistance flips. If this flips, and the reason I'm waiting for this, because this is pretty hard resistance earlier. If this supports, given all those topping tail candles, I don't really want that smoke. If it rejects, I would like almost all the smoke. So not all, you want to save your lungs, a little bit of your lungs, but let's see what happens here. We are going to go short here, though. Now we're going to risk this into 35s. Let's see if we get what we desire here on that AAPL. The short I really wanted as the market quitting, and the short I was willing to actually, we're going to get our stop set here. Let's do 229.34s, and let's make sure we don't typo it. There we are, we're good to go. So the short I really wanted as we made those new lows, other than the one I'm already in, which is Amazon, which is doing a heck of a lot of nothing, was Palantir. Palantir, like to me, was a top Palantir trade as a short. I love these lower highs. I love the VWAP. I know I hadn't traded that one yet today, but I was like, you know what, Adara, you get that, like get involved at like, I think 84s is where I had my area. You risk into 89s, which is the top of that previous range. Perfect. You know what Palantir does? Throws up. I don't get short at all. I was like, eh. But it's all good there. I would like to see what we do here at 75s. If we reject 75s a couple times, I can go short. Because I mean, Palantir, we're talking about a revert. We haven't moved down. We revert. This is a reversion of a reversion, Obi. That's the word I'm looking for. Yes. We had that reversion. Now we have reverted the reversion. But can we revert the reversion again? Are we going to revert the reversion of the reversion at 3650s? I mean, let's see, let's find out. But I think whatever happens here, I think it could be pretty spicy, pretty interesting. Let's talk about the trade that is putting me to sleep. And I mean, I joke because almost everything can put me to sleep. It's one of the hallmarks of my personality. But Amazon here, finally breaking below that 189.20, which is not even really a level I had on Amazon. It wasn't particularly interesting in the book, nor was it particularly interesting in the chart. But now we get AMZN here. I want to see what we do if we break below those 07s. Yeah, we're going to add to the shorted 07s. That was a level I liked earlier. We're going to add some sharage here at 07. I don't have enough buying power for that. Fine, that's cool. I'll keep what I got. I'm cool with what I have. We're going to take out a piece here at 180, 888, not just because of the confluence of eights. It's also a pretty hard shelf earlier, so I want to see what we do above that level. At this point, I'm going to be moving my stop to, I'll keep my stop where it is. I'm cool with my stop where it is at 50. 50s is still a huge resistance area, and I know I have, one could accuse me of moving my stops too aggressively. With that in mind, a moment of silence for my dart and long. To be clear, I'm not going to cry myself to sleep over this trade. Like, it is what it is. I'm acting all upset. I took a 1.5 on this move. Like, Adira, be grateful. I fat fingered my stop. I realized I fat fingered my stop, was like, oh my gosh, change the stop. I changed the stop. The stop was arguably too conservative. We keep ramping up. But you know what? It's all good, baby. Not all your trades are going to be a dream. But the main thing that matters, I mean, to me, it's not going to be P&L. P&L comes after. What you have to do first is progress and learning. Shout out to T-Daddy saying, I see that PLTR call and agree. Yeah, I mean, let's see what we do here, Palantir. Palantir, if you reject 84s, like I said, the area that I wanted to have that short, then, I mean, you're still a short. But if you break above 84s, the amount I'm tempted to do a very small reversion long is pretty large. But also, the other part of me is like, should I be focusing on tickers I like if they're still, or tickers I've already been trading if they're still setting up? Coinbase, still making these higher lows. I want to shout out Vikyan Novak for calling this one out. This one was on my side chart regardless, but like, I mean, it's one that I think has some plays. If we break above that 173.50 level, that would be a higher high. As of right now, we still have some lower highs and also some higher lows. So let's see what kind of coin we get in coin. But Obi, the Apple is, that MacBook is kind of falling a little bit. They smashed the MacBook, Obi. Yeah. And I am pleased as punch with that MacBook getting thrown against the wall, as I'm sure you are, because, I mean, like, all jokes aside, I know you're not the biggest fan of Apple in terms of the products. How are you doing over here?
I mean, yeah, in terms of the products, I think again, I'm not a big fan. In terms of the stock, oh boy, I definitely like the stock. Let me tell you that I do hold a little bit of an Apple there from I think average like 167 or something like that.
Nice.
Now, so not too bad. They're working out decently here. But take a look at that. We talk about the reversion right there. Look at that trend break off of 229s, and we slam down. Let's see if we can pull back even further there. That is a beautiful break in the trend. Let's see, can we get some confluence with the market coming in? Can we print below that 19.9? We attempted, we tried, we attempted to push higher highs and higher lows, and we finally broken a little bit of that trend as of right now. Here comes 556s on the Meta. Can Meta crack down a little bit lower there? Again, 554s is where Meta is sitting at in terms of VWAP. So only about 2 points away from there. I'm just waiting, being patient. I got maybe a little too aggressive here on the Apple shorts, trying it aggressively multiple times and getting bigger and bigger as it gets higher and higher. Again, and me thinking like, okay, well, if it goes higher, well, the EV is a little bit better here, in my opinion. And I did get more and more aggressive here. So thankfully, that's coming in a little bit right now. Let's see if there's going to be continuation, right? We could continue to go sideways. We could continue to watch this 229s. I have no idea, but technically right now we did break a trend that we have been holding. Let me measure this right here. We've been holding this trend for about 2 hours, Adara. So that 2 hour trend hold breakdown, oh boy, can we get a reversion to VWAP here? 556s, 30s coming in here on Meta. So I wanted to be patient for this level to come in. I like the 554s, but you know what? If this will have me right here at 556s, I'm more than willing to take that off right now as we do test, as we come in to test some of that what do you call that level from before, 556 support. Here comes so we bid right back up to 229s. Oh boy. All right, so nice little wicking action there, aggressive selling, getting bought right back up. So I guess I do have to kind of respect that action. The trend break gets bought right back up, and we are looking to close potentially right there once again. So I do have to be respectful of that price action as, again, I have no idea what it's going to do, but if it's going to tell me that, okay, well, this is maybe potentially happening right now in terms of like buying, coming right back in, I'm going to look for it to buying to sustain. And if buying sustains, then maybe I will pack my bags and kind of look elsewhere, as we talked about before, what things are really kind of setting up for playbook trades here. Bit of a triple top-ish, head and shoulders, maybe potentially, maybe flat top. I don't know. What are chart patterns? The price is building up on Nvidia into the highs is what I'm talking about as of right now. And yeah, Meta catching a little bit of a bid. I did kind of post there at the halves. It didn't really take me there at the halves, but you know what? That's perfectly fine. More than willing to take off at some of these prices here if Meta will have me in the 90s. So let's see. Bit of a curl. Yeah, we did come in. We did come into those 556s, and we are catching a bit of a bounce here. So I do want to respect that action as well on Meta. We did pull back again, aggressively strong on the day. Can it pull all the way back to VWAP? Well, look at Apple. Apple hovered above VWAP, right? Apple could not get all the way down into VWAP, kind of showing us that, yeah, maybe there is a strong bid on this ticker today. And we continue to push up higher off of that. And aggressive selling continuing to get bought up as well. So I do have to respect that, like I said before. So here comes Meta trading above those 557s once again. But I think I'm just sitting here on the bid or just below to see if Meta will take me out on the cover, and we're getting a little aggressive to the upside. So that 556 catching a little bit of a bounce. I think that was maybe potentially a little bit expected, as we did consolidate there earlier and took about a 2-point run to the upside there on Meta, while that 556 held 229s trading back above there right now, Ladera.
Yeah, so I moved my stop on both Amazon and Apple. Amazon, my stop is now here at 189.40s. That's because I basically moved the stop to reflect. I wanted to be risking the same amount of my total percentage of my risk, regardless of where I added. So I moved it with that in mind. 40s is also a hard rejection area. So for me, like the 40 area makes sense regardless. Let's see that we might get stopped out at Amazon here. Apple, I moved the stop to break even. We already got stopped out there. Apple, once again, a conservative stop gets me. Look, I stop out break even on the long, and then it goes up here. Stop out break even in the short. We keep protecting. So honestly, like Adara, why were you at least like 21s? Like, why are you scared to like lose 10 cents? Like, ugh. Anyways, I'm already aggressively journaling in front of y'all. It's a preview of the aggressive journaling that is to come. Amazon, though, I still like this trade. I added where I did it because that 189, like 09s, 10s area was kind of interesting to me. I like to add there. I did take out a piece as well. I de-risked at 189s, and that was because we were really struggling to break 189s. It wasn't my favorite level on Amazon. That continues to be what area around 188.80s. Currently have my out again around 188.88s, but I will be saving a piece for the dream. But yeah, so Amazon right now, like that's the deal. DRI though, Darden. When I started Nunya Biz, who apparently shorted Darden like at the open, or wait, I want to make sure I read this right because this is a dope trade. Shorted the top pre-market. I mean, shout out to you, Nunya Biz. That trade is. You're all about your biz on that trade. That is a great short. My thing here for Darden is I like this as a potential reversion short as well. But I have a couple things that make me hesitant. A, the book is still bullish. We had a bit of a bid creep, trademark, maybe. I'm joking. So I don't like that. But we just got a bit of an ask creep to the downside here. We went from 173.44s to 173.43s. And we just got 42s. Okay, Darden. I see you, Darden. So to me, that is one of the most bearish or bullish things a spready stock can do. If you go, if you're looking for to go long and you see a bit of a creep up on the bid by like cents, and this thing is spready, you're like, okay, I see you. And the same as if you're looking for a short here, okay, Darden is definitely bearish now. We just got an ask creep by 3 cents. So a lot of people will ask sometimes in the chat, like, oh, like what do you look for in spready tickers? Because you talk a lot about how you look at the book. To me, that's one of the biggest things that I look for in the book is how are we interacting with these kind of levels here, are we seeing anything that's distinctly different or even skoshly different? Because, okay, there we go. So my plan for this was to short 173.10, so kind of the base of this little trough here. No, 15 actually makes more sense. Am I using spy out of the area I got stopped out? Maybe, we'll never know. But either way, the 15 area makes sense. That's why I had my stop there. Now, the reason I'm waiting till 15s is because we're still seeing things that are a little bit bullish here on the book. Now we're getting a bid creep. We still look a bit bull flaggish, so I'm not rushing into this, but just so you guys know, Darden, I'm ready to eat you up for supper. Darden restaurants, get a fork, get a knife, pretend that's how people eat food. I don't know. Meta, though, doing a bit of a reversion here, reverse deception, as I sit next to the reversion man. Who's JPow? No, I'm joking. Yeah, you do.
JPow is a reversion
But
man.
if you trade reversions, are you not also the reversion man?
No, I'm just participating in what the chart is kind of doing. Let's say that.
That's fair, I guess. But yeah, I like Meta
JPow
here.
is definitely the reversion.
That is he is as he does. But yeah, this Meta here at this 558 potentially. I like what I'm seeing in the book. Between that and Darden, right now I think Meta might be setting up a bit better. We just got to Meta. I think I might go long Meta here. But I want to shout out your short because that was a very dope short here on Meta. The other reason I like Meta here, guys, is look at how it held this trend here just below 557. The trend is your friend until the end when it bends. Will it? I mean, you never know. That's the risk with the markets, right? Things are going to happen. Things are going to shake you out. But you have to believe in yourself, have confidence, look at things with the balance of the evidence. How you doing?
Not too bad here. Yeah, I did stop out of that Meta. I guess I kind of chased it up. Definitely need some better orders to get into the spread there. I kind of chased it up from 556 halves all the way to 558. So that's a bit of a nasty chase for the cover there. But yeah, that worked out okay. And yeah, that bid, I was looking at that 556. We kind of call out that 556 from earlier, being like, all right, this was a significant place on the chart. We stopped there for a little bit, attempted to pull back in, and we caught a strong bid that took us all the way to 561s off of 556s, and I'm like, all right, oh boy, can we potentially find that bid coming in? And that bid definitely did come in, 556s to 558, so about a 2-point run up there on Meta. I got out 557.9s, which is not the best. I definitely can be doing much better with that, but again, the trade potentially may not be over, as if we continue to make lower highs here on Meta, I do want to kind of re-engage here as the market attempts to kind of, well, it's going more sideways, right? It's more sideways action here on top of this 19.9 on the Nasdaq. So, excuse me. So, Going to be watching that. Apple still holding this 229 area as of right now. Nothing too crazy on that action there. So a little bit of sideways consolidation. I have no idea. Let's see whether or not some of these levels can come in. Bit of a pullback here on Meta as well. Oh boy. Let's see. I think the next place to get involved right here, maybe not getting short for me. At this current place here, but that 556, if that can come back in, I'm definitely going to be watching there and potentially being a little bit more aggressive with my order types. As again, I was not aggressive enough. I chased almost 2 points, but I've actually posted 556. I think. Let me check my history here. So I posted 556 halves, then I posted 556 90s. Didn't get those, and then I'm like, all right, let me just post in the middle of the spread, which is probably what I should be doing, and kind of got that one there off of that, I guess, little action there to the upside, but we are pulling right back into 557. So, oh boy, the move is definitely coming in as we speak. Let's see what some of these other tickers are up to. TSM, reversion, not yet. SMH, reversion, not yet. AMD, not yet either. These tickers are strong to the upside. Nvidia as well, very strong to the upside. Looking at some of these ETFs here as well. I got the spiders. I got I guess UVixi up as well. I got the SOXL. I have XLF up. XLF financial sector a little bit sideways today. I got the Russell as well. Russell's kind of sideways, flushed off of the open there, and I guess Tesla on watch as well as we hit 243.97s as the high of day on Tesla. So no reversion there just yet. Again, like I said, walking to the floor this morning, I did come in a little late, and there was only 2 tickers that I saw, well maybe 3, that I was like, oh boy, I definitely want to be on the backside of this move if and when they do come in, and that was Apple, that was Meta, and that was Tesla. So took 2 of those tickers there, got a piece off of Meta, not too bad. I think we're pretty much, I mean, I took about a point of a loss there, Did not size more aggressively on the right side when it does come in because I wanted the 561s and I was like, oh boy, let me just size down and take the 560 back through. And I guess that was it right there. I got to do a little bit better with that one there because like when you are on the right side of the move, maybe I should be definitely risking a lot more, putting a lot more risk on for the move. And it gives you about 4 points to the downside as 556's prior support. A little bit of a bust stop on the way up, comes right back into fruition and holds once again for a 2-point pop. So let's see what the markets have in store for us right now. 19.9s, still kind of dancing on top of those 19.9s is the NASDAQ. So not really getting anywhere as of right now. A bit of a sideways chop in this midday session here, Adara. So I don't have too much going on. What do you got going on there? I see that you are also short Apple right now, 228.95. Nice.
Yeah, not like the level of anyone's dreams or anything, but why I liked it there, like I said, like, you know, it has to be about how you read and how you approach the market. I liked it because we were pushing below that kind of trough-ish area here around that 29.90s. We're almost definitely going to get stopped out here. But that's why I liked it. I don't know. As I got in, I was kind of like, Andrea, are you chasing? I don't know. I'm risking appropriately. I'll say that. You know what I mean? I'm risking to 229.20s. That was definitely the wick top there. It also would be a higher high on a wick basis. So if we get above that, I want zero smoke on that. Meta, I should have waited for the proper 557.50 long instead of getting long here at 558. Like, Adara, maybe instead of risking into the level you like, just get involved at the level you like. Isn't that a thought? So Meta, that was a bit of an L. I still like the Palantir version, and I've had a couple opportunities to take it. A couple times I just didn't get filled because I was already in Meta. And then I could have gotten filled here arguably at 36.86s, but I was like, you know what, Adara, you're looking at too many tickers. This might not be like an A+ setup. Who knows how much is in play? Look for tickers that excite you a little bit more. So with that in mind, DRI. Still setting up as a short. I don't know why I said that all dramatically. Also, DRI, doing the opposite of our lesson of the day. We talk about rounded bottoms. I see a little bit of a rounded top on DRI. So to be fair, still arguably a bull flag. How I would do this trade also, because I don't think I talked about how I want it. I didn't talk about how I trade it. I'm getting short DRI at 123.15s, and given how this is a spready ticker, but we were just talking about with those, sometimes you want to go kind of midpoint. This might be around where I'd have to probably try to get entered here. 173.15 is risking into 65, so risking about 50 cents. It also is the top of that range, so I think that's a fair area. Okay, we just got a bit of a move down here. We're going to get involved. We're going to start really small with this position. We're risking 50 cents. And then we're going to add here. We just got another creep down in the ask. Let's go, DRI. Okay, another ask creep. Okay, dope. So where am I at? What am I doing from here? If we get below that 172.80 area, this was hard rejection. So I want to see if this builds support. If it builds support, I'm not interested. If it breaks below, I will be adding, and then we're going to be looking for 171.50s, saving a piece for that dream. Honestly, I really like this trade. We just dropped a little bit on the bid, so let's see what happens here. Apple not stopping me out, but not doing anything particularly interesting here. Amazon did stop me out. Guys, I know I've been involved, I've only really been involved in 5 tickers today. And that, I'm trying to get involved a little bit less every day. But I appreciate what you had to say with regards to if opportunities set up, take them. And that's what I've really been trying to do. A lot of these stocks keep having the same opportunities for me. Coinbase, a little disappointed I missed that 172 short because I kept waxing poetic about 172. I saw it on my side chart and I was like, oh, but you could just stare at Palantir more and not trade it. So why don't you do that? So I don't know what that voice was. Anyways, we did not get short 172 here. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could probably do the lesson one more time here. Rounded bottoms. Coin kind of maybe a bit of a spiky rounded top. How are you doing?
Not too bad here. I guess just watching Amazon. Sorry, not Amazon. Meta has listened to your Amazon talk there. Meta catching or holding the bid now here a little bit higher, 557. So we did break this trend. So we broke that trend, we faded in, and then now we're breaking this downtrend that we've been kind of having here. Here comes a little bit of a pop on the market, oh boy, as Apple takes right back up. So gonna be watching that one there as well. But yeah, nothing too crazy. I think somebody in the chat, Fugazi Bear in the chat, talking about saying, Obi, look at AMD reversion. Yeah, I got my eyes on AMD, but no real sign of a reversion happening on AMD. AMD is super super strong on the day here today. So looking very similar to I guess TSM, to SMH, to SOXL. Yeah, AMD is super, super strong on the day here. Looking a little bit opposite, again, kind of in the related to chip sector for sure, is ARM. ARM has been selling off pretty much all day. So watching that one as well, nothing too crazy. SMCI as well. Both ARM and SMCI have been selling off, distinctly different from some of their other tech buddies here on the day. So yeah, it should be a little interesting action there on some of those chip names. But other than that, like I keep saying, the market is in play today. I think that, again, the bids are definitely showing themselves as they become in aggressive. Every time we do get some strong selling here. Again, Apple's a great example. We've been getting some strong sells every now and then, incrementally, and then we get those dips kind of bought right back up over and over again as well. So again, don't want to be fighting this too much. I have my allocated risk for said ticker. Don't want to be giving it too many risk units here on the day. Again, the day is not over, Adara. We still have about, I guess, 2.5 hours here until the bell. And I have not heard a bell yet, so I am still here fighting the good fight, but maybe fighting a little bit too much on this Apple short. But let's see if it comes in. 558's coming back here on Meta, so absolutely crazy here. So that bid definitely catching on off of that 556 level. That was, I guess, the place to get a little bit long for a scalp, as that 556 makes a nice little low here, and we get that. I guess not really too hard of a reversion, but yeah, we did get a trend break into a push of over about a point off of the trend break. I think trend breaks in and around somewhere here, just above 557s, and we got to 558s and some change here on the day. And yeah, that trend is definitely holding here on the chart here on the Nasdaq. So. Yeah, so let's see what else you guys are trading here. I see that Adara is chopping up that DRI again. That you said that's an earnings day one play,
earnings
right?
Day one, yeah.
Earnings day one play. So yeah, definitely doing some relative volume on that one there. That's not something I definitely checked out this morning. Let's take a quick look at that one, DRI. Let's see if that's what kind of relative volume that's doing. Okay, so we're doing over 9 times relative volume on a 5 period, and oh boy, we're doing over 2,000 times relative volume in the pre-market. So I guess, yeah, this ticker, I guess I have it questioning then how much average volume does this thing actually do? Okay, so we do about 1.15 average 30-day volume, and current volume is 2 million. So that doesn't make sense in terms of 10 times relative vol. But again, I have no idea. I think maybe we might have had some low volume days in the past 5 trading sessions there. That's why that indicator takes it off of the 5 prior days there, as it is a 5 period relative volume indicator on the day. So yeah, Darden Restaurants catching a little bit of a bid there off of the day low, but trading sideways, still well within its earnings reaction high and low there. So a bit of an inside chop there on DRI. Here comes Apple once again. Oh boy, gonna get stopped out once again. That's okay. I will wait for the next trade. That's what I'm asking right now, Adara. What is the next trade? Where is the next trade? I have no idea, but I'm just waiting for it to fall into my lap. And AMD, Tesla, definitely going to be ones to watch. And of course, SOXL. SOXL might have the liquidity I'm looking for to potentially size into this reversion trade if it can come in. But I think basically trading beta right now. The market is in an uptrend. Apple's in an uptrend. Meta is pulling back to 557s. Okay, thank you. But yeah, Spider's in an uptrend as well. Looking at some of the tech names here, we kind of pointed out distinctly different, ARM and SMCI, but kind of the rest of them here, very strong trend to the upside. So maybe potentially looking for that trend to break. I see Softies taking a bit of a pullback here right now. So maybe the break of the low on Softy is what brings in the break of trend here on the market. Again, Softy is a very heavy constituent constituent when it comes to some of these ETFs and products. So I think with a break of that Microsoft low of day right now is 436.89. We're trading at 437.89 Adara. So let's take a quick look at the Softy chart so we can determine some things here. So right here, that is Meta. Let's go to Softy. So Softy right here. I don't know what that might be a little significant, that trend line, but I have no idea. Let's go to the hourly and kind of track. Okay, so that is a trend line from prior days, and we're holding some of that. A bit of a chop around that trend line, but it seems like we're holding in and around that area as of right now. So 15-minute chart right here. Look at that. That is the day low. We attempted. Oh boy. 440s, failure to follow through. We attempt to push 440s multiple times over and over again on Softy. Can't really make it through. That price is above VWAP, and now we're pulling back in on Microsoft. So could be interesting. Let's see, the low of day right here, 436s, like I pointed out, higher low right there, sitting at 437.28. So only about a point or less than a point away from that on Softy on the day. So let's see if Softy breaks its lows. Maybe we get that break in trend. But if it can't really do that, maybe we're poised for a continued bid to the upside here. That follow through of that FOMC trade. Oh boy, definitely some longs laughing straight to the bank off of today's open. The action that we got coming into the midday, absolutely crazy. And some of these tickers continue to trade and higher and print some fresh highs on the day as well. So interesting stuff nonetheless.
I mean, shout out to our chat. I'm sure there's a lot of people there who are like, please just punch with their longs. Anybody holding like overnight calls, I'm sure you were like, hee.
Oh boy, yeah.
Like very laughing giddily. So shout out to you. And it's funny too. After that initial FOMC move, like to the downside, right? We closed near lows on everything. Cool. I had done some trading in the SPY. I had all my SPY plans written out. It was like, 561.80. Oh, if we break that, it's going to be a short. And then SPY was like, hold my, I couldn't think of a good pun. Hold my beer, I'll just say it. Because I couldn't think of a better pun for it. SPY, hold my web. Spider says, hold my web. We get these higher lows, higher highs on the S&P 500. We are currently near high of day / I believe this is also all-time highs for the SPY. Like this market is on. This market's on one. I don't know how else to put it, but there are some opportunities here for a bit of weakness. Nvidia pulling back a bit as well. I know you're talking about some of those reversions there. Tesla a little reversey. Also, yeah, Apple I did get stopped out of at 229.20s. But Apple I arguably shouldn't have gotten back in this short, and that's not because the short isn't working. You know, there are definitely short opportunities there. I just should not have gotten back in. Okay, so Nvidia is doing something. Look at this Nvidia. Resistance, support. All at 119.30s. We break below 119.30s in a salient way. What does Nvidia do? I don't know, but it's looking a little spicy. I am in 2 trades right now. I will talk about both of them. Amazon, okay, Amazon. So Amazon is a name I arguably could have stopped trading, but really, I mean, we talk about like the 3-strike rule, right? I think I took, in terms of like total trades, I took 2 shorts on this, 2 longs, 3 shorts on this, 2 long. I don't know. The point is, I've been risking it appropriately, and I haven't. I think I've been trading in a way that I think is appropriate. So, arguably could have taken less pops at this, but honestly, like the more times we have interaction with that 189.50 area, the more I am convinced that it's a level that I want to play with. So, with that in mind, we break above 180. This thing 189.50. I get long. I am risking into 189.25s. I took more size with this than I've taken with any of the other Amazon trades. Risking it more aggressively because I think if we get this pop, especially with these higher lows, like look at this trough. It's a higher low in terms of like the wider time frame here on the zone, but also it's a higher low like on a candle basis. So for me, there is some confluence for the upside. Now I could have been a bit more aggressive, gotten long at 189.30s, but that wasn't my play. I said Amazon to me only a long. If I see what we do at 189.50s. That is why I took that long. We're getting out half the position at 189.75s or around that area. I wish I could hold it for longer, but the last time it wicked into my area twice did not fail me. So I think my last idea for a profit-taking area might have been a bit conservative. I'm also still short Dardenne. So Dardenne, let's take a look at, just joking guys, it's DRI. Hopefully this one won't leave me high and dry once again, because last time it did on my stop, and I say that because the ticker is DRI. I think we're about to crack lower here. Let's see what we do here at 172.60s. Like I said, that is the area at which I will add. But honestly, I think what I need to see before that is a nice crack of 173s. This book gets a little bit like skittish and bullish every time we get to 173s. But we're doing some flickering here. So I talk about my bid creep and my ask creep, right? Bid creeping up, ask creeping down. But then sometimes you'll see a flicker. Well, you got like, in this case in DRI, with 173.07, 173.06, 173.07. It's like, now we're back to 173.06, right? So that's I usually interpret that as the spread of your stock is trying to figure out what direction it would like to go in. Given that I'm a short, I'd love for it to go to the downside. Really quickly, too, we're going to do a last quick summary here of our lesson of the day as we end the show. We did this a couple times here. But I mean, yeah, basically with what you want to see, I should have just gone to the start of yeah, there we go. That would have been easier. So basically, yeah, rounded bottoms, definitely going to be a bit of a reversal pattern here. Signaling transition from downtrend to uptrend. What you want to see here is a formation generally takes a little bit longer to form, and it's going to be long-term bullish reversal. So you got your rounded bottom here, then we pop. It is going to look like a U-shaped curve that reflects a gradual decline in the price, and there's afterwards going to be stabilization phase before or after a prolonged downtrend. Then what you're going to want to see here is a downtrend phase where you have the market declining with diminishing momentum, a flattening out of prices at the bottom, which shows the midpoint of the pattern, and last but not least, an uptrend phase, which involves a slow, steady increase in prices. Also, Darius Golden saying, I could have said, hold my spyglass. That's a really good one. I'm going to use that next, like your little magnifying glasses. Yeah, hold my spyglass, what I should have said there. Thank you. I appreciate that pun there. So you got your rounded bottom here, a volume increasing on the move way down, then coming increasing again on the way back up. Also, okay, DRI looks nice here. I'm just keeping an eye on my stocks. But basically, yeah, volume behavior, what you want to see here is like decline in volume during the downtrend. And when we're flat, then you're going to see an increase in volume as the price comes back up. What you really want to see here, too, is a volume spike near the breakout, which can confirm that the strength of that move. Yeah, Jay Lee, I don't really trade like OMEX type stocks. I didn't look at it much just because I feel like I'm less kind of comfortable in that type of movement. I mean, if things set up, I'll trade small caps that they set up in the way I like. That one was not one I was looking at, I'm going to be honest. But yeah, rounded bottom here. You got actually two rounded bottoms in terms of volume. And it kind of shows there the increase. Then we push higher. So again, this pattern just kind of in psychology, we go from pessimism in early downtrend, then to a bit of a period of consolidation where you have the waning of bearish sentiment, and then the uptrend, which shows confidence and increased optimism before we break out. So that's going to be how this looks. Breakout confirmation is going to happen when you see a breakout above the resistance level. You got that resistance level formed here near the start of the pattern, and then a surge in volume when the price breaks through said pattern here, confirming the validity of that reversal, and a proper breakout should be accompanied there by high volume. So here's one example. You have the neckline resistance. That's when you know this pattern's to the upside, especially as you get these higher highs pushing into it. So, yeah, basically one way you might want to enter this is getting involved here when the price breaks above the resistance with strong volume, placing your stop below the lowest point of the pattern for risk management, and targeting your price target, calculating your price target based on measuring the vertical resistance from the lowest point of the pattern to that resistance, and then projecting that upward from the breakout point, and that's going to give you a reliable risk to reward ratio. Also, then rounded bottom here, you've got the slup'em in volume, then you push up higher. Also, I love this type of slup'em, this type of thing that makes me laugh. I went to a restaurant once where the menu had like its menu items numbered, but not in the right order. So it'd go from like 82 to like 17 and then to 83. Like that type of thing lives on my head rent free. So yeah, the slup'em is funny to me. But in all seriousness, Sharif did not make that. He made the PowerPoint though, so shout out to Sharif for making that PowerPoint. And the slup'em gives us like a little bit of character, I think. So let's talk here about the reliability of this pattern. It's going to be considered a highly reliable pattern, but it is more common in longer time frames. So daily, weekly, monthly charts, which it indicates a solid sustained reversal, which does make it ideal for position traders and investors. You want to be patient though, because the time frame takes a little bit longer to develop. So that is our lesson of the day. So a bit of a speed run as we get there. 17 minutes left in this lesson in this show. How are you doing in the AAPL? Oh, that looks like a nice move down there. And do you have any other things you're looking at here to trade as we end the last 2 hours? I know you mentioned some of those reversions.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mentioned all the tickers that I have on watch. Again, SMCI, wow, TSM, holy, that thing is blasting to the upside right now. That's an aggressive candle right there through the high a day. But yeah, no, so is AMD. AMD printing fresh highs as of right now as well. So I'm kind of just waiting for some of these tickers for that bid to dissipate and there has been no dissipation of the bid on some of these tickers here. So AMD and TSM for sure I got on watch, but something that might be a little bit better for a potential reversion if it does come in, we could just bid up into the close. I have no idea, but I'm kind of just patiently waiting for that. Softy, I guess no, that's TLT. I'm also watching some of these, some of these bonds as well. TLT pushing to the downside as well. But yeah, Spider is making fresh highs as we speak right now. So oh boy, maybe a little bit scary for this Apple short that I am in right now. But Apple relatively, I guess, holding sideways as the markets push for some fresh highs. So maybe it's a bit of a laggard, or maybe it's just kind of consolidating while the market does its own thing. So I will continue to kind of participate in this move if and when it comes in. Meta is still pushing to the upside there. But yeah, other than those two names, Adara, Tesla as well on watch, because Tesla is super strong right now. But we did kind of top out at 243.97, and we're taking a bit of a pullback here as the market pushes towards its highs right there. So the high of the range right here on the NASDAQ and the ES, you can see the ES pushing as well. We just talked about the Spider printing some fresh highs, as well as the Arachnid continues to climb up the water spout. Yeah, TQ's pushing highs as well. So a lot of these ETFs and market related tickers pushing their highs. Very strong trend on the day. So I wasn't here for the beginning and kind of missed out on some of those longs. So I am looking for tickers where the momentum has potentially dissipated and looking to take them in. Wow, oh boy, look at that Meta pop up. So yeah, we did bounce off of those 556s. I'm going to be looking for a lower high, maybe potentially at the same places where I like to sell earlier, that 560. We could potentially get to that 560 quite easily if Meta continues to push up and the market tailwind is on our side here today. So yeah, longs are definitely not wrong on the day as these tickers continue this aggressive bid to the upside. So maybe we are poised for a strong close today, Adara. So that's all I got on watch right now with only about less than 15 minutes left. Nothing too crazy. And there's a stop out on Apple there as it pushes to the upside as of right now.
Yeah, we got out our first chunk here of Amazon. Ended up taking out just less than half at the 75 level. Now my next area is going to be around 90s. That's another huge resistance level for me. Also, I know I said I'm trying to be less conservative with my stops. With this Amazon, though, this is a larger position, so I'm going to move this stop up here to prior bar lows on, let's see the 10-minute. I think that might make more sense. 10-minute prior bar lows are, okay, that did not make sense because it's a new 10-minute candle. You know what, Adara? Make up your mind. Work on exit rules. We're going to do the 55s, which is the 5-minute prior bar low. I'm cool with that. So we're going to move that now in 89.55. In terms of where I'm going to be getting out, the next piece of my position, it is going to be 90s. What I like to do sometimes too is we end the show, we got about like 15 minutes left. I guess reflect on like what happened. Well, today I'm really proud of some of the trades I made. I think they're, in terms of a progress perspective, for me, I've always said the type of P&L I'm looking for right now as I develop, it's going to be progress and learning, right? Like, I would love to get to the point where, you can focus a lot more on profit and loss. But for, like, one thing that you've told me, Obi, that I know Wayne has said as well, that I really have tried to take to heart is the idea that, like, the profit comes after you get that progress working, right? And I think, like, the risk units I've been trying to use, I think that's been key, is just finding these little strategies to help improve, I guess, your chances, improve your understanding of the market and make the market work for you. And I talk a lot in terms of analogies. I like them in general in life. I've talked a lot for myself how trading, it's kind of like being in a jazz band, right? You're playing one tune, then somebody starts switching it up and like, oh, you got to switch up the tune. You got to do something differently. Like I play piano. So for myself, it's an analogy that makes a lot of sense to me. And I mean, in the case of this Darden, right? I get long, I join in the rhythm to the upside here, and then it breaks slow, you get out and you see the rhythm still increasing. You're like, hey, mind if I join in? You hop in with the bands. And so I think, I find trading, it's kind of collaborative. You are kind of, I guess, competing with or interacting with all of these other competitors in the market, all these other participants. I think music's a lot like that as well. So that's why, that's what you've got to do here. Now, the Darden short, I said one of the things, as part of my balance the evidence, one of my biggest things here for Darden was the fact that we do have arguably a bit of a bull flag. That being said, definitely lower highs. I still think if we saliently break below the 173, which we have not on the ask, the bid is broken below 173, though, of course, right now it's back, and we're actually doing a bit of a bid creep, which I don't love, at 173, but let's see what happens here. Also, I would be remiss if I did not mention my meta trade. because that's a little bit, So I should have gotten long at 557.50s. That was clearly the area of support. Getting long 558, risking to 557.50 is like, what are you doing, girl? So a little bit disappointed in myself for that. Let's see what we do with that 559, though. That was definitely a bit of an area of rejection. I need to keep an eye on that. So let's figure out what's going on here on some of these tickers. Yeah, Darden continuing to just kind of figure out its sense of direction. Amazon here, like I said, trying to take out another piece here at 189.90s, at which point I'll have just a little bit less than half of the position left. Long Apple, says Casro. Let's take a look at Apple. Okay. I mean, yeah, Apple pushing higher. Apple, not a look for me, but I think that 229 area, that's been an interesting support resistance flip. Lunar, says Ostentatious Productions. Let's take a look. Yeah, Lunar continue to push higher. I said 840 could be an interesting level on this. And yeah, Lunar's like, hold my space juice. I don't know. That didn't make sense. Lunar, the point I'm trying to make is Lunar's really strong. Shout out to everyone who called out this name earlier. Also, I want to look at, where did my chart go? I want to look at GAP. Shout out to, not GPS, GAP, which Day Trader Cut was mentioning, a couple other people mentioning. There is no news on this on social media, just people mentioning there was some selling. We're kind of trying to find that previous support at 2040, so the selling might have dissipated. We'll find out what happens there. Amazon continuing to try to find a sense of direction above 70s. I would love if it did. Also, I forgot to move my stop again on our lows, so that's a vibe. Right now, it's still at 189.55, so just above break even. Let's see what we do here on AMZN. But yeah, Palantir, that reversion above VWAP was definitely dope. I definitely missed that trade, but it's all good, baby. You're not going to get every trade in the market. You have to be making trades that make sense and learn from every trade you take. That's what I'm always trying to do. With that in mind, really quickly, before I finish, Coin. We had 2 trades on Coin. Happy with both those trades. If Coin breaks above that 171 saliently, which I think it's trying to, I like that base at 170.50. I might take one last, try to get the ATM filled here one last time at Coinbase before this midday session ends, Obi.
Yeah, so definitely that Coinbase is moving around nicely. Again, we saw what Bitcoin has did. You see, Trump paid for something using some Bitcoin in a New York restaurant there over. I think it was over the weekend, just recently, and yeah, definitely sparking some fresh interest in the crypto world as well. Oh, yeah. Again, whenever you get that presidential seal on something, you almost always could look for a potential reaction or potential reaction there on said equity, and Bitcoin definitely moving in and around that action. They're trading, I think it was, last time I checked, trading back above 60,000 there. Let's take a quick check once again on the Bitcoin right there. Yeah, oh boy, we are definitely on a very strong trend here. So let's take a quick look at what we got going on here. So very, very strong push there. We were trading below 60s. We got below, a little chop. Look at that volume coming in on Wednesday, and then some on Tuesday as well, and pushing to the upside once again. Let's take a look at a higher time frame here. And yeah, within trend. So oh boy, yeah. So you guys can see, I already have a little bit of a line drawn out here. Trend resistance here on Bitcoin. So we're getting a nice little clean trend down there with a very, very wide range. I think it's about a 15,000 point range there, as the highs are 70s and the lows are about 55s here over and over again. We are incrementally making lower highs and lower lows here on the BTC off of that all-time high test at 73.80s. So definitely bigger picture backside on this one for now, but let's see what we do with this 50,000. Let's see what we do if we can break out of this trend resistance. Oh boy, we're definitely poised for a little bit of a run. We know that everybody's looking for that 100K market era. So we shall see. I think it's a matter of when, more than an if, with the way things are going. But that's just my opinion. But yeah, no, I got really nothing else on the board. These tickers are still hella strong on the day. But yeah, I got stopped out of Apple once again, and that's fine. I will kind of reassess a little bit later there. If and when some of these trends do convincingly break, I will be ready for that. And I was taking a little bit of anticipatory fills, maybe some over trading as well. For sure, some over trading. I'll call it like it is. Definitely doing some over trading on Apple there today. So got to do a little bit better with that. I am tempted to touch this 22930s right here. I see Neil definitely knows that song. Yeah,
he's dancing.
Neil, yeah, it's a solid song. What classics? Of course. Yeah, I'm not as good with with lyrics as good as I guess Adara or Neil. Definitely, they know a lot of lyrics to a lot of songs, and I tend to forget. But good songs nonetheless. Meta, oh boy,
yeah,
we're pushing back to the upside, aren't we?
Oh, we are. I was trying to get long here once again, and then Meta was like, well, you messed up last time, so I'm gonna just leave you on red. And you tried to get down on the DMs, I'm just gonna leave you on red, Adara. You don't get your 559 long, risking into 558.50. That's what I was gonna do, by the way, just to give you guys a little recap of that trade. But I mean, why am I sitting here complaining, OB? Because the market gives you so many other opportunities. Amazon, I got stopped out prior bar low, and now it's actually trying to break 189.80. So I was about ready to be like, oh, I got stopped out, and oh, it's all good though, because we got stopped. And then Amazon's like, actually, Adara, I did jump a cool 10 pennies from that point. So maybe stop complaining. Either way, it's like, you know what? You take the trades you take, and all you can do is you make the decisions you made, follow your plan. You can reflect on your plan later, like what you're saying with Apple, right? You can do that reflection later. But in the meantime, you have to, as long as you trade it appropriately, or as you're ready to learn. If you didn't trade appropriately, I think that's pretty key. Like I said, my biggest learning opportunity, both those meta trades, I should have been waiting for the trade to come to me instead of coming to the trade. Darden. Oh, Darden. I'm extending this olive branch to the makers of Olive Garden. Please come lower. I don't know why I'm singing, but I can, so I will. Not like I can't, not well, but I just enjoy singing. But I meant I have vocal cords. Rant over. 173, as I said, if we break below the ask on 173, if we break below 173 in the ask on Darden, all I'm asking for it to do is to push lower. Okay, we are getting closer. We got a bit of a creep to the downside here on that bid. Let's see what happens here. I'm not, like I said, really, really small position. I am not adding until we get to 172.60. If we get to 172.60 and we floosh, I am adding though, because I really love that level. Look at how long we stay kind of stagnant at this level before we flush lower. I like this look. I am happy with this stock. I feel really proud of what is going on over here. Nanya Biz making a joke here saying Adara knows all the Taylor Swift song words. No, I do not. My father might, because, and if you watch this story, Dad, I continue to make this joke because it's true. Former Taylor Swift fan, but I was never one. So, yeah, no, not a fan. Let's see, Darden, though, I think is getting that nice V-shaped retracement. I really like that look. Coinbase, honestly, I feel like it might be doing a bit of a hockey stick. Like Sharif talked about that hockey stick pattern, where you can have that move down and then you consolidate. Either way, any long I would have liked near 171 is not going to happen, so I don't want to force it. Meta, what are you doing? Meta, did you dip? Meta dip? Oh, okay. Meta interesting here around 559. Let's see what happens, though, here on META. Getting a bit of an ask creep to the downside. Will we break below 559 viciously on that level? Yeah, Nanya Biz, I figured you were messing with me. It was pretty funny, though. Either way, good luck to, everybody involved in this market, because this has been wild. I'm going to pull up the SPY really quickly as well. Meta really trying to hold on to 559 here. This is fascinating, but I'm not rushing into that. META getting some topping tail candles here, OB. We get one, come up here, green candle, 572.80, then we floosh. So let's see what happens here on the SPY. But right now, what I'm spying is a potential move down here, but we could have some support at 572. Let's wait and see what we spy on that SPY. Darden finally cracking below 172, or 173, sorry, on that ask.
Yeah, so that 560 is holding right now. I guess on the ask we're trading at 559s on Meta, and the high right now is at 559.70, taking a bit of a pullback here on this Meta platform. So that 556 definitely a bit of a platforming area here as it kind of comes in potentially. Let's see if we can get a move to the upside here. Apple with a bit of a pullback here, but like I said earlier, every single kind of aggressive flush continues to be bought up over and over again, and I guess I am involved once again. And yeah, so I guess my bad habits keep me coming back to you, Apple, as this thing kind of chop to the upside, to the downside, but overall bigger picture trend. You can see it on the market, man. Absolutely crazy here. So maybe this is I'm definitely kind of fighting the trend here, but keeping it tight a little bit. But paper cuts, death by 1,000 paper cuts, not yet. But we'll continue to kind of participate in this move if it'll kind of take a little bit of a pullback. I'm seeing Google, a bit of a double top action on Google here. What are those tops? 163.36s. Softy as well comes right back up into 440s and pulls back in quite aggressively as well. So going to keep an eye on that one as well if that will come in. So gonna I guess going into the later half of the day here, gonna keep my eyes peeled for any other kind of strong action there, looking for reversions on some of these tickers there. Maybe that, you know what, looking like we're gonna be bidding up, we're gonna continue to be bidding up here on tickers like AMD and TSM. SMH still super strong at era, so oh boy, definitely that bid is coming in bigger picture off of the FOMC rate cuts.
Yeah, love to
crazy
rate cuts. Thank you so much for being here with us, Obi. Oh boy, we'll have to FOMC what these markets do tomorrow. Shout out to you guys. Hope you guys have a great day. See you tomorrow, same bad time, same bad channel. We got the big kahunas at that big desk.
See ya.
Hey, welcome everybody, and welcome to the afternoon show. The big desk. These are exactly, I mean, you're talking about identical. The two trading desks are absolutely identical. And big shout out to Randy for doing that for us, because what I love about it is he made sure it's stain resistant, so when I spill coffee and tea, it's all good. But before we get into things, gotta give a big shout out to one of our viewers, Lava Girl, who came through, hand-delivered from Japan all of these different, and these are all different types of Kit Kat. So you got matcha, you got peach, you got melon. Here, a couple of melon, banana. This is the one that I'm kind of gearing up for. I know you're going to open. I'm going for the sugar butter tree. That's where I want to roll. See, sugar butter tree. So shout out to Lava Girl for that. We appreciate all of our viewers. I don't even understand why Ramin is taking all of them. That doesn't even make any sense right there, but. Okay, and she gave us sweet potato crackers. That's fine. Those are pretty good too, Ramin. So I got mine.
She crazy, man.
Oh, just tax right there, tax.
This girl do anything to get on camera. You know this Ramin girl? Man, this matcha is pretty good. I like that. Thank you, Lava Girl.
These are delicious.
All right. Well, look, yesterday at this time, the Fed was just coming out. We knew it was going to be a rate cycle cut. We knew the cycle was starting. Sat here and talked about how this is great news for tech names. That's pretty good. Yeah, yesterday at the close, somebody asked me in the chat, lots of people asked me in the chat, are we going to be going long or short? What do we think is going to happen tomorrow? I almost said, like, despite closing at lows yesterday, whenever you close at lows, told you, she loves TV. Like, she could have just said, guys, pass me that. But, you know, you got to get on screen there. Yeah, no, she didn't bolt you right here. You're going to get on screen again.
I didn't really get these this
time. And we were talking about buying these dips, you know, and that's that today. Congratulations, anybody that did that. I mean, it's not easy to do that. It's hard to step inside and make those kind of calls and make those kind of plays. So I think it's congratulations to anybody that did it. It's one thing to make the calls, another thing to put the trades on. So all of you guys are the real ones. We don't have any even short ideas on our sticky note today. Long Alibaba, long Google, long Amazon, long Tesla, long Palantir. I mean, the trade that was missed today out of all of them, I'm gonna have another matcha thing. Those things are really small.
No, I'm gonna switch it up, but so the problem. No. I wanted to try the matcha. Oh, thank you.
What was that, matcha?
Well, she took them away, and this is the one that I wanted.
I have the matchas right here, though. Oh, there's two matchas.
Oh, are these different? Hang on.
No, they're the same.
You sure? Let me just double check.
Uji matcha?
It says, yeah, it's the
They're
same.
the same.
Okay, you've already opened this one, so.
Yeah. Don't give that one to Ramin because he's going to take it. Yeah. I want to try the cantaloupe ones. Oh, I told you, put these over here, man. He's going to come and steal these. All right, so.
You're like my brother, man. Len would do that the same way, dude.
Yeah,
same
man.
way.
Yeah, well, I know how Ramin rolls. So
You
the
can tell older brothers, eh?
The missing trade right here today was this 235 long on Tesla. It was the only break trade that we had, and now it's up huge as everyone's talking about robo-taxi madness. So up 7%. I mean, it's one of the best days in Tesla's recent history, I would think, on no news. I mean, it looks like we got a nice little bump up right there. That was significant as well. 217 up to 226. So that's a great move. But just from yesterday, 227 up to 243 continues to work it out. Which flavor was that one?
She's giving us back
Banana?
to banana. No, I'd try anything. These are
I mean, of course, we're going to be trying them all.
no, the matcha's very good.
I mean, anybody that knows anything, what are the good ones? Like, what are the favorites here for this? I mean, the matcha and banana. Okay, yeah, so that's okay. So we got to hit that banana up soon.
I need to get some extra calories because I have physio today.
Yeah. Get some extra calories up in there. All right. So, anyways, at the end of the day, man, Tesla continues to work it out, breaking through this 235. I mean, how great was that? Those are those trades that we like to look for every single day. Just missed right there. There's the break. Next level for Tesla is 250. It's going to hit that tomorrow. We talked about. I mean, yesterday we talked about Meta, and I was like, Meta's going to hit 565 or whatever that high was, 540. I don't know, whatever that was.
545.
Yeah. I mean, there it is. Now you're at 560. I mean, these markets are absolutely haywire, and good for them. I mean, good for the markets. Continues to make huge moves to the upside right now. Everything going, man. The NASDAQ, the last time we had that test, last time NASDAQ was at 3% and held it. I can't remember the last time we closed above 3%. So I would say right now it's a great day. Let's see if we can continue to hold. We're well above 20,000. I mean, S&P 500, like everything's at highs, like everything right now, market related. So S&P continues to go. We know the NASDAQ's not at all-time highs, but getting awfully close now as we look. So lots of individual names out there to trade, lots of opportunities today to look at. So we'll just continue doing what we're doing here. We're short Google, though, right now. That's the only position we're short. We've been talking about that short the whole midday show when everyone was asking me what we're doing. This is what we were doing until it broke. Then we didn't have that many shares left. So we let it go upside, and then we just got short into here again, brought it all the way back, now trying to break back a little down. So, hey, if the NASDAQ does end up below 3%, Google will be lower than where it is right now. So I'm happy holding on to this one. Google, we'll take a bid at 01s. It's 25 cents in the money right now. Well, if we get those 01s, 20 cents now. We'll see if we can get that, then we'll hold the rest. But so far, so good here for GOOGL.
Yeah, I mean, so far, so good for the markets. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure the last time we were already at a 3% day, going into the afternoon, we didn't get any extra push. That said, the last time we were at 3%, we weren't just coming off a 50 basis point cut the day before. So it's obviously going to be a little bit different. And shout out to Chris, as we were mentioning, the only thing that was going to turn me bearish was, and we talked about the Qs and the SPY at the high and the Qs at the 50. And yesterday, the Qs, the bottom for the last couple of days has been the 50 period on the daily. So you came in and the 50 period was a complete afterthought, which meant it was a long today. Had for some reason we'd gapped underneath the 50 period on the Qs. We're looking for things to fade, but no, we didn't. We went to the upside. I did have a short on the tape, and it was Intel, and we talked about the level. I was not at my desk when it got up to this triple top. I wish I could say that I was, but I was on the phone and doing some exercises and missed the opportunity because Intel did go all the way up to the same high, the same as yesterday's high. It got right there pretty much to a wick, maybe crossed it by a cent or two, and then came back into the downside. I'm in Amazon because it was just a VWAP play here on Amazon. Like when I sat back down, you look at the things that were pretty much at the same levels before I had taken a call. I was in an Amazon short, and I came back, and it's like, okay, things are bouncing back higher, but Amazon's at the same high. And what's different about this is as the market's making fresh highs, Amazon broke it out at the open, then failed back in. It did double bottom, but then lower highs off that double bottom. So it's managing to not go with the market. I feel like if it gets above 190, it's probably going to join this party, and the party is, it's not stopping. AMD seems like it wants 160. I never did find my way back into that one as it's just booming to the upside. Nvidia is a little bit different, where it's consolidating off the top. Remember that 120? Nvidia can't break 120 right now. It gets up into the high 119s. And you see the difference between Nvidia and AMD. AMD was in the morning, it was just cleared out above the previous day highs, whereas Nvidia needed to break the previous day's highs and those levels that we're working off of. So I see Zbop. Short term, we have earnings in October and Robotaxi, I think, on the 13th. The Tesla Robotaxi event is the 10th. So we're waiting for the 10th on Tesla, and then their earnings are the 16th. So it's the 16th for earnings on Tesla, and then the 10th for the Robotaxi event. So those are the big. Tesla's going to be probably outside of on Friday. You've got you got Palantir and Dell going to S&P 500. You've got index rebalancing. You got triple witching on Friday, and then when we start to early October the 1st, we've got SMCI with its split, and after that we're going to have double barrel Tesla in the middle of the month. I think for some pretty decent catalyst. Right now we're kind of enjoying the ride as a little bit of a pullback happening. My bidding 189s here on Amazon. I think I want to get into Intel, actually, if we're going to accelerate to the downside. Yeah, missed opportunity on Intel, but I want to join this party. This loses VWAP.
With me.
We're going to be shorting this bad boy.
But don't worry about
Amazon working down. The ES started to pull back in here. Obviously, the NASDAQ starting to roll over. And we just saw Nvidia, once again, lose that top as well. So market's starting to come back in here.
Obi's getting frustrated, and I was just like, dude, just short Google with me, man. We're short at 163.25s. And we were short this the whole afternoon. Was talking to him the whole afternoon, and there it comes in right now. So see you later, Google. Hopefully you can come back in even further than where we go now. Look at this market dripping just a little bit lower. We will have Raider Trader coming on very, very soon. We'll talk to him about all of this. I know that I don't think he was thinking that the market would be back to all-time highs, but we'll ask him what he thinks now of the market. Andrew Raider.
Oh, he's here.
Oh, he's here right now?
I see you in the chat, Andrew.
Oh, he's in the chat. Okay.
No need to fear. Raider is here.
Yes. Yes. Is that what he said?
That's what he just said. So
join the green room then, my guy. We'll bring you on right now immediately.
Yeah, come on.
And we can have this guy in because a lot of us have fear, but if Raider's here, then we have no more fear. Yesterday we were 8 for 8 on our trade. So Raider, if you come on and I have a losing trade, get this kid off right now. All right. So right now, Google 30 cents in the money. We'll take another bid down here. You might as well. We're just putting up numbers again here today. I hope everyone's enjoying what we're seeing so far. It's been a great day. And we said that any day that ends in Y that we're sitting here on the desk seems to be one that is a good one.
If a day ever doesn't end in Y, we got problems.
Yeah, we do. Or if I'm not here, also potential problems. Okay, so Mara right now. Look, Mara was one of those ones that we could talk about crypto. We'll probably wind up doing that at some point here, but this was like a short there. We got it back, and then eventually it broke higher. So we'll be down on that. I should be down on Mara today. This will be one of our red names. That's it. Google, we'll talk about, and Google. We're in Google now, but we had some bad trades early on. We'll discuss all of those in just a couple seconds. But Mara's been pretty flat. That's end of the day what I want to get at. 1580 there, bottom. That was a nice top to be able to see that if you were able to. Up there at 1620. I think that could have been something that once it was basing out, you would have had an indication for a little bit lower there. But with crypto where it's at 63.6, it's moving, man. Nice higher highs here as we go for crypto. It looks like we're going to try to break 64 and then get going off of that. Palantir, I know Adair was looking at this one. We already crushed. This is the second P&L. This is the second biggest P&L name for the show today is Palantir. And it was real early, man. It was just boom like that. We took some shares. We were nervous about it. But see what I'm talking about with Mara? Palantir came into an area that had been here before and bought right back up. So we're able to do that there on Palantir, find a level and get involved. That's kind of why that one was a winner. Apple, let's put it up for Apple today. Apple was a good one, man. It could have been infinitely better, of course, but you see here, it just kept on breaking 37. 27, able to get some out to the upside, came back in, stopped out, broke again, stopped out again. And then that last time we had it, and we had it pretty good. And then we also had the reload right there. So we're cooking up some profits for sure on Apple. Dip buys into 227, bought off VWAP in a nice trade to the upside here. As we just hover around days high now for Apple, 229.50. Yeah, I don't have I'm going to try to be patient again here. I mean, Affirm, we talked about how much that was running today. You're only in Amazon, which I've been in today, and that's a flat trade for me today with too many executions on Amazon. We definitely liked buying these dips there, and I still think I like the name. It was the number one name for me today, and it was the 190 break. So it was right there. That's what we took. That was great. And we actually got out of a lot of it before it came back in. Then we tried it one more time there and then got out, tried again and got out. So that's why we're pretty much flat. We had 2 attempts here at 189 and change before eventually dropping it, making some back, and then just too many executions. I can't even really discuss it. I like what you have there. I think that's similar to our Google. It's trying to get that short rate there.
What's so frustrating is right.
DJT.
So I had orders out on DJT, and I was in the stock pretty much the entire day, and I had to get up. It is what it is. I had to reschedule my follow up with my surgeon, and if you know Canadian healthcare, the guy's in the hospital once a week, and he's in the he's only available to see patients outside of surgery once a week. So I'm on the call trying to figure stuff out. I get stopped out. Didn't really have an opportunity to get back in, but I should have. When I sat back down, I could have just hit the bid. DJT. So, okay, for anyone, if you weren't paying attention this morning, we probably said it a few times. The lockup expires today, although there was an article or two that said tomorrow. For the most part, we saw that the lockup expires today. So I was sitting in it off of VWAP, and there's not really a good reason not to have executed back in underneath VWAP here at the 15 level, and now you're starting to see it roll over. I was asked, where's the bottom going to be for DJT? I can tell you that the pre-market low was 1440. But what are you supposed to say for technical levels when it's already broken the bottom? All you can ever say is, like all former and types of SPACs, as you mentioned, Sean, you can $10 makes sense to me, but that's about it. There ain't going to be no other lows. It is what it is.
This is what we're doing, man. Talking about trading and putting it on and putting more on and putting more on so we don't look like a moron. Nice move to the downside right now for Google. Bang. We're the real ones here. What's up to Raider Trader? He's me coming on right now. He recognizes real trading. Look at this move. Nice move on Google. Look. We say this all the time. You don't need to be sitting here guessing stuff, man. Just trade what you do best. I already know what we do best, man. We sit here, we put on names, we put on trades, and we believe in them. And that's exactly what's happened right here. One more time for us on this Google trade. I mean, look at this. Let it go. Let it go. What are we, Elsa over here? Comes all the way to the upside. Then we short it and bang, right there, back in again. I know there's... shout out to Lars and everybody at Campus Trading over there. As soon as the show's over, I'll come help that program out. But right there, look at this move. 163.20 to the downside. Bang, right there. So many plays today have worked out almost perfectly as we continue to go. So let's just keep the good vibes going here. Nice trade there on Google as it just comes in. Take advantage of these dips, man. I mean, that's a big trade right there. I know Obi, my guy over here, has a big one on. He was getting excited as well for that. So let's go, man. Real traders unite. This is what we're talking about one more time here. That's a doozy of a trade. Believe that. Average in off that, boom, right there. Good trade for Google. We'll make some back of what we did in the morning. And this is what we did this morning. We had this 162. We were playing it off the 200 period. This is what I'm saying. It's not disastrous, but it broke twice. We had the long win, break, long again, break. So we actually took an L right there off the open. But since then, these are longs, these are shorts. Flip it up, man. Change up your position every once in a while, and you should be rewarded if you get that feeling of the market. But you have to have those spidey, you have to have those spidey senses, man. You have to be able to think about what the market's doing and then trying to go for it. There's one thing about saying I'm going to look back at my trades and analyze them. But the thing is, when you do that, that's great. But what are you actually changing? Are you doing something different the next day? You could back test all you want, but are you still putting up winners the next day? Because then if you change your style, okay, once you're trading, you got to stick with what you're doing, but at the same time you have to know when it's right to strike, right? And so I think that's something that's very, very important, and we all got to learn that as traders. And I think that yesterday was a good example. We made a decent amount of money during Fed, but it was just so choppy, right? That could be an easy way for you to get chopped up and throw some money back. We're lucky enough to have a lot of those moves right there. But this is what you do. You stick with stocks that you believe in. You stick with setups that you believe in, and you put the trades on. You know, I'm not afraid to say the last time I journaled was never. But at the same time, I'm here every single day live in the markets, watching these things, making down little notes and believing in the notes. You know, I come in early and I look at charts, and it's not even that early. Come in, look at charts, have a quick couple ideas of what I want to do, write them down, make sure they're justified, and go for it. And I think that that's something that's important, that everybody sticks with their routine, has their routine. And then at the end of the day, I'll sit here and disagree with everybody anyways. This is about P&L. That's really all that it's about. That's what we're trading for, is to put money, you know, in the account, build that account, and get bigger and better. And when we've been here for 20 plus years, just like Sharif's been here for 4 years plus, Obi here, I think 4 years. Well, I mean,
I wasn't even born 20.
Yeah. 2 years for Obi, 4 plus years for Sharif, 20 plus years for us. It is about the P&L. That's all that it's about. So I hope that you guys are doing really well, trading really well. And speak of the devil right now, we have something with Neil.
Yes, sir. And this segment, which will be the Raider Trader segment, brought to you by Trade the Pool, our friends at Trade the Pool, because becoming a funded trader means trading with the firm's capital instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description of this stream. So shout out to Trade the Pool. And like all trading, the thing about it too, right? Like whether you're trading, you could be a retail trader, home trading your own capital, you know, and then maybe you have your bankroll, you take a bit out to pay yourself. When you're a prop trader, you're trading the firm capital, you get a commission, and then every single month, like you get paid out. It's the same principle at the end of the day. That said, you know, when you have a structured program, it can help. That's why we talk a lot about the campus program. But you know what? Who's ready? I know he's already in the chat. And he's locked and loaded and ready to go. It is Raider Trader, Andrew Raider, one of our good friends. There he is.
No need to fear. Raider Traders here, everyone.
You got to wear the Superman thing,
went
man.
Way up there. The fear gauge just
look at the
way
VIX spike. I don't know.
Look at this guy. He's got some gold around your neck there. You should sell that stuff. That's at all-time highs right now.
I could probably buy the same one twice over, but
I like that. Is that a haircut you got on there? I like that.
I told my barber, "Hey, Unc, chop me up," and
looking
that's what happened,
sharp,
so.
bro. Looking sharp, man. Don't take this kid around town, man. He's Mr. Steal Your Girl over there. All right. Hey, what a nice move it was yesterday, right?
Yep.
Andrew in the from 2 o'clock, like right now. Imagine this time yesterday. Wild stuff. You have any trades going on there? Did anything catch you by surprise? Anything we want to talk about before we get into maybe trading today? How was yesterday for you?
Oh, yesterday was kind of slow. Actually, this week, a lot of my positioning was done earlier in the week. So Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday was just me cutting positions. A lot of people, they get caught in these news events. They try to predict, 25, 50, which one's it going to be, and try to determine how that's going to affect the market. Well, I was just mainly focused on the quad witching date and positioning for that. I caught Tesla. I swung into today, but also Solar's Wednesday I caught, as well as some other ones. So small caps as well.
Is it? Are we going long on Tesla? I mean, is that something that I'm thinking about too? Breaking that 235 level there on Tesla, or was it 255? 235. The 235 level there on Tesla. How good was that on the daily? Is that something that sparked you to get in, or are you trying to get in before the robo-taxi event?
So I actually got a little lucky swinging that from yesterday. I think my calls were up 1,200% this morning. It was by far my biggest trade of the week, but it was one of those that I didn't plan for. Not my biggest position size, but definitely the biggest winner when it comes to these trades. But I do have, it's tradition at this point that Raider comes on, he spills a little bit of, something out there. So if you don't mind, I actually have some things to talk about, specifically with the markets in the future, of course. I never talk about the past as much as the future because that's where the money is made, baby. But as far as what I think about the markets moving forward, there's a lot of discussion, a lot of rumors going around. Hey, what's going to happen with the markets moving forward? Firstly, I want to start with this. The rest of this week is probably going to be pretty slow. And if you want to share my screen real quick, the bias is actually to close under 520. Tomorrow is historically one of the most red days, not by percentage wise, but by statistically probable red days from the seasonal standpoint. So expect to close under 520 tomorrow. Will it be that big of a red day? Probably not, but that's the bias for tomorrow. But next week is when I actually expect some of that selling pressure to pick up, specifically in the defensive names. I've been talking about long defensives for a good amount of months now, but I actually like KIE short, which is into October 18th, which is actually insurance. Insurance seasonally does pretty horrible after the first rate cut. But after that, we also have things like XLU, consumer staples, Coca-Cola. These guys are going to start to struggle into the end of September. So expect that next week. Now, also, I do want to talk about this. This is everyone wants to talk about this, which is the recession trade. Everyone's been talking about, hey, the 10 minus the 2, inversion. When in reality, what I actually look at is the 10 minus the 3 month. I believe this is a more credible window and gives a tighter time frame when we can actually expect some sort of recession theme to come back into play, trade gold, trade these other names. And so far, we have not, on the 10 minus the 3, have any real development. So until that comes around, I'm not going to be worried about the recession trade. Again, once it does invert, that's when you see a 6 to 8 month window, somewhere around there, when you typically get one. But that's the 10 minus the 3. Also, for all you bears in town, well, good news to you because next week is probably going to be your time to short. With all the puts in the system developed from quad witching, well, it's too stacked. So a market can't drop if everyone's hedged. But that's it. That's all I have to talk about right now. A little hints here and there. I can talk about some more, of course. Sean, Neil, and I we have master degrees in yapping, and that's a good degree to have under your belt, So
well, it's important when you're sitting there talking stocks all day long. But
gotta do something.
Look, if next week you're looking at some shorting, or the bears may be coming back into play next week, as you're sort of mentioning, how much of that do you think has to do with on witching? Whenever we have a rebalancing like we do at the end of this quarter, a lot of times you'll have all these big buyback names in the Mag 7, which will often have down weighting because of what's happened in the last couple of quarters. And there are some situations, even if it ends up a short next week in a general sense, where if you do get that down weight and they sell off on a Friday after an index rebalance, then the Monday kind of tends to be like a bit of like a reversal for anything that sold big on the imbalances. So do you factor any of that into your trading? Because I know from experience, if you get extreme moves on a Friday, on a witching, on a rebalance day, usually I don't necessarily want to get trapped looking in the same direction as what happened with that move. I'll anticipate that maybe you'll have a bit of a reversion on that. Monday is a bit of a self-correction, and then be more patient. Does that factor at all into looking shorts? And specifically, where would you be looking short?
Yeah, so that's actually a great point, and I'm glad you brought that up because the expectations of this year is not a 10 to 15 percent point drop from the high here. That is not the expectations so all these people betting on some monster crash, trying to get real philosophical with rate cuts, it's just not the reality of it. The maximum drawdowns are between 5 and 7% max, likely for the rest of the year and early start of the next year. So that's the expectation. You're absolutely right that these traps are going to be common. The dips will be bought, and that's just because we are at all-time highs. A lot of people forget that market dynamics do change at all-time highs. While there is corrections from all-time highs, that's not the dynamic we're at right now. And so the bullish trade, while it might not be the overall market, as you said, especially I don't want to get trapped shorting these mega caps, even though they are the weaker names like Microsoft. I'm going to be taking this change in market dynamic from now, September, to late October is when you want to take days day by day. Swing trading is going to be somewhat punishing, but you have to be very select with what you're long and what you're shorting because a lot of the other stuff is just going to be bought up, sold. It's just going to be pretty pretty bad to trade. But what I'm actually long into December is actually IWM. So I'm going to be positioning to 12-20 calls on IWM. I believe there will be a bigger breakout later in October. But that's where I'm starting to position now for that. But yeah, absolutely. When you mentioned that Friday, Monday continuation thing, it's very important to understand the risk to reward that, especially when, for example, when the VIX spikes a ton. When we consider, hey, what's the best trade? Is it shorting? Well, I'm paying $2, over what I would have paid last week if I shorted. Is it actually worth the theta decay and the time that I'm going to be holding for the move not to come, and then I lose 100% just from it not moving, right? So that's 100% something I always take into consideration. And right now, the risk to reward is not there to swing in a lot of the major sectors. And so what's going to have to be is day-to-day trading like you guys do.
Yeah, and I think that, look, that's what we definitely love. With regards to IWM, I was a little disappointed today in IWM. It was a really good, I mean, obviously, hit long anything right at 2 o'clock and you would have won. No, it was a very good initial move up. It gives it all back pretty much almost to a T where we broke out from. And then today, I would have expected with a pullback essentially perfectly to the prior day, like before Fed highs, and then holding this 222, I was expecting that maybe we'd be able to break back out the 225 today with that kind of a V shape. The fact that it stalled out, I know you're sensing a little bit of opportunity there. To me, I feel like it just needs to retake that top. The resistance has been there the entirety of the day. And there's a few names that have looked like this where you've gotten some strength, and it's not like it's bad. No one's going to complain about being up 2 points. I think it's ridiculous to complain about being up 2 points. But when you see the strength that everything else has had, I'm not all that excited when we can't get past this 225. Do you have any concerns, or what is the timing for this to work for you on the Russell?
So that's a great point. So actually, Tesla typically actually leads the charge on this stuff. I think it was last June. If you actually go look at Tesla, Tesla was actually the one who actually led the huge breakout into late June. It was actually a warning sign that, hey, you better get into these the rate-sensitive names, solar, small caps, things like that, that are going to benefit from the rate cut. So that's actually when majority of the rotations came, was actually last June in anticipation of the September cuts. But you're absolutely right. That relative weakness is kind of concerning. It is up 2%, but then again, that's all from the gap, and it's starting to give that away intraday. It's not very exciting, but I believe a lot of that is attested to the quad witching and just the way down and sluggishness from the market. Once I think all the money expires from Friday, I think moving into next week, you could expect drawdown again. I'm positioning to December contracts. I haven't added my full position size yet, but I ultimately do, like you said, want to see that gap up above the highs back towards, I believe it was the August highs, July highs, late July highs, back up there at 226, somewhere around there.
No, absolutely. I like that point about Tesla. So you step one's happened, right? Because Tesla's certainly leading everything today. I mean, you can throw out some names like, I guess, Darden might be up percentage more because they had earnings, but out of the big boys, it's been a Tesla and an AMD kind of day there. Just before we sort of move on, I know we'll go back to Sean here for a quick little second, but every single time any meme stock comes up, everyone's like, when is AMC going to break out? And I'm like, it's longer. And I feel like my feeling on it is the longer something coils, the better it can be. So it's still coiling. It's still coiling. Is it
Coil, man?
Is this the kind of thing where, but when I mean coiling, for anyone out there that isn't familiar with it, right? Like, this is what the stock is doing. And it's not often that you get something which can have explosive moves that goes sideways this long in a very, and it's actually decreasing in volatility. Like, it's contracting a lot here. And I keep looking at the 50 period. I'm like, the next thing this closes above the 50 period moving average, like, it has to be a shot long. So do you have any thoughts on this? Because there's some names that did try to go. Like, I mean, Carvana actually went a little bit here. Obviously, it's a different story. But what are your thoughts on these? Because I always say when the market's booming, it's not the best time for the memes. And when the market isn't giving those opportunities, sometimes you get more attention in these types of names. So I don't think it bodes well necessarily that everything else that we love is going when you're trying to get a meme stock to break out.
With a lot of those meme stocks, I think a lot of how I trade them at least is everything's about timing. If the market's not in the mood to pump these smaller cap names, things like that, they're not going to do it. And when it does come around like GME, AMC, all these guys, it's generally a market theme that they also pick up other squeeze names as well. So especially with the like AMC, when it's barcoding like that, or I forget what the term you used was, squishing, something like
Barcoding is
contracting, barcoding.
Yeah, right. So when you have that, a lot of people look to technicals for guidance, when in reality it's all about timing. Because as you've seen, every time you try to play the break, it's just no. So I actually think majority of the times when you contract this much, if you want to get that huge move to the upside, a lot of the times you'll actually see a fake out to the other direction first. So preferably what I would want to see is a fake out to the downside before earnings and then a huge run up into earnings. Not that earnings is going to be like the be all end all, right? Like we don't expect AMC to come out with 40 new stores, record revenue. We're not expecting that. So earnings doesn't really matter. But what matters is the run up into earnings and if it can cause a squeeze of some sort.
There you go. I like it. One of my favorite setups. There's nothing better than when you want to go one way and the market traps people the other. It's not about cheering for other people to lose money. It's just how it works. If you stop some people out of their longs and you get some people into some short positions, and that's where you get your profit, because as they exit, you're winning.
As Andrew was saying, that this might be a good market for us day traders. So right here, Andrew, we got a chicken dinner winner. Right now, there goes Google down 70 cents in the money. We'll see if we can get a play off that one. Andrew, what was going on with this name? This is a name that I think you and I have talked about a couple times, both on the market recap show and here, XLE. Like, what was up with this? Someone sneezed and this thing is up now 6 or 7 days in a row. What a V-shaped recovery here for some of these oil names in the oil sector. Anything you're looking at as far as energy is concerned? You still like XLE a little bit? You like anything else in here? Individual names? Are we in the right season now? I know you talk a lot about seasonality. What are you thinking about the energy space here, particularly oil?
Yeah, so that's a fun trade. Energy as a whole, I've been looking at for a few weeks now. I've even been talking about it. I'm like, hey, when is this thing going to pump? It actually was, my timeline was somewhere between the 16th and the 23rd. I actually nailed that pretty well. So I actually caught some longs in energy. I would stick to XLE and oil production names. Don't go to oil services like OIH. Stick to XOP or XLE. Those are the two best. I had CVX personally, which is doing all right, but not my biggest trade of the week. But yeah, I think a lot of these. So actually, I do want to talk about this. This is a good segue. Thank you for the segue, Sean.
You're welcome.
But as far as what I do want to talk about to everyone is that there will be a reinflation trade soon. A lot of people, they're taking their eyes off inflation. What I say with every market, inflation always rebounds. That's just a natural thing. And you're going to be wanting to try to play this. Will this be October or November? It's going to be before the end of the year, most likely. But there will be a inflation rebound trade. And this is going to be picking up names like, of course, gold, things like this, commodities, materials. I actually think moving forward into the end of the year, the next few weeks, XLI, a lot of these industrials will be outperformers, as well as some of the material names like XLB holdings. So definitely be looking into those. The inflation trade is going to come back. Will it be, the market's going to collapse because inflation is spiking? No, but it's going to be a rebound in inflation that changes expectations, and that's ultimately going to cause a rotation in the markets.
I got you. Why so specific there? You said September 16th to the 23rd. Was there something that indicated that? Was it sort of a pre-Fed sort of build up there, expecting the 50 basis points? Was there anything about that particular week and a half there that indicated this move? I mean, because we're here to give you that credit. You're 100% right. That XLE is a huge move up there. Why this week? Was it Fed-based or?
So this is it's mainly seasonal based, actually. So I built all these expectations from both the seasonal, but also the option outlook. So a lot of my research comes in, hey, can we build an expectation for this week, and this week? And based off seasonals, last week was really when you wanted to long the leaders, get into, of course, home builders, things like that. These type of names were starting to do really, really well, especially IWM and mega caps. And then this week, between the 16th to 23rd, 17th to 23rd, this was actually when you wanted to long the most beaten down names. So the names that were not necessarily at zero, but the names that were not picked up initially with the leaders. And so I actually caught trades in Moderna this week, but also I think it had a 9% day on Monday or Tuesday, which I caught. And then also names like, a lot of small caps, IWM, those were beaten down over the last few weeks and things like that. So that's how I positioned with those. And energy was one of those. It's been kind of slaughtered since the beginning of the month. So that's just something I caught. And so moving into next week, the expectation is actually to sell the names that did not outperform this week. So the names that did not perform the most, you're actually going to want to short those into next week. And those are names like KIE, Home Builders, and these type of names. So be looking for that into next week. Those are going to get sold off the hardest.
That's the kind of stuff I like, relative strength and weakness.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Look, we give you a lot of credit. Congratulations on that Tesla trade, 100%. But tell us something about this Samsara, this IoT. Now, I know last time you were on here, look, I'm not going to be here like saying, crazy, because it was right here. It was falling knife. Then all of a sudden earnings came and obviously they beat expectations. We got to give you props for at least making a call on something. So I definitely give you that. A lot of people don't want to stick their neck out and make a call like this. You did. So good, great look, but nice upside move. How do you play something like this? Was it like short-term puts that you had? Did they just expire out of the money? Break us through how you play maybe earnings plays as opposed to something like Tesla, where you're playing the momentum, riding that up. And you said 1,200%. I mean, that's fantastic. But obviously IoT there, a different play heading into earnings. You want to explain sort of how those mechanics work for you? Earnings plays versus a more traditional, maybe seasonal play or a feel on a momentum name. Do you want to explain a little bit of that?
Yeah, so a lot of the trades that I take on earnings, number one, there is there's no perfect strategy to earnings.
Right.
What it is you want to find a name that can move. You don't want to go to a stock that's illiquid. You don't want to go to a stock, so you narrow it down between a certain things. Intel was one. I think some of my more recent trades, I did not actually trade Nvidia because that was an example, the last earnings, that the expectations were so high that if you don't meet them, even if you correct the right direction with an options trader, you're going to lose money. And so that's just because of volatility crush and, hey, you didn't meet that 10% expectation. You maybe said 6% like we saw. Everyone lost money, bears and bulls regardless. So there's some strategies with that, playing the continuation. IoT was actually, I straddled the 35 call, 35 put. With that, I barely made money with that. I actually think I closed red after the spreads were insane at the morning.
Right.
But that was just something that was silly something with that. But again, that had the potential to move, and that's why I did it. But more so along the lines, IoT was actually a name that I knew could move, because remember me coming on here, I talked a lot about you want to get into IPO names, 52-week high names, things like that. I knew those would move. I actually thought it would actually go nuclear to the downside. But regardless, one of my favorite names actually that we talked about that's going nuclear right now for my monthly contracts, I'm up well over 1,000% on this, but actually CART right now. So I'm actually going to sell these at the end of the day today. CART was a name that I mentioned. This was probably my biggest trade of the month into this month was CART. So one of the biggest trades, this thing, insane, man. I looked up this morning, I'm like, right before I got on there, I'm like, holy crap. But yeah, so a lot of these IPO names, 52-week high names, these are still going to do well, especially after this rate cut as well. So be keeping an eye on those as well. But recent IPOs, 52-week highs, that was that kind of screener I talked about.
Yeah, good call on CART there. But you know what? When it's up 5% and there isn't a red day in a week and a half, we can call it by the actual name. We're supposed to say Maple Bear. So
Maple Bear.
No, this is, and look, Andrew,
What the hell is Maple Bear?
I am way too old for this. When
stock is called Maple Bear?
you try to change names when I'm used to it, and the ticker is CART. I'm gonna call it CART. It's like, you ever heard the old man?
Not
his mama called him Clay. I'm gonna call him Clay, like Muhammad Ali. No, of course it is, but it's actually technically Maple Bear now. So just like Restoration Hardware and everything else, it will always be CART to me. But a great look, and as a matter of fact, at the high of the day today, which really there's just a lot of things that are at the high of the day today. But there you go.
Yep.
Those IPOs, it's the thing. Like it's about finding the right place. If you're going to take a swing at something, you want to take a swing.
Bet not miss.
Yeah, you want it to be a good pitch, but in the stock sense, like you want it to actually have the ability to move. Right, like if it's not going to do anything, then you don't want to be in it. Win or lose, it doesn't matter if there was no upside potential in the play.
Yeah, no, a lot of, especially like car IPO, these names, it's tricky to trade these sometimes, and you got to know when that risk to reward is diminishing. For me, a lot of times people ask me, when I do live streams or things like, I'm sure you guys get a lot of questions. It's all love, of course, but a lot of people ask, hey, what do you think of the stock up 400% today? It's like, well, what do I think? I'm not in it, so I can't, I'm not going to trade it, So that's kind of how it is with this car. It's like you were either in it or you missed it. Time to move on to the next one,
How's the Mustang these days?
So it's funny you mentioned that. I'm going to pick it up today, which is awesome. I finally got it tuned.
Okay.
At 725 to the wheel. But I had a cold start issue. That's the whole reason I got it tuned. Because the supercharger, when it started, it was sucking in too much air. And so my engine would turn off twice before I actually got it running. So, every time I sat down to drive it, alpha cold start, it'd be like, it'd struggle to breathe. And then I have to turn it over 2 more times. But
is that what it would do with roughly those noises there?
Roughly, very accurately.
technical sound right there.
And what, it cost you $700 to fix it? That's not too bad. Is that what you said?
Yeah, no. Well, it made $725 to the wheel, but it was $550 to fix it. So it's not. It wasn't horrible.
All right.
Yeah, about 10 grand in Canadian, so that's fine.
Yeah, 10 grand Canadian.
14 grand in Canadian by next year.
You still got to let us know when you're coming up here. Now that car's all tuned up, drive it up here. You are more than welcome to join us at any time. Anything we didn't discuss before we let you go here, quarter to the hour?
No, but I will say this. I like to have this real, awesome motivational speech at the end. Just kidding. But I will say this to all you traders. The opportunity, the best ones, are next week. Okay, don't get all anxious. Tomorrow's it, doomsday. Bears crawling out of their little den.
Doomsday, man. It ain't doomsday.
Get back into your little den. Get your cozy little blanket. It's time to rest up. Okay, let the bulls take it from here. Okay? Relax.
I think you're right. You're right. Andrew Rader, thank you so much. Thank you for the calming words. And if there was any fear, there is no more because Andrew Rader is here. So everyone can go find you at X, Rader Trader 101, on Instagram, Rader Trader, and the like. Where are you today? Is that a different spot for you or just different camera? What's the situation there?
So yeah, I've been kind of moving my camera around, but I'm currently in my apartment. I will drive back today. I got a soccer game today. I've had athletic addiction recently to my glory days, if you will, of playing soccer. So I'm getting back into soccer.
Before you get out of here, now I'm just going to be nosy and ask, is that like a little balance wheel back there?
Yes.
Hold on.
That's one of the what do they call, what's the name of this thing? The one wheel. Yeah. I'm just nosy, that's exactly all. That's what I thought it was.
It can go forward.
Yeah.
I'm just glad this dude's
don't wipe out.
I'm just glad he's got pants on.
Yo, if he bails and gets hurt, it's all on me because
Yo.
It's not shorts. It's not shorts. Also, I don't want to see a single comment about my shorts. They're called shorts. If they were meant to be long, they would be called longs. Okay.
Oh, those are called short shorts. It's like you really like the short and you're going short. It's like short shorts. It's like
I'm not gonna say anything.
Those are like put option shorts. They're.
No hate, man. There's
People
no
like
hate.
them, though. People like the legs, man. They like the legs. Like I said, I'm just glad you were wearing shorts, because imagine you weren't. You would have got up there. It would have been bye-bye, Raider Trader. Thank you, Andrew. Have a good one. Charge that bad one up. Good luck with your soccer.
Thanks,
That's
Andrew.
it. We done. Thank you, Mr. Raider Trader, for dropping down some of that cash and knowledge. All right. That was fun.
Always fun.
Always a good one there. Yeah, I was really, when he got up there were people in the chat like, I wonder if this guy's wearing pants. I was like, this is about to get ready to go here. And he did that. So thank you.
He's a wise young man. I would imagine he would be savvy enough to make sure that he is fully clothed, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Like, I was just like, yeah, is that what I think it is? I've always wanted to try one of those. Obviously, I'm not doing it anytime soon.
Yeah.
I would imagine, I don't think, sometime next year, maybe I could try something like that.
I'm still in constant pain. Like, I have my HTO on my knee, and I still can't do absolutely anything at all.
It's frustrating.
So I actually wish I tore my Achilles, to be honest with you. All right.
Trust me, you don't.
No, I do, bro.
It's the drive.
You can at least
I can't
recover.
drive.
I know, but nor could have I.
No. I'd rather.
And you're going to recover fully.
The best thing about an Achilles injury, and it's not the best thing, compared to like if you hurt your back, if you hurt your knee, shoulders can be like a big deal. Nowadays, you get to surgery. All these surgeons are all fantastic, right? Like it's so commonplace now. You put the work in, you're going to get back. And as a matter of fact, I think the right is going to be like my right's going to be better than my left. I just wish it hadn't have been my right, because I can't not being able to drive
It's just costing so much money having to get you in here.
The frustration level. Like, I can't do things that I normally do for my daughter. It's just my wife goes away on a trip, and like we got to get like an Uber if I want to take her somewhere. I can't just hop in the car and be like, hey, let's do this today. That's just annoying as all hell. Like, I like that freedom. Like, I cannot stand that lack of the freedom part. But it is what it is. Thank you so much for the super chats in here. DJ Freddie K. Thanks for asking about IoT.
You're welcome,
and
my guy.
I don't believe if we got to this one. Kyle Burdett, who wears shorts. Right. Thank you very much, Kyle.
Who wears shorts?
Daryl, we can always count on you. Of course we can. Why not?
He does look like Dan Bilzerian there. That is true. He has those Dan Bilzerian shorts. I don't know if he has DB money, though. That would be nice. Trust fund, baby.
I remember that song.
Okay, so just real quickly, we don't have a graphic for this yet, so I'm going to hit this. Let's go find out who's making what money here at Real Trading. All right, I mean, so far so good here. This is yesterday's top 10 top traders. We did show this earlier on in the day, but this is just a prop trading. These are prop traders here. We're going to go over them. We have over, I think it's 2,000 to 3,000 live traders right now. I'll double check that. Over 3,000 traders on the system, including sim modes and things like that here at Real Trading. 50 plus markets. I'll show the graphic in a second on that one. But yesterday's top trader made over 16,000. These are all US dollars. And these are the markets that they traded. So this is not, some people are asking about location and all that kind of stuff. This is just the top. So someone yesterday traded the Vienna market and made almost 6,000 US dollars, and that's the only market they traded. So that's what that means as an example. This individual trader like myself would have traded, like you'll see me on SPY or Qs or whatever. This is not me, but NYMEX, so someone trading oil names, gas names, things like that. So this trader definitely spreading it around. I mean, this is what trading is all about. Making sure that you find different opportunities, and obviously there's been some here. Whether or not I don't know exactly why you would branch it out like TSX Venture, CME, like that's just a lot of different tools. But yesterday, a lot of things were popping off. Yep. This is more like somewhere where I'm more comfortable, where you trade CME, New York, Nasdaq, and NYMEX, and then there's Canadian again, Canada again, Canada, Nasdaq.
Well, Amex makes sense to have added. Because on a Fed day, that's the type of day that maybe you don't normally look at, like a GDX or an IWM. Yeah. But if you want to trade those, you got to go to the Amex, right? Like we don't actually, we don't have the futures for some of those things. So you probably yesterday would have been a day that you'd see a few more people trading Amex. I don't really trade Amex very often, and IWM was that opportunity. That's the best thing about Real Trading. There's very few markets that are available to be traded for day traders that we don't have.
Yeah, almost none. I just think the Indian market, but Raheem talked about that already. There are some barriers to entry into the Indian market. And as long as there ain't that, we should be able to trade. And here's just an average. These are the top traders in individual markets yesterday as well that I had up on that screen. So let's compare your profits. This is a good one for that. There, compare your profits. Right there. So we'll try to do that every single day to give you guys an idea of that. No, I was not on that list. But we did. I led the office yesterday. Was pretty proud of that. But yeah, not on that list. There are traders that are on that list quite frequently. But yesterday it was not I. All right. Did you say that was a call for Adara? Then let's go.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
I just offered, I was like, hey, Yobi, what one do you want to try here? I want to go with the banana. The matcha's, I've had matcha before. It's really good. Yeah, I'm going to try banana now. I did try melon, banana. I took the melon and the matcha so far. The melon is actually...
No, it's delicious. I'm going with the melon.
Which one is that one?
This is the melon. The melon's the best one.
It's, well, have you had them all? What, this one? Peach?
No, I haven't had the peach.
I just like the melon's very, very refreshing.
I'm going to bring...
That's the thing.
The peach I'm going to give to my daughter, because I had to make sure I bring her something home, because she loves peach.
I'm playing around.
So
Take whatever one you want.
Have whatever you want.
Because she always, what is it? You never get the...
I don't get sarcasm.
Sarcasm, that's what it is. Yeah, we would not get...
Don't tell people you don't get sarcasm. Because then once,
That's literally why I just did that to her. That's
Yeah,
literally why I just did it to her.
Thank you guys.
And I saw her face go white, and I was like, okay, just take one. All right.
exactly.
What did you take? Yeah. So
Well,
the
that's what we
banana
have the
tastes
most
a
of.
lot like.
I don't know if I want them.
There's something else that tastes. Oh, you know, it's just like a banana popsicle or something like that. I don't know what. Oh yeah, maybe it tastes like banana. Yeah, maybe that's right. Yeah. So, anyway, okay, so
Seriously,
banana's my least favorite.
I'm gonna stay away from the banana.
Yeah,
Because I'm not a huge fan of banana flavored anything, to be honest with you. Banana popsicle, which Ramin is apparently a big fan of.
I don't mind the banana. If I had a freezy choice, I like white. You know, I really like the blue as well, but blue gets all over you. Like then you have a blue tongue and orange.
That's fine.
Cherry. No. I'm not a huge cherry guy, honestly. I don't mind if my wine has a little cherry.
I try to keep it real. I just want purple, not grape. Purple. You know what's up? You guys know that purple drink, purple popsicle. Doesn't even have to be grape. I'm just keeping it real. It is what it is. You can say anything.
But you can say that, but you don't keep it real because we have other examples of things you don't like that are typical of stereotypes.
Okay, here's my thing with that, because I can say it. I know you didn't want to, but I can say this all I want. This whole nonsense about like watermelon, get the heck out of here with this crap. Man, ain't no one in my family talking about watermelon is the
A lot
best
of
thing
people
out
in your
there.
family talk about watermelon. No,
Not as
I don't
their
know if it's the
favorite.
best.
That's some.
I love watermelon.
That's some
Watermelon. How are you hating on
I'm
watermelon?
not hating on it.
Okay,
I'm
I
just
thought
saying
you were
there's like a litany of fruit.
Okay, right. It's not near the top.
That it's just not even close to the top. Okay, every now and then in the summer, like that issue, yeah, fine. But I mean, come on, what are we even talking about there? Give
As
me some
far as
nice
summertime fruits, the watermelon is
fresh pineapple, bro. Like that.
fresh pineapple is on pizza. Yeah, I feel you on that one. The
Mango
kiwi,
season.
mango. I mean,
Oh,
mangoes.
My uncle had.
What are we even talking about?
My uncle. Well,
It's
he
a
still
mango
has.
love
He has
over
a
there.
mango. He has some mango trees in Antigua.
Yeah, man.
And we used to stay back when mango season is in. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, straight up. And I didn't even care. Like until you're sick. Till I'm sick.
I'd be
I'm
sick
eating
of mangoes
mango.
really quickly, I think. But mango is very sweet. That's all. I love
Exactly.
Yeah, I know. But I just think like
Oh yes.
every meal.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Sean, I said something yesterday. Will be a yeah. I mean, what's up, Volcan? Let me see what Volcan is saying here because it looked like I was getting some credit. You know, I like that. All right, you said yesterday, today will be a strong, long day.
SEK.
Thank you for acknowledging that. You are correct so far. What's my view for tomorrow? Yeah, it's going to need to be a lot bigger super chat than that, my guy. I mean, we are on fire. No, I'm just playing around. All right, so what's my view for tomorrow? So this is the one thing is, you get, why am I still on IoT here? Okay, let me go over to Apple. All right, so this is the thing. We always have to think about what's leading the market, you know, and Apple leads the market quite often. And today we have a huge day for Apple. So I feel like there's a lot of love for a lot of names right now. We have Amazon trying to get higher, although there's some dipping down. We had Google trying to break out a little bit. We had FXI, some of the China names trying to battle back as well. Alibaba, we talked about, XPeng was up 9% today. Alibaba's huge. Alibaba's actually on our radar today as well, to have a quick look at that. So there are lots of things to trade today. FXI up 4%. Alibaba up pretty nicely today. We just saw XLE on quite the run. There's a lot of things making a lot of moves today. So I could see again, and by the way, I almost think we were even more, we were almost more right this morning than we can even take credit for, because we talked about earlier that there was going to be a little bit of a sell-off early on in the morning, and that's exactly what it did. It sold off into the 200 period. Like, that is gorgeous when that kind of stuff happens and you can nail that. So today, I feel like we even tweeted it out. We said that there could be an easy sell off the open with people coming in and taking profits. Actually, if we're going to look at a longer term scale here, on the TQs, even on a daily chart right here, you're getting close to breaking this level, $72, $73. I don't think we're going to get there today. There's only an hour left in the market. I mean, the last time we were up over 3% on the NASDAQ, I think we looked that up. I don't think there was one back into 20 or 2021 on a kind of one of those crazy bounce back days.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think we're going to be running into a little bit of resistance up here. So I could see tomorrow being like, not an inside day, but maybe up 1% or so. Let's see how we close. Let me answer that question a little bit closer to 4-way, get a
Part of the problem,
a better feel on it.
It's triple witching. It's also quarterly rebalancing. And you've got to keep in mind with quarterly rebalancing, when all the Mag 7, I mean, Meta's at fresh highs, Microsoft more buybacks. When you have all of that looming in, it's very typical that the reweighting on the big names is down weighting, right? So that kind of skews things specifically for tomorrow. And I think a lot of times, like that's what, like my first thought at the end of the day on that kind of a Friday is usually I'll lean towards, okay, if we've been up so much, then you're going to have some selling into the close on the Friday, especially on the quarterly rebalancing. Year end, probably even bigger deal. And then, of course, there'll be individual events to talk about there. Just speaking about some things here. Like while we were on with Raider, I did reload into Amazon at the lower high, actually not at the top. And then it came back out there, so a bit of a trail. Kind of if we're going to trail it out there, just kind of like add to the point that you're trailing. And if it goes down from there, you reloaded it. But now it's right back up at the same resistance before, like that 189.75-ish. The actual high, like this top in here is like 189.86, and it just tagged 189, low 80s or so. But it's looking a little bit different. Notice the difference. It comes in here all strength, immediately makes a top, then puts in a lower high. Comes into the top this time, first time through, was already good before, looking good, lower high, done. Now it tags the top. This is where it needs to put in the lower high. So if I'm not in that trade, it needs to do the lower high part or the aspect of it and start to break down, which I'm not seeing happen on Amazon. It's a slight difference. It's not a gigantic one. But, Nick W., thank you for the super chat there. Could you give your thoughts on Marvell? Looking from extended time frame, it looks incredibly bullish. Well, my friend, what doesn't look bullish? And of course, you're talking about Marvell, the chip name, and not Marvel, which I don't know, they have some stuff coming out. I shouldn't make an Agatha joke because there's I think it might actually end up being funny. I should watch it first and give it a chance. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not that excited when I watch the trailer. I think they've lost their way a little bit, but Marvell, I do like what I see here. But notice something on the weekly chart. Right, this is always very bullish. There's your curl off of the 50 and the 200 at the same time, then retrace to the 200 period, boom. Then it retraces to the 200 period on the weekly, again, boom. But you got this problem. The problem would be it's $80 on the weekly. The last time it tried to break out, it actually did, and then closed back underneath. Up here, you got to close above the 80 level. Otherwise, as a trade would go, usually you're taking profits at a level like this on Marvell. So yeah, I don't necessarily love it up here. To me, when it does this, either you like the stock and you're playing it off the 50 or the 200 on dip buys, or you're waiting for it to break out. I'm more of a joiner when it comes to breakout levels on names like this. I tend to really like joining the move as opposed to, hey, I think it might break out past this level that's been resistance for like 15 weeks in a row. Let's just go long right on the top. No, that's not ever my style. Not in Marvell. I have owned it in the past, but I'm not actually in the stock now. And Nvidia is the one I like better, but that 80 is what has to go.
Since Power Hour just started, remember to like and subscribe so you don't miss any action.
Yes, sir.
Good call, Fabian.
Thank you, Fabian.
So reminding us that it's Power Hour time.
It is Power Hour, and because it's Power Hour or the Hour of Power, remember everybody, hit the like, hit the subscribe. If you want to get our opinions on something or look at a stock maybe that we haven't paid attention to or just engage with the community, you need to be a subscriber to be in the chat. So you hit the subscribe, jump in while the water is warm. We have a great community in there. Bears versus Bulls is a fantastic moderator, keeping things in line. And if you get a super chat, we'll always get to it. We'll also try to get to as many questions as we can for sure. So someone just said, was there any news on Nike? I haven't heard any. Now that I think about it, I can't remember the last time I heard something out of my Benzinga.
I hear
something happened on Nike on the chart, but I didn't hear anything. I don't know.
Dara's up there. If there's anything that happens, she will get it to us on.
It was about a half an hour ago, though, when it moved.
Okay, so we haven't done much here, man. We're still short on Google. We're looking for more plays, right? I mean, someone just saying in the chat they're shorting Tesla. dangerous, but we'll have a look at it right now. I mean, oops, that's the TQ. It's like, why change the chart? Let's go. Okay, yeah, actually, yes. So we have to do a little more work here because we're getting a little lazy. We've just been sort of resting on our laurels. We're having, it's been a good couple days here. Let's just get back and focused here. So underneath the 200 period moving average, we really like that trade. This for me, look, great call. I mean, great shout out there. I like this as a call, but I'm gonna have to stay true to what I normally do here. And with the market up now 3%. Well, actually, we were just talking about when's the last time it closed 3%. Remember when I was short and I was like, I'm going short because Google will be lower than this if the market doesn't hold 3%. So hopefully Google can start to get a little bit lower. We should have averaged back into that, but again, distracted. We should have been in there. That's no excuse. But I was just going to say, for those of you that are looking at Tesla, yeah, I think this looks fine for a short. You're underneath the 200. You got the 50 period moving average now starting to slope down. If you're in this name, stay in it. I mean, you don't have anything to worry about, in my opinion, to get back in here to 243. So that's not even that far away. I really like the risk to reward now. Like, now that I see this is probably even a flat bottom break right now on the hour. I like this trade. I think there's a lot of good opportunity here. And yeah, if you're in Tesla, I'd hold it. This is a good short rate here. 241.75. I actually... It's too bad, like I just said, I'd have to go against, my beliefs. But, that 241.75, I think that's a good break spot to go lower. If you're already short here, you've come in running into some support. This could be an area to cover if you do have something. And you guys know, if I was in this trade, I definitely would be covering something and then getting mad when it breaks lower. But I think that's a trade for sure. Good look there on Tesla. For me, I'm staying away just because of the strength in the name. But I think if you're all about that life, take it. I think that short is very good. You got something for us, Adara?
I looked into Nike here, a bit of an interesting look here. Not actually seeing any catalyst beyond this very small price target decrease from Bernstein this morning, going from 112 to 109, though they did maintain an outperform rating. This price target decrease was also discussed on CNBC Squawk Box about an hour ago. It's interesting, too. When we had this move, I looked in on social media. Not a ton of mentions on social media about this name, but there were some about half an hour ago wondering what the news was. No real news. All this is really, you say, it's kind of an unexplained move here in Nike, though I was also seeing some notes that the early move to the upside could have been related to the rate cuts and that being positive for the consumer space. So that's the look here in NKE, guys.
So, no, I think it's it's obviously going to be whatever happened on Squawk Box.
I know. It's like Josh Brown comes on, it's like, I like Pfizer. Pfizer just ripped
Well, it's been Uber lately.
Lilly. I like
the last
Uber.
4 times it was Uber.
I hate Nike.
So yeah, so obviously I'm going to presume something negative was said about Nike on Squawk Box, and that's the cause for the move to the downside. Randy actually asked if you wanted a coffee.
Randy?
Yeah, he's
and Randy's not even here, dude. What do you mean, Randy?
Okay.
In what chat? Our work chat?
In the work chat. I'm like, he's not even here.
He didn't ask that.
He did, while we were on the afternoon.
Oh, that must have been.
And it's I think he was just messing around.
Yeah, he has sunglasses on. I'm gonna tell him. Yes.
But so Nike's not gonna move like that without a catalyst. But obviously, it would be nice sometimes to just be able to be like, blah 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 blah, give an analyst spiel about something, and then the stock drops like $1.50. I'm not necessarily chasing this move, and when you look at Nike, hey, kudos Nike. That's like 6 or 7 days in a row, 6 days in a row to the upside since bouncing off the 50 period. So you're probably ripe for a little bit of profit taking, and it got some exuberance probably from the algos when that mention happened. So it is what it is. I know for a lot of traders, it gets probably frustrating. Like, imagine you're in a trade where it's moving like normal, doing the regular thing, it can be trending to the upside, and then all of a sudden someone just decides to say something on a program and then stock dumps like that. Like, that can be frustrating. I also was a little bit distracted there because Amazon did pretty much wick that high again. And then there was a pretty big or a quick drop, I think. So I got it on the way back up here at the mid-70s, in the mid-70s, once again off of that high. We got another super chat here. SP Williams, Roku thoughts. First off, thank you. I'll hit the like for that. I'll get this out of the way. We always talk about Roku. Every time we say Roku, I'm not a big believer necessarily in their model. It's not like a bias against them. That said, it is a very clear sort of gap fill that it didn't really close the gap altogether, but it's gotten very close. And sometimes when you look at this type of a gap fill, you'll say, okay, it needs to break here, which it's already done, and then get all the way to like this high, like the pre-earnings high of like 95. I'm generally looking at like this level, like the support from before, which is right around 82. So I feel like it's closed in the majority of the gap here. But the good part about it from a technical standpoint is you've broken out and you could just end up consolidating well above the 200 period moving average. So a bit of a pullback kind of day because you got really close to filling in that gap. And now I think you can just look for some kind of a support level to form, whether or not it's the exact same support level as before, or it makes a higher one. You have to let it sort of suss itself out. Whenever you have a new range get made, you want it to find some support. I just think it kind of filled most of the gap in, got to $80, and found some sellers back in. A lot of small caps did today. You notice that the big cap tech names are the ones that were really given the goods, and the smaller names weren't necessarily as good today. And it was surprising to a lot of people. You would have thought they'd do better. Like a great example of that is a firm. Like a firm gapped above that big old 45 level. Now it did recover. That's why I'm pointing it out. But it gave up at the open, pulled all the way back into 44, then does a massive V-shaped recovery to 48, and then where did the strength go? Right back into the bottom for firms. So I feel like a lot of the more high flyer type of names here today maybe not faring as well. Roku's an example. Affirm is a perfect example of that. I think we just have to let these settle down, find some kind of a support level, because they were all on a tear before this anyways.
What's up, Cash Money in the chat? Like, what is the gobble machine? What does that mean? Is it gobbling up the shares here? I was like, as we continue to go higher right there. Oh, I know what we could do here. Hold on a second. Where is it? Right here. Here it is. There. Give me some of those Kit Kats. No, it's on the Kit Kat, man. Go back. Right here it is. Oh, you want these Kit Kats, my guy? There he is.
You can't have
them. Gotta go this way. No, gotta go that way. Okay, that's what it's all about. All right, let's try to find some names for everybody here. I mean, I'm looking at Softy. I'm looking at Tesla. Microsoft moving around just a little bit. I have Apple on right now. The reason why I was, there's nothing going on, man. Look at, I don't know why Microsoft just showed up on my screener there. It must be, I get to try to break a little bit below VWAP right now. Okay, so that would make sense. There it is. There's the VWAP break, but I had to zoom in. Like, it's just so, congested right here. We talked about Tesla trying to break lower. I think that might be the good play there. Microsoft looks like it wants to go. The reason why I was on Apple, maybe if we zoom back in, we just came back up to that high again. I kind of like that short now. We've seen it. We're underneath. Missed it. Should have had it. We're 50 cents in the money on, I don't know if this is the gobble machine or not, but we're 50 cents in the money on this name, which is Google, to the downside. I think that could break. I actually like to add maybe if we break 162.60. So that could again be another play for us at some point here on Google, not gobble. So that could be a play there if we were looking for it. Let me check in on Bitcoin, 63.4 right now. Let's check out what iBit is up to. All right, so this is moving down. So this could be something as well. Looks like everything's starting to range down a little bit. The reason why I was so conservative about trying to give everybody a play or what to do here in the afternoon is, like, we were just bouncing around here. I don't really like in between these areas right now. We're definitely not scared to trade it. I'd just rather short something if we came up to the 50 period, because right now we've already been down here. Like, if I got excited about the short there, that's a loss. That's a loss. That's a loss. That's a loss. So it's like when we talk about trading and looking at patterns, pattern recognition, and historical relevance, right now the futures are not wanting to break this. I think if you break 20, we're right here right now, 20,100, psychological level with a little bit of support. I think that's where we could get to. So maybe a TQQ short, if you can get back up into this area, would be something to look at. But for me right now, kind of just sitting on our hands just a little bit. I do want to look back over at some names that we've already made money on, and I'll take other names. I know you guys are asking about Roku and some of these other ones. We have no problem looking at them, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to trade them. Look at Palantir here. Okay, so now we might have finally found something. We made money on Palantir long. Palantir is still my second most profitable name today. But this is a good little drop right here, right? Breaking that back down below this level. I like this trade. Underneath VWAP, underneath the 50-period moving average. Let's go. 36.70 break, we're going short. All right, you guys like that trade? I think we could try that right now. 36.70 going short against VWAP, which is 85s. So again, you take 2,000 shares. You're going to lose, that would be a penny, 15 cents or so. So be ready to lose that much if that's how much you want to trade on a name like a Palantir. But I like that. Breaking back down below 36.70 here for PLTR looks like a decent trade for this guy. So I'm going to probably try that. We'll see if we can get away with it here on PLTR. A short below 36.70. Looks like it might want to go. We are nicely in the money on Google, but Google, again, not going. I'm going to put a bid here. It's only 312. I mean, if the market does go, we'll find. I'm not going to put a bid then. Let's hold on to something in case it goes. But Google is looking stronger than I'd given it credit for, that's for sure, as it's trying to go down, but holding the bid. So I would say watch out for that. I'm actually excited. Oh, Palantir just broke. I didn't even get the order out. All right, so I think we should probably go short here on Palantir. Let's not I know it's like, oh, I'm like, it looks like, okay, there, we just got some 69s. I just offered 69 and it ripped back up against me. So, all right, so there we go. So we have this one now. Let's just wait to see what's going on with Palantir. We'll start to get a little more shares here. We're short now, 69 on Palantir. We just talked about why we liked it. Breaking below, we have the 50 period. We'll take a little bit more if we can get some 75s, maybe even get some more at 80, but our out at the end of the day is probably a break of 90. So short at 70, break at 90. We're looking for 20 cents. Let's see what winds up happening here for Palantir. The market may not go down. That low rate there is only 65. This might not have the legs to give us 1-to-1. So this might be more of a scalp than anything else, but we'll try it right here. We're short Palantir, looking to get a little bit more.
Yeah, you know what? DJT's starting to dump again a little bit, and I want to join this one here. Just did that. It got all the way back to VWAP, and then was sort of gliding to the downside, then acceleration just now. So like we were saying before, in terms of lows, the only low that you can point to, unless you go back to the SPAC days, is going to be 1440. I mean, you can always, if you want to, you can pull up a chart. If you can find a historical chart of DWAC, then look underneath the 1440 price and find yourself a significant level. I'm not going to bother with that. I just think it's trending down today with the lockup and all that good stuff. It's been trending down, I don't know, since ever. Yeah, I mean, look, there was an upward trend here. So let's just say it's been trending down since July the 15th. So DJT is still working to the downside. And when it starts to accelerate, I'm going to jump in. This was a breakdown. It looks like at about 1480 just a couple of minutes ago. If it breaks above that local high, I want to get out. I think there's room to the low. And if it can get to the low, great. And Armando Zapata, polls announcement, Harris winning. Maybe that's, yeah, politics aside. Maybe that's something with the polls. That doesn't necessarily matter.
I'm going to take out 10%
trading
Palantir.
Yeah, it's just about price action, right? Like, I care about the price action here. Like, the reason why it's moving can be a little bit secondary. There's like an implicit, I guess, weakness because of the perception that Trump could sell. Whether he does or not doesn't really matter to me. Like, when I see it accelerate to the downside, the last couple of times that you got the heavy moves down, it's generally followed through. There was, right at the open was when it didn't follow through, like at a big candle and then kind of consolidated and then broke higher. Every other time where you've had any kind of acceleration moment, there's been continuation today. That's all I'm really looking at here. And of course, I'm still in Amazon here off that same level. We did get back in the third time. It's just slowly breaking down beneath VWAP. But I feel like, like the Mag 7 type names today, the strength seems to be, and even like Amazon wasn't the strongest, but the strength this afternoon, they're not really rolling over that much. You see the difference, like DJT, win or lose, like that's a weak stock right now. That's why I was almost thinking about, when I was talking about a firm, like look at a firm, like why not be shorting a firm into the close, well underneath VWAP, clearly in a retracement trend, plenty of room to the low of the day. I mean, it's at 45, low of the day is 44.30. It has a chance with the market trying to bounce off 20,000 one here. Like you're trying to catch a bit of a bid after that downward candle. So if you're looking for places to short, maybe put in a higher low and then grab a weak name here. So I'm kind of looking at a firm, like why not grab this if it bounces back into the 45 level. So I'm going to throw a firm up along with Amazon and DJT, and then those will be the three things I'm looking at for the next few minutes in here. Well, at least for the next 30 minutes or so until we get some imbalances. Because of tomorrow, At 350, I'm just going to be looking out on the off chance Palantir or Dell has something the day before. You never really know. Those are the two big ones. And if one of them has an imbalance, or maybe American Airlines or Etsy, then I want to be looking at those at 350. Until then, Affirm, Amazon, DJT.
Yeah, we're going to go to Dare, but last time we had that new bank, and we saw that punch long, man. We got long in the 70s, out O's. That was a huge trade for us.
But you know why it was so big? Because no one was no one's expecting new bank. I think that
no, there was.
I know, but like
that report. Remember, there it was an ad or something.
No, but more that like Nubank's not Palantir. Like it's not as well known of a stock. No. I didn't mean like there was a report saying it was a buy and bounce. What I kind of meant by that was it's not something that's followed a lot.
People are ready for Palantir.
People were ready. People have been gearing up for Palantir. Whereas Nubank, when it comes out of nowhere, and it's like, oh, that's an ad today. You didn't even think about it. Those can be the best ones.
Yeah, I think it's even since that day, you could find out where the volume
still
was.
up.
Yeah, I mean it pulled back into sub 14. It was one of these days right here, August 30th. There it was. So it was this day, yeah, up to 15. And I remember we had got the log, then it pulled back. Now it's all the way back up. What's up, Adara?
Two catalysts here to be aware of on a news basis just coming in through here with a bit of a volume spike. First, we have Novo Nordisk, NVO. This one here announcing that the European regulators have allowed them to update their label to reflect the fact that Wegovy has now also reduced heart failure symptoms and improved physical function. So Wegovy label update sending NVO, giving a bit of a volume spike here for NVO. Also worth noting GM, a much more distinct move here. Three highest volume candles of the day, pushing lower. This looks like a sympathy play. Around the same time we had this, Mercedes-Benz announcing it's lowering its guidance here for fiscal 2024. Also saying they're expecting, quote, significantly lower than expected free cash flow and EBITDA for 2024. So weak guidance for Mercedes-Benz, sending GM to the downside on pretty big volume spike, guys.
All right, just quickly there, we'll take 50 cents right now on, where's my bear? We like that one. Okay, so Google's coming back in a little bit, so we'll take that, obviously, as we'll take a bid there at the 50 period, trying to break a little bit lower. We take some 64s now on Palantir. Okay, we're short 69. We got a couple more shares in on that play. Look, I don't want to take 5 cents. We'll take out 10% literally there. I do have another bid at 62s. Maybe we get that. So we'll take some bids there at 62. So good trade there. I mean, a quick little short, a quick little scalp. You guys wanted to know what I was looking at. That's what I was looking at. Palantir downside. Google downside. Google's really starting to go. We said, let's try to hold this. But again, man, we looked at the clock. We looked at our net. Let's just start banking. So that was a good one right there. 162. I mean, remember, we got to afford these shawarma parties. Like they have to happen like every day now. So watch out there. 162. Although tonight I'm going to this really wicked Italian place in the Junction, and they make fresh pasta every day. And my boys,
not the Olive Garden.
Not the Olive Garden does not get mentioned in my house, but other than on the show, I guess. And my wife's watching this, she'll probably be like, yo, Olive Garden. But no, yeah, homemade stuff. So we'll see. Every time I go in there, the guy throws me an espresso, so that's nice. We'll see about getting that.
You got to have the cannoli.
He had this wicked pesto.
What are we having that cannoli
sauce? Again? I mean, I could bring cannolis in any day, man. I mean, tomorrow's supposed to be.
No, we were going to do shawarma tomorrow.
Yeah. Corona, what do we call it?
Shawarma and Corona. I don't know.
Yeah. It wasn't shawarma Rona, no. It was.
We were gonna do
Corona
Rona. After show.
We had it yesterday. It was actually made a lot of sense yesterday.
It really did. I promise. If you were watching yesterday, you probably remember us saying something rather.
There goes Palantir.
More intelligent about the shawarma.
Probably not more intelligent, but might have been made more sense.
Or more delicious. Get to the downside.
All right, there you go. Fabian needs to be on the show. All right, so there's a nice move down in. Hey, look, guys, we're doing it again. We do not have diamond hands on this trade, but we are out of 40% now. We actually just got 60s, so we take out 10 at 64, 10 at 62, and 20% down here at 60 as Palantir falls in perfectly for us. This is just, hi, my name's Sean. We'll continue to be scalper here and not change a damn thing that we do. All we do is add to our layers, right? Like we've added holding on. We've added like trusting ourselves more, holding on for longer, believing in plays, staying with plays as long as we can, right? Like how many times? Not even just trading 5, 6 names. Like yesterday, we are blessed enough to go 8 for 8, but it's still 8 names only, right? So just be careful with all of this stuff. You want to watch out for some of these trades. Like look at Google right here. This just came right into right where we thought it was going to come into. Now is the bouncing spot. It's the same news for Tesla probably. I'm not on Tesla right now, but look at that break. Oh no, Sean. We said no, Sean Moreno. Remember that guy? Right there. We were.
Start with that.
Look at that. I said Tesla's a short back at the 200 period. Who's got that with me, man? That was but we don't have it. We stick with Palantir. Come on, Alice Karp, man. But there it is. Look at this trade. That's $1.50 off of that trade. And see, it just goes back to the point that I said. We looked at Tesla. I liked it, but I said I'm going to stay away because it was up too much. But the trade still works out. Obi had that point today, and I thought it was one of the most valid points I've heard on the Midday show in forever, and only because it made a lot of sense to me. And that is that no matter what the stock is, if your setups are there, you should be looking at them. Now, do you take them all the time? No. But if the setups are there, then they're there. And I mean, for me on Tesla, I talked myself out of it, which I think is fine. It goes up to the 200 period and gives you that short. So again, you can stay away. And I think I'm going to stay disciplined and try to stay away from setups that don't fit exactly. This stock was up on the day too much, didn't fit it exactly, but I did like what Obi had said there. And it was just trade the names. And like, honestly, I took Obi aside. He'll tell you this a while ago. And I was like, bro, we can't just be looking at Amazon. There's so many other trades out there. You've done the work, you've put in the study, you've looked at charts, you've aggressively journaled, you've meditated, you've done all that stuff. Go out, find what you're looking for, and do not stay on the same names because that's not, in my opinion, the way to trade. You can't. I have a basket of them.
He's a mean reversion trader, right? And one of the things about it, if you're a mean reversion trader, you kind of have to be on something that has enough to mean revert on the day. Like you got to be on the mover that day. So you can have a big basket. Like everyone has their own thing. Like I'll tell you, and some of the worst days will be like if I have my iPad up. No, it's okay. If I have my iPad up and I'll have like the list of names I normally like. I might throw some earnings names on the bottom or a few names that aren't like there every single day. But when I go through each of those, if I have something written down to every single one of them, those aren't the best days. It's usually when I look at it, it's like, there's only like 6 or 7 that are at key price levels. How did I accidentally close that? They're at key price levels. This is a really old iPad, by the way. It's probably like 75 million years old. No, but you want to find those days where you like 7 or 8 things, and maybe all of them do not come out to that key level. But if it does, and you're at your desk, you want to put the trade on. Like the example would be 100% I would have been short on Intel at 2070. The only reason I wasn't is because I literally wasn't sitting down here. And that was a mean reversion trade. Now, was I disciplined enough to wait for it? No. So I had it short, and then when I got away from my desk was the best opportunity. It is what it is. But when your trade comes in, you do want to take it, and you want to make sure that you're on it. Why do we like that level? Because it's a triple top. It's showing you a resistance spot. Now, if tomorrow we come in and this thing is breaking out above 2180, I'd probably like it long if it broke out 2180. But until that happens, I want to look short. I did jump out of Amazon. Amazon is now so you're starting to get higher lows off of this. Like it's the same level, but the buyers are coming in a little bit higher on each move, which, again, it's Mag 7. It's kind of relatively strong in here, so it gave the fills back in the mid-70s. This time, the dip and the big buying started to come right back in at 189.30. So I just jumped in and out of it. It's not going to be as good as the last couple of times it got to this level, but I can sort of see what's happening here. And you look at the NASDAQ in a general sense, hey, look at that. It bounced off VWAP and resumed going to the upside. So pulls are right back into VWAP, and we're right back above 2010. So if you're short something that has a propensity to follow this a little bit, that was a good spot to take some profit. Doesn't mean you have to, but for me, when I saw the buying come at exactly that moment, just jump out of the short and move on to the next.
On to the next. Look, definitely here. Good call on all of that. Tonight we have FedEx. Last move was 15%. I mean, expected move today, 7.1. Let's go find out and gauge the strength and or weakness in the economy with FedEx earnings. We also have Lennar tonight as well after market close.
Only 5%. Eh?
Yeah, 5% move. Oh, the home builders don't move that much. We'll find out what happens with Lennar and FedEx. So two basic, economic sort of indicators there. We'll see FedEx for shipping and retail and how that's doing. And then, of course, Lennar. We've talked about XHB. This is what Lennar looks like. I just know XHB is busting out there. It's been a different game for different home builders, but yeah, same way for Lennar. Huge move. It looks like it's probably pull up a weekly. It's probably at all-time highs, looking like it wants to go there. So I mean, all-time.
Yeah, it's got to be.
I don't know if it's all-time highs. I mean, 2008 was pretty nasty. Might have been higher before then, but probably should have recovered. 192 right there for Lennar. I mean, what a great move from last year at this time. You come over here into September, you're a $100 name. So nice move there for Lennar over the time. And then FedEx joined me and Miss Danielle Shea. I think this might be her last one for a while with Danielle. So we'll join her tonight. Well, she'll join me and you'll join all of us tonight at on the recap show. Yeah, FedEx. Look, man, good mover here. Wow, this is going to be interesting for FedEx. Nice move down, recovery held, 7 or 8, 10 straight up days here for FedEx heading into the report. Spicy, man. We'll see if that can take it out. I think it does. I watch out for 315. I think they're going to say some nice stuff coming into, of course, the fall season. Back to school's already happened. We'll wait for fall, Black Friday, Christmas events, so on and so forth. We'll watch out for FedEx, and then we'll watch some of the other shipping names as well, UPS, so on and so forth.
I'm excited for Black Friday.
Even Amazon. Oh, yeah, what do you got in mind?
We're finally actually, I'm not that big of a deal. Like, I'll look and see what the deals are on Black Friday, but this time we are actually buying a new TV. I have no idea.
Okay, well.
Yeah, we gave away our one in the basement to my nephew who's going away to school, and it's like, okay, well, what do you need? And that's what he needed. I'm like, well, I'd rather give you mine than I can get a new one. Like, why not? Like, so I'm in the market. Usually I'm not buying anything interesting. I'll just find deals on the stuff that I regularly get. We get so many Amazon deliveries. It's ridiculous. There's like 5 or 6 things. My wife's on vacation and I get like 5 packages yesterday. I'm like, I didn't order anything. Who knows? We just constant. I love Amazon, don't get me wrong. But there was a point I wanted to make about Lennar. If you saw what happened in DHI today, I think it was Adara was on this, right? Was it?
I have no idea.
Anyways, if you saw what happened in DHI, sometimes it's about like where something is. Like, it broke out to 200, but you're at that fresh high. It's a very clean rejection. Like, it never really recovered. Kind of like the classic Head and Shoulders. Once it rejected 200 in the pre-market, like the previous high was just it. Like, sometimes you find a level like that as a setup on earnings, and it's a good one. You have the previous high, failed breakout, and then prior resistance remains the same thing. So when you're looking at Lennar tomorrow, if you are for whatever reason, probably worth looking at DHI, what already happened there. So we're out of Amazon. DJT, where are we going here? We're at 74s. I'm at 68. Still giving it to 80. Don't want to change too much there. If it breaks out above here, I want to be out. If it gets to the low of the day, that's where I want to take profit in front of this bottom. And then the actual low, technically that's the pre-market low. When it was dumping, it was actually no news. I think people were just getting out in front of things when everyone was talking about the lockup expiring. I would venture there's almost 0% chance that significant selling was done by Trump, just based on some of the volume today. Like, there was a couple of volume spikes, but if there was an event happening, I think it would fall a little bit faster than this. It's either going to trend down gently, or you're going to have a few big, you-know-what type of candles. 330 just hit. I'm still looking for a firm to give me a short off of 45.5. Not sure it wants to quite get there. It's either reload Amazon at the top, which is looking iffy because the market's kind of strong, or trying to get into a firm, which I said is the third name that I am looking at. Just looking for more of a pop than this. But if it doesn't go up, maybe it's shorter right back underneath 45. Every time I look at this stock, it's at $45.
All right, I see you here, Mara. Mara making moves down again. Wow, right into the day's low again for Mara. It's too bad. We talked about missing that trade there. It looked to me like Palantir, where everything is pointing to the downside. Palantir, it's a good thing we got out of 40% of that trade. I'm not even going to reload this one. The out now, I'm just going to change it. We only took 10 cents. That's 81 or 82 right there. So I feel pretty confident that's where the 200 period is. So let's just adjust our stop on Palantir and put it in at 36.82. So if it breaks higher than that, we'll just punch out of Palantir. We've sort of built this position, and I'm not adding to it. So we'll take some out. It's going to be a good trade for us. We went long. Now we're going short. We talked about all of the indicators lining up for us to hit this name short. We're short Google. We're short Palantir. We liked Coinbase earlier as well. This continues to make moves downside. We talked about that 170. I was thinking that this is a decent long opportunity right now for Coinbase trying to hold. But again, I don't know enough about the story because Bitcoin's battled back nicely and Coinbase just continues to do this. Like I would have thought that if Bitcoin was 10%, I guess, away from its all-time highs, what are we at, 63? So 64, add 10% to that, that's 71 and change. Maybe. So let's just say 13% or so away from its all-time high. So this name to me should be at least into 190. Like that's 13, 14% is right there. And then so what's up with all this then? What's up with all this overhang? So I don't know. We'll have to do some more work on Coinbase. But yeah, that name heading lower right now in the afternoon. So here goes Palantir right back down again. Let's put some bid early 60s. Now that we know our risk is 1-to-1, we should be pretty happy with the return here. Google also starting to break lower. Google has to break this shelf and then we'll be fine. But right now it's Adara at the big screen.
No shortage here of names on the S&P 500 making power moves to the upside. We're going to talk about some of these names that are up more than 2 or 3% with strong catalysts today to back them up. We have CRM here, Salesforce. We did have a lot of these names in the software space pushing higher off of yesterday's rate cut. But CRM, along with CrowdStrike, also getting quite a few positive analyst notes. In particular for Salesforce, we have Truist Securities reiterating a buy rating and raising its price target from 300 to 315. We also have here Darden Restaurants here, DRI. This one up more than 7%. The earnings themselves were this morning. They missed for earnings per share and for sales, but they announced a partnership with Uber Delivery, starting with limited Olive Garden restaurants. So DRI to the upside. And last but not least, CEG, one of the few utility names to the upside today, and upside in a pretty major way. Basically having this press release here about how their clean energy centers performed, apparently 98.1% of their full capacity. So good energy performance here for CEG, making it the outstanding performance here in utilities, guys.
Just answering Rob.
What did Rob say?
No, if I say that I'm going to have a bourbon old fashioned and I don't tell you on the rocks or not, which way would you serve it?
Yeah, neat, right?
Neat.
Yeah.
Like if you want it on the rocks, you ask for it on the rocks. If you don't say anything, that means you want it. That means you want it neat. I mean, I don't know. That's my thing. There were some early look imbalances. Oddly enough, NU has an imbalance, not like it usually does, but it's not. This isn't a big imbalance early look for NU. 2 million shares is not going to cut it. Let me just double check how many it's done in volume. Like the day that it moved, like the day that it had that big move, it was 63 million, I want to say. Maybe 68, something like that. So it was over 30 times as large as the current imbalance that you're seeing. Oddly enough, it was at exactly the same price that it's trading at now. You have Freeport that's up there for 1.4 million to the sell side. BAC, a 1.1 million buy early. And Wells Fargo is a 1.1 million sell on the early look. So not even any uniformity there. But yeah, none of the big cap names because, tech names I should say, because it's only New York that we get the early look for. So I'd say nothing really standing out. Maybe a couple of those banks. If they were the same direction, I think I'd probably care a little bit more. But one up, one down. We'll wait till 350 where you might see a little bit more interesting imbalances. Volky saying go Meta.
Yeah, Meta.
Yeah, go Meta.
Crazy. We had indicated
maybe I shouldn't have sold some in my personal account in the middle of the day.
Correct. Meta, huge move, man. Just continues to go upside now. 462, 562, continues to go. I mean, this is just a monster name. Breaking higher. Love this name, man. We're long even under $100, some of these shares as well. But it just keeps on going, man. 600 next up for Meta. No reason why this name wants to stop. You broke out here. Should have been on, well, it was on our radar yesterday, but I've kind of moved away. Like, you know, I used to trade Microsoft and Meta, like, basically relentlessly throughout time. of the show. This is why here now I'm having like names sub 200, like we have Tesla on here as well. I just the spread sometimes just a little bit too much, and for me, I mean I like the stock. We continue to like it. But today I can't really like Microsoft. I mean, it's not really doing anything. This is going to be the next one to go. I'm hoping it's going to be Google. But right now, Microsoft, just having a little bit of a time. It needs to break above 450 before it gets parabolic like its friend Meta. But Mark Zuckerberg just continues to cash in. We talked about that. I think he's the second. First, what Sharif was wrong the other day, it was, because I had that tweet that Adara sent me, the richest guys.
Oh, the richest.
Yeah, it was Elon, then it was Bezos, then it was Zuckerberg, then I think it was Arnaud from LVMH, and then it was, and then I think it was Larry Ellison. So,
yeah, Larry Ellison.
So with Oracle.
I mean, he's up there. He's not. Look, the guy's not hurting.
Who, Larry Ellison?
Yeah, he ain't hurting. But
and then Bill Gates was there, and so was Ballmer and all that stuff. So, unless that sheet was old, I'm just telling you what was on that sheet. Sharif could be right of who's the richest now, but it's definitely Elon. 251 billion they had his net worth at. Of course, a lot of that tied up in Tesla stock. So this guy's happy today, man. If your net worth is 250 Bs, and then all of a sudden you're up 7% today, that's a couple yachts.
You can just buy the NFL.
So, you should just buy every single team in the NFL. Yeah, you could easily do that, and then also sell X for a probably loss at this point. So. PayPal continues to move higher as well.
Ain't over yet.
I'm seeing that for that going up now.
That's not coming back probably for years anyway.
Yeah,
it's a long game.
There goes PayPal, $74, $75. I mean, another name that's breaking out on the daily chart. Oh, we talked about where this could possibly get today, 278. If we got
it already broke that level.
Yeah, I know. So we're right into here right now. So this is a decent sell spot. I checked, man. I have like 4,000 or 5,000 worth of Tesla. I wish I had 4,000 or 5,000 shares of PayPal. Sorry. But right now, I think this is a good sell level. Quite frankly, I'm not in it that much, so I just told you how much. I'm going to wait to see where this goes. But again, nice highs for PayPal. Congratulations, anybody that's been buying this name. Great bottom there, man, at $58, $59. Huge move back up there to the upside. Get your questions ready to go. I'll ask Danielle some questions. Bears Disposed. If anybody posts any in there, we can get some going. We do know that we want to talk to you about Netflix. She just posted up a video about Netflix, so we'll talk to Danielle about that name. And then I'm going to ask her about Nike because Nike's coming in. I believe Nike.
Oh,
Nike reports next week, I believe.
For me, you got to bring up because the SMH off the 200 period on the daily, 50 period on the weekly, because she was mentioning that was her buy spot. And if you pull up a chart of the SMH. Oops, sorry, I was going to say something about Square, but no, if you pull up a chart of SMH, there's a recent dip buy off the 200 period on the daily, and that's the 50 period on the weekly. And when something good that you like is holding those major moving averages, you can do a heck of a lot worse than buying those levels. Now, when you mentioned PayPal, immediately I was like, okay, 200 period, 70 potential breakout on Block. Block went right to the 200 period today and then stalled out. Like that 69 top, that's exactly what you see there on that daily chart. So this one's kind of primed to go. It's been doing okay, but PayPal obviously leading a lot higher. You'd think you'd do better here, Square. Bitcoin's going, the other payment names are going, rates are coming down, but this is a nice look for a 70 break on Square.
So looks like we will give a little bit back here on Palantir. It's right at that 80 level. I'm not averaging into it. It's if I was on this level and looking at it, the 50 period just came way back down in, right? So right now that's 82, 83. We could actually, now that we're up here, I don't even want to give it too much more, man. If it breaks 80, let's just get out. I mean, we could be really cute with this and give it, you know what, let's just give it that one more level there. All right, we could average in here. I'm going to put out here, let's put out a stop of 36.84 or so now on this. Okay, good, it went out. All right, we'll take a little bit more at this level. And it's just up here. It's not a very big trade for us. We'll give back probably, well, look, we've already made that money down here on Palantir. So I'm just trying to calculate the loss. It'll be about 20% or so of what we made earlier on this, if it ticks out, maybe 25%, give or take the math, on a break up here through the 200 period. So Palantir has gone back upside now. We traded it. We thought it was a little bit weak. The daily chart obviously shows strength. But look what's happened. Remember I talked about the market and we were underneath the 50 period, but where were we really going? Well, the answer was VWAP. So we went right down to VWAP and bounced completely off that one. I talked about, hey, there's only one sort of indicator you need, and that would be VWAP, and I stand by that one. Nice move down there for Palantir and for the market, and now you're right back up. So we're short right now, 36.72 on Palantir. Hopefully that will come in. And then Google, we have very small piece left of that trade, but we sort of talked about that. We got a piece out there, so this is about 10% left. We got one there. We should have taken it out there. We were looking at it, but we were like, nah, maybe it breaks, but it does not break. So looks like holding on, sleepy afternoon, but we are starting to drift back up into the close. So really no surprise there.
Yeah, no surprise there. It was strength in the market today. And we did say this before, like usually when we get a 3% day, it's very rare that you get follow through past that 3%. So it got a little bit range bound, but it's still pretty strong. It was Aldrin in the chat asking thoughts on JD. I kind of feel like Jermaine Dupree hasn't really done much of anything lately, so you must mean JD.com. Shout out to Jermaine Dupree. It was hot one time. There's a really great story about the Brat and Mariah Carey. Oh my goodness. But anyways, you can look that one up if you want to. I'm not going to say it on there. JD, like a lot of the other Chinese ADRs today, it's having a good day. What I like about this, the topic on the Midday show was rounded bottoms. And this does have a rounded bottom. Now, it already made a failed breakout, then put another rounded bottom and breakout in there as well. So it's kind of doing this the second time, and above that 50-period moving average, just needs to hold on. Okay, not saying anything you guys probably don't know already, like I like Alibaba a lot better. I went from someone who was taking swing trades in Alibaba twice for losses to someone who's like, no, it's at a price, I'm just going to buy it and hold it now, because I feel like that's the better way to go. If you think something is a value play that's depressed, then you should be buying and holding it and not trying to time when it's going to go to the upside. But I like this a little bit better for the rounded bottom, and it's making a nice gentle move, setting up a, and it's not to ignore JD, I feel like it's just a much more calm and gentle, steady upward trend into that 90 break. Whereas JD, in contrast here, oh no, shoot, what the heck just, okay, I'll change this chart because I just had something else crash. It's gonna be frustrating. So JD, in contrast, it's kind of breaking back out, but you saw the nice gentle upward trend that Baba has, whereas JD's just going sideways, now sort of gapping up. I like the nice gentle uptrend. That's exactly what I want a stock to do when you own it, is just have a nice, when it pulls back, it makes higher highs and higher lows, and Baba's been doing that for a minute, whereas JD's kind of like rip, pull back, go sideways, try to rip again. At what point does it start going into a trending stock? That's what I'd like to see. So that's the only reason I prefer Alibaba. Fundamentally, I like them, and they're a nice upward trend. But yeah, JD's breaking out a bit. 50 period, 200 period. You're going to close above both those today, barring, I mean, it would literally have to have a disaster right now not to.
I think we should just not get too greedy with this trade here. I'm going to put a bid out. It's only 340. Well, it's already 344, I should say. So let's just get, wow, that's later than I thought, actually. Let's put a bid out here for Google. Let's just bid 70s. Right now, we just wick down into that level. If we can get that, then great. That'll be 60 cents or so, 55 cents if we can get a 70 fill. And we'll like that. You know, let's get a little more greedy for that. We're right here right now. Let's put a bid. Let's just bid a 66 level there. We'll go Mario Lemieux, as we won't say that too loud because I don't want to scar Obi again. All right, so right down there, 62, 63 has been the bottom. So we'll take a 66 into the close and hope for the best. Palantir, I mean, a little bit of a good reload there. There we go. We get that Google trade. So, hey, man, one more time. Let's do one more of this and go a little bit of diamond hands. I mean, we could have got out lower. Actually, we could not have gotten out lower. So that's good. Like, that's the trade. What else? What else are we supposed to do? Short the top, get out at the bottom. This is Google, 163.25. I mean, we didn't average in all the way up. So all of these are boom to the downside. Boom goes a dynamite. That's a good one for me. We'll take that piece out right there. I was going to go over to Palantir because Palantir just went into 74s there, 75s. So we were out of the money, 3 pennies there. I did not get out. We are waiting to get out for something for flat. If we can get into 72, 73, and then maybe a drip down. But remember, 5 minutes until those imbalances. And
yeah, really 4 minutes.
We're only minutes away now from tomorrow, which are rebalancing days. And it's a quad witching tomorrow, so we're going to have S&P 500 rebalancing and things like that. We talked about Palantir and Dell and a whole bunch of other names coming through. We'll have more of those for you tomorrow. So that could be something tonight, right? And I think that Palantir, the closer we get, it's probably going to come. And I know it's a New York name, so there'll probably be. Actually, I don't see it. Oh, there it is, right there. It's a buy. That's pretty. That's from 9:30, so there's still some left up. So we'll wait to see what happens at 3:50 when they all get bought, when they all get displayed. So that could be interesting. I'm not super pleased that we're that close to 350. So my stop is where it is, breaking through 85. We're out of Palantir, well worth the risk. Not too many shares on this name. We just hit Google, man. That was a great out there for Google. So this is what we've been doing all day into the afternoon. So follow me at Trader TV, Sean, for more fun like that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I just cancel my orders on Amazon. I feel like with 347, if it gets back up to the top, I probably don't want it. So we're not going to reload up at the top on Amazon. And then the last little dip on DJT, I just took some out. It's not like the acceleration that happened is completely gone. So if it's not going to move here, we're just going to take what we can get. We are getting on in the day here. But you know the good part about it, even there might be only 3 minutes left to the imbalances. But when we get some imbalances, we'll see if anything sets up. But then after market, you're going to have some home builders. You're going to have FedEx earnings. You're going to have Daniel Shea and Sean getting all your questions answered. So get them in there. Like as Sean mentioned, and all of our guests are like this, and Daniel especially. You have some options questions. There's a symbol you want to look at. Then just let us know in the chat. Bears versus Bulls is fantastic with that. But with only a couple of minutes to go to the imbalance, I'm not putting anything on the front side of 350. If something comes out gigantic, hey, you never really know. We'll keep our ears to the ground, and we'll have the locator up. There's still nothing really. It's just like NU is still the biggest name here on the early look, and 2.7 million. It's a $15 stock. It's done 12 million on the day. That's not nearly as big as it was before. Would like to see something come out of nowhere. Maybe one of the chip names could come into play in the next couple of minutes here. Raheem Milani just saying, you bought some VTV. Ooh, yes. You bought some of the value ETF. Well, you pick your points. I think like 4 or 5 of them got mentioned for the value ETFs. VTV was the Vanguard one that I just sort of said, but there was like 3 or 4 that we were talking about there. So yeah, good luck. I'm obviously, like a lot of other things, those ETFs are all at the high. There was one of those value ETFs that wasn't at the high. I don't remember which one it was, Sean, but all the other ones were at the highs. I'd be skeptical. Like whichever one of it wasn't at the highs is the one I probably wouldn't want, to be honest with you. Right. But yeah, most of these were at the highs. So whichever it was, if I see 4 or 5 ETFs that should be about the same thing and one is underperforming, you can maybe find a reason in there that you like the stock that's underperforming in it, but then why wouldn't you just buy that one stock and then buy the better ETF? It doesn't really matter. So I like VTV as well. Obviously, a lot of things are at these tops, and you can get a little bit of a consolidative type day when you get to those highs. That's exactly what happened here. So it's up like 1%, but a very consolidative day at the top, which is nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you have to settle down for a day or two after we get those big moves.
All right, so with only a minute left here, less than a minute left, we have Palantir is right at these levels. So we're just going to wait to see. We'll probably get stopped out if it goes back up. But this is what we're waiting for now with only 20 seconds left. We're going to wait to see what winds up happening. Just a quick check. We got out of Google at 65.74. So that was a good fill there. And here's the trade that we have on board. Palantir looks like wants to get going here with only 10 seconds now left. It's probably going to be a buy. I mean, tomorrow Palantir is a huge buy. So wouldn't be surprised if they get some of this done now. Could also come and sell. I have no idea. This is why it's very, very, why it's very, very dangerous. Nvidia's a 5 million sell. Apple's a sell. AVGO's a sell. Everything seems to be a sell right now, and that goes downside for Google. So there goes Google, nicely moving down right now. Nvidia, downside move there as well. But the only thing of my concern is Palantir, and it's not moving at all. So Intel with the sell side, everything with the sell side, Apple with the sell side. So they're selling it all down right now. Looks like it's going to be a big sell. There it is, the market, 2.6 with a B to sell right now. Mag 7, just 700 to sell, but nice move to the downside right now for some of these top Mag 7 or I guess big tech names.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, Intel's not a big deal, but Apple and Nvidia leading the way, and Broadcom is the other one. 1.9 million to the sell side for Broadcom. Actually, AMD is also a sell of 1 million down in here. So it's a couple of big cap tech names, a couple of, 3 of them, 4 of them, check that. I guess you still include Intel, are going to be specifically chip names. But no Palantir, no Dell. So we'll have to wait till tomorrow. Every now and then, we've seen this before, like the day before, sometimes you get a little bit of action. That's why I was looking at Palantir, when if you just went to Old Faithful, you might have been able to, I don't know, by the time I flipped to Nvidia, it's impossible for me to tell you what kind of price you could have gotten because I wasn't actually looking at the level 2 at the time. Maybe there was a trade in there in that first little push, but to get that initial trade, that's the stock you want to have already up on the level 2 if you want to try to catch it. When the number hits, Algo's just absolutely, they're going to crush it. They're piped in directly and they're going to hit it right away. So Nvidia moving into the downside, there was a question about why did the market why did the market rebound even though we sold off yesterday? So the thing about Fed days, and it's just a pattern. I'm not going to tell you that it's some kind of a rule. But oftentimes, whatever, like if we go one way and don't break out the top and then Powell hits the podium, oftentimes like if you don't break out the top, you'll see a reversal. And I think a lot of people were in it's a panic that we got the 50 basis points and maybe that's a little bit of that. Who knows? You could probably say it's just a little bit of a trepidation. We couldn't break out that top and the market got spooked by the 50 basis points, what it could mean for the overall economy. Then everyone woke up the next morning and realized tech stocks are great and we're getting those cuts and they're making a bunch of money. Let's take out the top. And once you were gapped above, who cared at that point? I look at Nvidia here. It's like once you were gapped above, we said this about those highs. Once you were back above here, it's like that's the all clear. Like I would have been worried if Nvidia was losing yesterday's exuberant highs, the same place it sold off. But no, if they're buying it right back up over those prices, good to go. And it's the same thing with AMD. Like AMD spent about 5 minutes retesting the previous highs, then broke out the top and just continued to trend higher. So, sometimes you try to come up with an explanation for things, and oftentimes it's just better to follow the pattern. If they like the prices above the tops on the rate cut, then I like the long. If they like the prices beneath it, then I would have liked the short. And I try to keep it as simple as that. I love those over-under plays. Well, you know the level you're looking at, and all it has to do is, like, if it's holding above, I'm going long AMD. If it's holding underneath, there's probably a few names I would have liked better to the short side, maybe not AMD, but the ones that were underneath are the things that we're looking short. Example, obviously we didn't get Intel at 2070, but just because I messed it up doesn't mean it's not the right principle. 2070 was 2 days in a row the top. It was the top on the rate cut. Mm-hmm. And so this is one that couldn't break out the top. So until proven otherwise, Intel's still a short to that level. If it joins the party, then it can be a long too. But until then, Mr. Gelsinger, it's a short.
Mr. Gelsinger.
Nothing against it.
Okay, so we did get out a little bit there of Palantir, actually half of it at 75s. So, I mean, not great. We were short 72s. We take a 3-cent hit there, but we still have half if it goes up to the upside. I was just kind of just waiting here to see if it goes. Breaking through 85, we'll get out of the last little bit. But I want to see closure on the last bit of this trade. And it looks like we're getting it and not in the right way. So we'll wait to see where we get that fill. And there it goes. We are now out of that. So we'll slap a last little fail on it, although it's not really a fail. But we did give back. And at the end of the day there, I should probably double check, but we don't wind up giving back as much as we thought because we were able to get, of course, that last second fill there. So far so good with only 5 minutes left. Let's go back over and have a quick look at an Apple or something because we are going to get a flip up. Then I got to go over to the desk on the imbalances. So there's 355 and change. Right now, it doesn't look like Apple really wants to do anything. Amazon, I don't know what that was before, but it's now a buy. So that could be something that we look into.
It wasn't there.
Was not there before? Okay, so there's a huge buy there. We liked Amazon today, especially at these levels. We'll see about it tomorrow, man. I mean, I wrote down here 190. So Amazon, a little bit of back and forth. We talked about that during the day, but Amazon right now wants to end the day near its highs. Let's just double check on everything that we traded here today. So Google, I mean, too bad that we were talking about Google falling down. I mean, congratulations, anybody that has that, including ourselves. We had this trade. We just got out of it. And sometimes, again, we talk about this, man. Sometimes the imbalances are your friend. Sometimes they are not. And right there, Google just would have worked with us because it was a major selling event there on those imbalances. So, yeah, man, good for you, Google. A nice move down there. Palantir, of course. should have been a little bit smarter, understanding the day, the time, and that these imbalances with tomorrow being an ad for Palantir. So I won't be that upset about it. We'll finish the day fine. But we shouldn't have given that back. We should have been a little more diligent on what we were doing. But a good short on Apple, Amazon. Mara ends the day. I mean, come on. We only had shorts in Mara, man. We only had shorts. But once it went up, we got out. We had to get out of that one. Once it broke through 16, we had talked about that. Only for it to do what it's doing right now. It looks pretty funny there for Mara as it continues a little bit of a push lower there. So yeah, man, good day overall. I'm going to flip over and get ready to go for the after show.
Mara was the right one to short, regardless of outcome. MSTR is up 9%. Bitcoin held the highs. Mara is at the low of the day. The best you can do is be short the weak stocks and be long the strong ones at the end of the day. If you do that alone, pick the right things to be in, then in the long run, regardless of what happens, like once or twice in there, then you're going to be absolutely fine. So Mara was the right one to be short. I wish I was in it short because that was I don't know, there's probably something else. Like, it's probably some crappy stock that was a better short, but I think that was the one today. MSTR did pull back before we have 3 minutes to go until the close here. As I say all that about MSTR being up 9%, it was up double digits. Like this thing got to $149. It was up 16.5. So it's about what? That's like 12.5%, I think, at peak was MSTR. So big mover. There's I see a lot of people in the chat there. We got a few questions in there. I don't know if Ford will drop tomorrow. M. Lucian and Taz, I will not be buying DJT. But I can tell you that when I got out of it, it did not flush at the close. So good for DJT. I got in. I was risking about 12 cents, but it didn't move. I ended up getting out for a penny a couple times there. So just sideways action. Oddly enough, it manages to hold on to pretty much, whoops, I zoomed out too far there. It holds the line. If you look at the bottom at the open, kind of just chilling out there. So still underneath, but overall, didn't really fall apart. So I know the lockup expired, but that doesn't mean it has to flush $1 million or anything in one day or just go all the way to zero. Things aren't necessarily that dramatic with this. I think we're pretty lucky there. Well, I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, if Amazon does go back up to the high, I don't want it at that point. Probably meant there was a buy and balance. And when it flipped to a buy and balance, you saw it retest, but the exact same top. So it goes right into the previous high where we were shorting it before. So clearly 190 should be a level tomorrow on Amazon, one direction or the other. Like I'm ambiguous. I kind of don't care about the direction on stocks like this. If it's above 190 strong, underneath it, we'll short it just like we did today. So with 1 minute to go aftermarket, you've got FedEx. They're going to be the biggest earnings name. Obviously, Lennar, the home builder, is going to be out there as well. We'll have Daniel Shea. We'll have Sean as well. DVD, will we sell tomorrow? We're going to find out. I think at the close, there's probably going to be a dip, and that has mostly to do with big cap tech names likely being down-weighted. I'm feeling like at the end of the day, you're likely to get a bit of a sell-off. But when you have a strong upward day, I want to first thing when I sit down is look for a continuation in the strongest names that I like the best. And then the names like the Intels and the Maras and the DJTs, look there for the shorts, maybe even adding a firm to that just based on what I saw in the afternoon. But yep, it's about time. We got to drop that countdown day after the Fed, second last day of the quarter. Brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. The closing bell in Adara. Ring it in 2 and 1. Big shout out to Firefly Neurosciences. Brain health is so incredibly important. We think it's fantastic what they do. It's always good if you can make money and they have a business that actually changes the world in a positive way. Well, speaking of a positive way, the market ending up in a positive way, to be sure, everybody. The NASDAQ, I mean, it doesn't hold 3% to the upside, but if you're complaining about 2.5%, then you don't like up markets. The ES, 1.7% to the upside. I mean, AMD with a huge day. Nvidia had a good day. Tesla absolutely took the cake. I think if you're looking at what was the most impressive run, I feel like the 7% that Tesla put in there and the way in which it did it, breaking out that 35, it definitely stands out. Bit of a miss not to have that break, but a lot of people did. So shout out to you that did. Shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s. And look, on the midday today, we had Obi and Adara. And Obi, as he always does, filling in absolutely seamlessly, whether he's filling in for myself or filling in for Sean or filling in for Sharif or Adara. He kills it pretty much every single time that he's on the desk. We want to give a big shout out and thank you to him. But you know what the best part about all of this is? We don't have to go anywhere yet. All you got to do is sit back and relax because, as I said, you've got some earnings. You have Sean. You've got special guests like we always do, although she will be gone. So make sure you get your fill of Danielle Shea today. Ask her all the questions you like on some options. We got the market recap, and we got it about now.
What's up, everybody? Isn't there normally like a throw to the market recap or like a little bumper page there? Welcome, everybody. There we go. Yeah, we're going to adjust the camera. You know, I like... Thanks, Fabian. Now I feel better. You can see, welcome to the Market Recap Show, everybody. We switched seats, man. We just walked 20 feet. We come over here. And get my water bottle out of the way here. Get that out of here. Thank you for joining again. Wow, what a day in the markets. It's going to be interesting to talk to Danielle about this. But I would say we're surprised, but I'm not. We talked about this yesterday in what we were thinking the market could do today. And it looks like we are going to be right about that. I do have the earnings in my ear right now. So if FedEx does come out, we'll have that for you ASAP. But today might have been an Apple day. It might have been a Tesla day. There might have been a lot of names that we talked about DRI with the news from Uber with earnings there as well. But we're going to get all these numbers as they come through right now. Something about Google I'm hearing a little bit from the DOJ. We'll see if there's anything happening right now. This is a daily chart for Google, 15 minutes. Let's change that and get a 1 minute chart up to see if there's anything happening. No, there is not. Google, the most disappointing stock for me today. I thought this is like the only stock that we're red on. I thought Google would be a nice bid through today, but it was not. It started the day nice, ended the day not so much, moved to the downside, and we actually shorted this play. We were short right there, 162 to the downside. FedEx is now out, $3.60. Uh-oh, bye-bye FedEx, 10% to the downside. There goes FedEx right now. It is a downside move. FDX, $4.80 was expected. Oh no, they only report $3.60. We'll get those numbers exactly. Diluted EPS of $3.21, adjusted EPS of $3.60. So I'm seeing that they wanted 4 and change. FedEx downside move right now. Here it is on Benzinga, right there, $3.21, $3.60. The number that I had again was an estimate of $4.82. So they missed by a lot. So there's $3.60 versus $4.80, a miss on revenue, not good. Bye-bye FedEx. What's his brethren doing? UPS. Bye-bye. That was nice knowing you. What's Amazon doing as well? Amazon now taking in a little bit of their own shipping. As we know there, a lot of these trucks, self-employed, different organizations, not just shipping things through UPS or FedEx anymore. So I thought Amazon could be doing something wrong. It's FedEx, and it is gulp downside right now. Hey, what's up, Randy? Is that Randy in the chat? How you doing, my guy? We do miss you, of course. Randy in the chat, taking a couple days off. Hopefully we'll see you next week. Be well, my good friend, Mr. Randy in the chat. And yeah, I do need a coffee. It's funny, Rob asked in the chat, and I was like, yeah, no coffee came. All right, so Randy's here? Oh, there, he's on the screen. What's up, Randy? Right now, yeah, he's not here. All right, so there it is, a nice move down. Look where FedEx just went to, guys. That's the 200 period right there, right now. 267, 265. We're starting to break below the 200 period moving average now for FedEx. Disaster strikes for this name. What I'm seeing right now, and again, it's off the Benzinga Pro platform. We will wait for Lennar to come through, but there it is right here. It is lower after the company reported worse than expected Q1. When's the last time we were on the show, honestly? And I'll try to zoom in a little bit here for you. There it is, miss 360, miss again on the number. So top and bottom line all missed. We have a couple news stories that just popped in there. We'll zoom back out and we'll get for you. The only other stock that we're looking for right now is LEN, which would be Lennar. They're not, although looks like it's trying to be out, but it's not out. I do not see Lennar being out yet. When it is, I will get to that. But what a day it was, man. The NASDAQ, when's the last time it held above 3%? Not today is the answer. Nice close for the NASDAQ if you're a bear. We talked about maybe fading that 3%. Looks like that worked. Nice downside move there for the Qs now into the close. But what a day it was for them. Breaking up a little island right there. Will we take this tomorrow, 485 on the NASDAQ? I say, we could have a flat day. That's going to be my call tomorrow as everybody gets ready for the action at the close with the I'm just reading the forecast here with options coming due tomorrow on the rebalancing. Okay, so FedEx right now, they are seeing forward 25 revenue forecast, low to single digit growth right now. So I guess that's not great. We'll figure that out for FedEx. That's actually green, so maybe that's a little bit better on their guide. So yeah, so nice little bounce back for FedEx. Now 270, 271. But look where it bounced off, everybody. That's your 50-period moving average right there, 267. So, or 200 period. So a nice bounce there for them. Look, interest-sensitive names. KRE right now, regional banks, bang, upside right now today. Good move for KRE. Good news for the tech names, right? Not just the Qs. Look at XLK, upside as well, trying to go. How about, no matter where you are today, I feel like it was a safe one. Look at USO today, up 3%. Nice move there for oil as they're starting to go back up. We'll talk about supply more and more with oil coming into play. They have to refill the SPR. We know that oil is going to be an interesting one. We like XLE, just like my friend Andrew Rader was talking about as well. XLE, nice upside move back to the 200 period. But we could talk about everything green today. I mean, look at these charts right here. Let's have a bigger look at this. XME, right? The mining names. We had Raheem Milani on today. Mining names upside. What was down then today? TAN was down. So again, I don't like, until we get it, I looked at the odds right now, and don't at me for this, but Kamala Harris and the Democrats are now minus 140 on betting sites. That's a pretty decent favorite to win the election. But again, that's like polls, man. Polls lie. We don't have to wait to see what winds up happening. TAN could be interesting depending on who gets in. Now, I don't know. I'm kind of over that trade right now and stop talking about election. Election right now is 40-something days away. We'll wait for November 5th and we'll react then. It's just like Fed. We know the interest rate cut cycle is a positive one. Brendan had that chart up yesterday whereby it was showing, and if we, I should have grabbed that from him, but if we show that moving forward, you'll see there's positive returns moving forward based on rate cuts, okay? The rate cut cycle starting, okay? There's wheat, XLP downside there as some of the sectors come back in a little bit. Consumer staples getting to some downside push. Again, if everything's gonna go back up, some of these sectors that have been really hot could start to fade a little bit. Watch out for that. TLT again, we just highlighted this the other day with Brian. It was at highs. That's pulling back. No surprise there. And I think utilities need to be bought again. And we don't chase yield as much anymore, right? But utilities, very strong name, could be bought back there if you're looking at ETFs. I kind of like it. Nothing red today, man. XLF, bank names. I'm not going to live this one down. I looked over. We had Obi on the show when JP Morgan was down to 200 flat there. And I was like, this is probably a buy on JP Morgan. And he's like, well, did you do it? I was like, no. Nice move back up there, man. 210 for JP. I'm still in the name, but not in it heavy enough. JP Morgan with a nice move up. How could we talk about this without talking about Tesla today? What a banger of a day for JP, for Tesla. Up 8%. Elon Musk, man, your net worth just went from $250 billion up a little bit higher than that now, up to $245 now goes Tesla. And what a trade that was. Hey, man, I mean, the thing about it, we don't have this trade. I thought I was looking like a little more serious there, but I got a little bit of a smile right there. Oh, what's up to Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers? Tonight, Shohei is, can you believe this? Or no, I had to retweet this. He has played 864 games in Major League Baseball, the most among all active players without a playoff appearance. Not only is he the best player in Major League Baseball, but now he gets to taste a little bit. First of all, $700 million, good decision to go to the Dodgers, but also a winning organization. So congratulations to that one and Shohei Ohtani. But it was this missed opportunity right there. Tesla written on the sticky note today to break through 235. I completely missed that. We talk all about it. It was a trade that I really liked. So let's just break that down. Not that long for me to break this one down. It's 235. It's right here. The minute we started going to the upside there, I really liked it. We don't need any more earnings, so we get this out of my ear. Nice move to the upside, 234, 235. That break continued to go. I think Tesla slows down a little bit, but not till 250, 255, 260 up into here. Tesla making its way all the way back up. I mean, good stock, right? But if you're going to look at this from a weekly standpoint on Tesla, let's do that real quick. A lot more room to go, man. You're not even close to anywhere near 400 yet. So whether or not Tesla gets there, I don't know. We actually had a warning today from Mercedes-Benz that came out. I actually don't even know their ADR, but a lot of other names are starting to go to the downside, right? Ford's not looking good. That's where this is on the weekly. Actually looking pretty bad right now that I look at it on the weekly chart, well underneath everything. GM's had a little bit of a better move, back above everything, but you still see $60, a nice spot there for GM as well. Let me just take a look back. Let me put a daily chart on this and have a quick look at Rivian to see what's going on with that name. This is a name that I'm in as well, a little bit lower though. I'm in at 11 and a quarter for Rivian. We did sell some at 18 and people are like, how are you selling at 18? Well, I mean, sometimes you make the right decisions, most of the time the wrong ones, but there's Rivian right now trying to hold. Oh boy, just like Tesla was the other way around. How good does Rivian look right here on that break lower? If I had Neil's iPad right now, I'd be writing on it, but we'll just keep this in our head. 1275. Ooh boy, Rivian. Let's go. This is a good break spot to the downside for Rivian. Little nervous because of the shortfall to 15.8%, but I still think Rivian gets a little bit lower. Nice day for FXI today as a lot of the Chinese names start to get back up to the upside. Key indicator, man, watch the Hang Seng, watch some of the markets overnight. Should indicate good movements back in on some of these ETFs. Have FXI starting to go back up to the upside, that is for sure. Yeah, good movements today. Not much really to talk about. SPY, there's lots to talk about, but as far as markets are concerned, S&P 500 all-time highs. Bang, we nailed that one. GLD, nice move back up to the upside for gold today. We thought a little bit yesterday. We had that dip down on Fed there, but gold says no thank you. We're still going higher. Gold, I think Danielle probably will agree with me on this one. Gold is really just a play against the weaker dollar right now. So as gold continues to go up, it's a hedge against the DXY. You know what? Does Michael Noss and company know they do not have the DXY? So I guess we could just look at UUP would be a good, okay. I always say this, not just a handsome face, so I'm not just that either, but we do know a little bit about the markets. UUP with a nice downside push there. So as gold starts to go higher, the US dollar is starting to go lower. So I believe there's a little bit of a hedge on for that. We had Brian Shannon on and he said that, hey, look, normally the yen versus US dollar, he showed the inverse there with the market. So what the textbooks say are not always what we need to be looking at, right? RSP, relative strength. ETF. This is the S&P 500 relative strength ETF. That's breaking out to all-time highs. So this just goes to show you, it's not just the Mag 7, it's not just those other names. I see Danielle in the waiting room there. And oh man, I'm never going to live this one down because dear, honestly, like, oh dear. Like, this was down at 350 a couple times, man. She told me that she really likes it. I believe I was talking to her about this here, about this here, about this here, about... Oh, come on, man. Dear, nice call by Miss Shea on that one as that continues to go higher, as does Caterpillar. The industrials, that's XLI, I believe. Look at the industrials right now. Hey, if we are getting a turnaround in the economy and we're going to avoid the recession, then of course, man, Caterpillar and Deere, a lot of money being made with these companies over there in China as well. As that trade continues to go higher, so do those names. So great look there for Danielle on that. There's a few names I want to talk about with her, but before we do that, let me just quickly go over some of the hot names today in the market. So if we can just show, good, perfectly, thank you for that one. Look at Nvidia, 4% today. Apple, 4%. Microsoft, $1.83. Google, 1.43%. Oh my. Danielle for sure talked about Microsoft, but I know we've been on the Meta train as well. That's up another 4%. 560 for Meta. Are you kidding me? What a name that's been. Amazon upside. Walmart downside. Okay, Walmart, I see you. Costco up 0.92 as well. We talked about the consumer staples, non-durables today. Procter down, Coke down, which is a little bit of a surprise. I saw Berkshire somewhere here. I believe they were roughly flat today. Berkshire trying to hold out. So just a couple names there. Let me just get rid of this and look at Berkshire real quick. This was a name that I wanted to buy on dips, got lazy, and really haven't been doing much dip buying at all lately. We had bought some Amazon, we had bought some Tesla, Palantir, we just keep on holding. But yeah, it looks like Berkshire does bounce off that 50 period right there coming out. Actually, before I get to Danielle, did Lennar come out yet? She's ready. Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. I just want to see if Lennar came out. 1 minute. No, it doesn't look like Lennar's doing anything. FedEx coming through as well. FedEx right down to the 200 period. Bounced off that real smooth like, right? 267. Good hold there for FedEx. Definitely that top back in May. So, all right, we've got some questions for her. She knows I want to talk to her about Netflix, maybe. I know she's got something to say about that. It's Trader Talk, and it's my favorite. It's Danielle. Let's go. Hi, Miss Danielle Shea. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I don't know. I look at that Deer chart and I feel a little FOMO on that. I know you and I have talked about that one. Great move there for Deer. Tell me you're still in that name.
Of course. You know, when you look at John Deere, this is a perfect example of something that is just better for long-term investing right now versus trading. Because, I mean, if you look at this weekly chart, I mean, it's all over the place, right? It's up and then it's down. But the thing is when it's like that, it has that consolidation. So, you know, you have this squeeze, you have the consolidation, it pulled back, it hit the 200 simple, it recovered, and now it's shifting and breaking out to the upside. Now that it's broken out above $400 a share, you know, I think it will head back up on into 450. And then after that, you know, my next upside target's up into 500. But because of the choppiness on the lower time frame, hasn't really been great for trading, but just buying and holding this stock, I think will do wonders in the long term.
Danielle, we just got a big news story here from Nike, NKE, right now. There goes Nike, man. Michael Jordan joining the board. No, that's not true. Right now, longtime Nike veteran Elliott Hill to return as president, and bye-bye current CEO John Donahoe. Gone from Nike. So there you go, man. The activists strike again here. Nice move back up there for Nike. I don't know. I'm not sure if this was ever on your radar, but I guess options are going to go absolutely haywire right now. Up 9%. NKE. Wow. Earnings date October 1st. This was actually something, believe it or not, Danielle, wow, this was something that I had marked down to talk to you about here. You put out some notes, I think, about Nike. Any thoughts here? Nice move back up there to 88. Looks like 10% straight upside.
Well, you know, the news overnight, I mean, you can always get that kind of news. Let me throw my overnight data on with this chart. You can always get this kind of overnight news with stocks like this that have been getting clobbered over the course of, you know, years. And it may seem exciting, but I mean, for me, if you look at this overnight data and you can see that it's trading up into 88, I just look at the higher time frame chart, okay? The daily chart and the weekly chart, and I say, where is that bringing us to? Because that is what makes all of the difference. If you look at the daily chart, which this one doesn't have the overnight data, that's going to bring you right up into the 200 simple, okay? So that is a critical zone of resistance. And, you know, I would agree that it's a great thing the CEO is on the way out because look at this stock chart. But for me, unless it can breach up above, I'd say 95 and keep going, you know, it's still in a longer term downtrend. And these luxury brands have just been suffering over the course of the past couple of years.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, we saw the big shoot up also, Danielle, with Starbucks, of course, when Brian Nickel came over from CMG Chipotle into Starbucks. We get that nice bump, and they've actually held out pretty well up to that $100 mark. I'm with you on Nike. I actually sold, so I have a little bit FOMO in this. We bought off those dips into the 70s and sold mid 80s. So a nice move there for anybody that is long Nike. But I do agree. Look at this daily chart. Wow, I know you just talked about that, but nice level there, nice level here. And we're right at that right now. I may fade this move tomorrow on NKE. All right, did you see that FedEx move at all? You taught me that, hey, if we get an extension, maybe a little bit more than expected, then this could be a name that we look at tomorrow. FedEx, I had written down, and maybe I'm off, we had written down here about a 7% implied move, 7.1% expected move there for FedEx. Looks like we got a little bit more than that, just over 8. Anything interesting setting up for FedEx? Was this a name that you were in maybe pre-report here today?
Yeah, we can look at FedEx. I want to tell you, though, because I love the Starbucks chart that you pointed out. And the reason why Starbucks was different was because you see how Starbucks broke up above the 200 simple. So that's the purple line on my chart right there. And so that, I mean, for me, is really the line in the sand with Nike. I mean, Starbucks did actually shift the trend at that level. So I don't know. It's still early to say, but I wanted to point out that you were definitely right about that one. So let me take a look here at FedEx. You know, looking at FedEx, it's been kind of all over the place. You know, I don't generally like trading this kind of stuff that's so volatile on the daily chart and the weekly chart, because I mean, even on the daily and the weekly chart, yes, you have been recovering on the weekly chart, but the daily chart is pretty much all over the place, and the earnings moves have been all over the place too. So I actually told our subscribers to stay out of FedEx because it's not in a solid trend. It hasn't been having regular moves higher or lower, and it also hasn't been staying within the regular ranges. So for this one, I think at this point, the only thing to do with it is to say, okay, can you buy it now that it's getting hammered? It's down $30, could be worse. But here again is where the 200 simple comes into play. So you have the 200 simple on the daily chart at 267. If you look at the overnight data, you can see it traded down into 259. So if you want to buy it, I mean, it has got to hold 267. If it can't hold that level, look out below.
Yep. And we actually did hold that level today. So that's exactly as before you came on, FedEx came out, we immediately went into the 200 simple and looked at that. Man, Nike is still on one right now, right back there up to the upside. I do got to apologize to that. I should not have made that joke about Michael Jordan joining the board because Gabe was like, oh my God, I almost bought all these shares based on that news. Don't ever do that. Make sure you do your own due diligence, and I should not have said that. But Nike with a nice upside move right there. Okay, look, Meta's breaking out. Obviously, breaking out. I mean, it looks like it's already done that right there. We got that big candle today, breaking above the daily chart on Meta. I know you made a note. I see it in my notes anyways. You were talking about on either on your channel or maybe on Simpler Trading about Netflix today. Netflix looks primed to do the same thing that Meta just did, in my opinion, looking like it wants to keep on touching this top at 710 and eventually one good story away from breaking out above the 200 simple, above the 50 period moving average. What were those words that you were speaking on Netflix?
So the patterns are pretty similar between Meta and Netflix. And when you're looking at the way that Meta has already broken out, that's exactly what I'm looking for in Netflix. So just taking a look first at Meta just to see, what was the pattern here? What was it that I was seeing? I mean, it really just has to do with the fact that it had relative strength. When you're looking at the Magnificent Seven stocks, it was the closest in proximity to the previous high. You had this beautiful pullback into the 50 simple. You had consolidation that was shifting. It went first lower, but then the momentum shifted higher. And you could also see that in volume as well. So whenever you have incoming volume, when a stock comes down into a critical support zone, that's when it can really just break out. And so we're seeing that happen with Meta. Meta's now made my 560 price target. And that's exactly what I'm looking for with Netflix. I mean, the pattern is pretty much the same. It was just below that previous high. It pulled back into the 50 simple. It's one of my favorite spots to buy.
Yep.
It had consolidation. It had incoming volume. And so, this one has already made it all the way up to 715, but my next target on it is going to be 725.
Danielle, we got a question, 725. I like that. I mean, I can't believe we have a 7 handle on Netflix, to be honest with you. I mean, I remember when this name was really, you don't even have to go that far back into the weekly chart there and see what happened to these guys down there. That's April of 2022. Oh no, look at this clip. Danielle, oh no. So we've already been up here and then all of a sudden it was like round to the downside right at these exact levels right now. So for me, if I'm looking at this may be a trim spot, but I do like it. Times have changed. This is not 2022 as we enter the rate cut cycle. I assume that you weren't trading too much yesterday afternoon, just kind of watching everything as it goes. I assume that the volatility there in options and some of the pricing was probably way too jacked up there to make any moves. But did you do anything today?
So when you're looking at today, I mean, I think today was all about buying. The main thing that I wanted to see after this Fed announcement was I wanted to see a follow through day. Okay. And today we got that follow through day. We got especially one signal that I love is the break up above the 50 simple in the NASDAQ and SMH. And so over the course of the last month, I mean, I've really been eyeing those charts on the daily chart because, you want to see those primary tickers get above those major resistance zones. And so I've been coming in and I've been buying stock throughout this time.
Right.
And this is really the confirmation that you want to see. You want to see that break up above there in SMH. If you look at the NASDAQ futures, you want to see that break up above. That's what we got today. So, the ones that I've been focusing on primarily have been Microsoft, Amazon, Netflix, and Meta. And if you look at especially Microsoft and Amazon on the weekly chart patterns, these just look absolutely beautiful.
We love beautiful things around here, especially those stocks. I mean, my portfolios, the problem with me is I actually have a lot of Google, which does not look so beautiful, not like those other names. Look, Danielle, we have one quick question for you from someone in the chat, and they just wanted to know if they were just trying to get into options for the first time. Are there any resources that you can recommend? Where should we start? Simulation accounts or anything like that? I'm sure you get this question all the time, but if I was a newbie into options, what are some of the basics that I need to know, and maybe where can I start?
Oh, definitely. Well, I have a lot of free stuff on my YouTube channel, Perfect. So I can go ahead and pull that up for you.
Sure.
I definitely always start out with the free stuff, when you're trying to learn. Gotta make sure that you're starting out in a way so that you can do so in a responsible financial manner, right? So start off with that stuff. And then what you basically want to do is at some point, you're going to need some classes. And so you want to know, what is it do you want to learn and what do you want to focus on? And so for me personally, when I started out, I started trading credit spreads. I found that to be really low risk, is something where you only have to risk, $100 for a trade if you want. And so I actually started out taking classes on credit spreads, and then I also paper traded. So I paper traded for 2 years, and people say that is crazy. How did you have the patience to do that?
Right.
But the thing is that with options trading, you don't want to lose money when you're trying to figure out how a spread works. That's just silly, and it takes time to learn. So if you can take classes and you can figure out how the strategies work while you're risking monopoly money, that means that when you start using real money, you're going to be able to stay in the game longer. So that's always what I recommend to people.
Great ideas there, and definitely check out your YouTube page. All right, we just got a super chat from Ian Rispetto. You want to look at one more name with me?
Sure.
All right, Micron. I'll give you a second to load that up. Micron reports next week. MU coming in on September the 25th. Coming in next week. Next week, Wednesday, I believe, we'll find out what happens with Micron. I've really, for my own personal opinion here, I don't like the name. I mean, I think that you and I are going to jive on this. But yeah, under the 200, under the 50. And really, if you're going to trade names in the semi space, I'm with you, man. I would rather look at SMH. I would rather look at the king of the hill there with Nvidia. I love some Broadcom in this space. I don't know enough about DRAM to say that Micron is going to bounce back from this. But for me, it's looking like it wants to flat bottom break itself right back down here through 85. Would this be something that gets your interest heading into earnings next week from an option standpoint?
So whenever I'm looking at something going into earnings, it has got to be something that's in a bullish trend. Like you pointed out, it's broken down below the 50, the 100, and 200. So once it's below the 200, it's kind of dead to me. It could potentially rally back up into the 200, kind of like we talked about with Nike. But the thing is that unless it gets up above that zone after earnings, it's in a downward trend. So right. I'm not going to focus on something, especially because last quarter, it had an earnings reversal. So it was down 4.6% last quarter. And that was kind of the event that gave it the kick in the can. So this one, I think, has to be on the back burner for me unless something substantially changes. And if it does happen to have an earnings turnaround and it breaks up above 100 and then it breaks up above 115, I'll be interested to the upside. But until then, down she goes.
So generally, you won't go short. Like, you're only looking for bullish cases into earnings. You don't really look at bear cases, or that doesn't really matter to you. You'll just play the trend.
So it completely depends on what the market is doing. Okay. I mean, if the market overall is strong, then I generally focus on relative strength to the upside. if it's one of those quarters where, everything's falling apart and people are panicking going into earnings, that's when I absolutely will look for the stocks that I call earnings destruction, where they basically have 1 tequila, 2 tequila, possibly
3 tequila
3
floor.
tequila floor.
Yeah.
So that's when you've had, 2 bad earnings reports in a row, a shift in a trend where if you have the third one, it could just, the bottom drops out of it. So I will look for those, but I just find in general, I want to stick with the trend of the market. So if the NASDAQ's hot, sticking with the hot NASDAQ plays to the upside that have done well the past few quarters. And if the NASDAQ's falling apart, then look for the weakness names that you can get a 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila floor on it.
I have a feeling that next time you're able to travel and come up here to Toronto, we'll have some tequila ready to go for you. And on that note, this is a little bit of a sad opportunity for all of us viewers here, because I believe this is going to be the last time for a while that we see Miss Danielle Shea here at Trader TV Live. Am I correct with that statement?
So I'm going to be here. I'm here today.
Yes.
I have, I think, 2 more sessions with you before I have the baby.
Perfect.
Well, unless the baby comes earlier, but I think I have you 2 more times before I have the baby.
My daughter was, I don't know if I should tell you this, but 5.5 weeks early. So,
then, if that happens, then it will be the last time.
Okay, good. Well, then let's keep our fingers crossed everything goes routinely. I hope to see you again soon. If not, best of luck with everything. Thank you for everything that you've done for the community as far as options are concerned, and the show, and all of your knowledge coming through every single day. You're definitely reliable, and the fans love you. We love you here. So best of luck with everything, but I'm not going to get all like this, because I am going to see you next week. So Miss Danielle Shea, I hope everybody checks you out over there at Trader Danielle on X. You just showed your YouTube page. What a great resource that is as well. Thanks for everything, and we will see you next week, Miss Danielle Shea.
Bye.
Ciao. All right, that's Trader Talk. I don't stay late for many, but for Danielle, we will. So there it is. It is 4:32. I got to pick my kid up at chess tonight. But guess what? That's not till 8 o'clock. So I'm going to go home. We've got this nice little Italian bakery I'm going to go to. We're going to pick up some fresh pasta. We're going to pick up some arancini. We're going to celebrate what was a beautiful day in the market. NASDAQ blasted off. We had Danielle Shea. We had Neil Roberts. We have Fabian staying late, my guy over there. We want to say a big thank you to Obi for everything that he did. Filled in for the sick one, Sharif. Hopefully he's back tomorrow. We've got Adara. We've got... That's my desk I'm pointing at. Neil, Ramin, who am I missing? Andre, Mark, Rob, Randy, who had an appearance in the chat today as well. Brendo, I'm probably forgetting somebody, as all the chairs go in the back there. They're empty. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you to my lovely wife for everything that you do for me as well. For everybody here. Oh, and Bears versus Bulls. Almost forgot my main man over there. Thank you for all those questions and everything. Can't do this without all of you. Man, I feel exhausted, but I'm not really. This is just a lot of talking today. I'm excited to be back tomorrow. We've had a couple banger days. I promise you, tomorrow will be another one. For everybody here at Trader TV Live, it's your boy Sean, and I'll see you tomorrow. Ciao, everybody.